And at the end of days, the first sign shall appear in the heavens. Justice shall fall upon the world of men. The armies of light and shadow will clash across the fields of eternity. Leah, are you all right, my girl?
It was nothing, Uncle. Just a bad dream. We should be getting you home.
But there's still work to be done. If these translations are correct, the powers of hell could already be on the move. The world must be told of the coming darkness. You do believe me, don't you, Leah? It has begun.
Leave it, Uncle! It's not important!
At 12, I swore the oath, leaving home and family. At 16, I saw my master die. I took up his shield and his name, and on that day, I became a Crusader. Armored by faith, driven by duty, bound to kill the enemies of Zakarum. Sworn to live as a Crusader and to die as one. Now, corruption returns to the hearts of men. I see it in the eyes of the mad. Hear it in the howling of the damned. A falling star in the west leads me to the town of New Tristram. The crusade calls me, and so I go.
This is the story of the Fallen Star and the quest's original appearance in Diablo III. We first arrive on our journey on the outskirts of New Tristram. As we step off the dilapidated bridge, we're first met with a dark and foreboding land. Moving forward to survey the town, we see a broken sign to New Tristram, and we mutter to ourselves,
The Fallen Star is close, but there is death here too.
Making our way east, following the path to the village, we get our first ominous sign of trouble. Some carrion birds are picking at a poor woman's corpse, flayed out in a pool of gore. The body is rotted away and her valuables are still in place, as we see 2 coin purses untouched. We then can deduce this was not the work of highway bandits. As then we see the first of the undead now risen, feasting on a poor couple next to their overturned wagon. The undead barely notice us, shambling around as if confused before we end its miserable existence. However, it is not alone. As we continue further along the path, we're greeted by a terrible sight. More corpses re-risen and feasting on flesh. They, however, are less welcoming to trespassers. Though their assault barely scratched our shield, we realize quickly, seeing the bodies ahead, that what they lack in vigor, they more than make up for in sheer numbers. It's then we happen upon the gates of New Tristram. Corpses strewn about as a guard captain and his men fend off the dead with flame, bow, and steel. Approaching the captain, he says,
Greetings. I am a Crusader of the Zakharum faith, and I saw a star falling on this town.
It fell on the old cathedral. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should speak with her.
Captain Rumford, more dead are coming.
We can't open the gates until we drive them back.
Before Rumford could finish his thought, the dead rise anew as a gaggle awaken in a pack of fallen dead littered about. With the guards' help, we fight them off as they claw at us hungrily, yet ultimately make short work of them, to which Rumford remarks,
Yeah! I've never seen anyone fight like that before. Guards, open the gates! You'll find Leah at the Slaughtered Calf Inn.
So this Leah is our best bet. As the only survivor of the fallen star, we best head to the Slaughtered Calf Inn as Rumford guides. Heading west through the gates and stowing our weapons, we see a militiaman burning corpses, and one of his brothers in arms says,
Burn those corpses before they rise again.
We approach the militiaman next to the wagon and he explains,
The dead have been a bane on our existence since that cursed fire fell. We have to burn them, just to make sure they don't rise from the grave.
Makes sense why the guards were dousing the bodies. As we head into town, we see someone who has been performing autopsies in a questionably hygienic makeshift medical center. A scholar and onlooker then remarks,
I came here to study the fall of Old Tristram. This is closer to the town's history than I want to be.
Understandable. I don't think the dead bear much insight. We then see the town healer, clearly alarmed by the happenings, and he says,
Zakharum has fallen to disgrace. What faith can save us now? It is the end of the world. Can't you see that?
Zakharum will be restored, friend.
We assure him we will bring the Zakharum back to its former glory before us heading south into the town center, which has a large waypoint in the middle and a militiaman clearly shaken up by the happenings.
I promised Marco I'd protect him, and now he's dead.
Standing next to him is a blacksmith, Hadric, who shares,
Nothing ever seems to change in New Tristram, does it?
What do you mean?
There's always some threat of the risen dead or foul evil descending on the town, isn't there?
It certainly seems like we have our work cut out for us. It's amazing that anyone is left in this town. As if hearing our thoughts, we cross paths with the town mayor, standing in the northwest corner with a cart of belongings, which is very much overpacked, and he scoffs as he sees us, saying,
Please move your cart.
How dare you speak to me like that? I am the mayor of this town.
Lord Mayor, please move your cart.
Are you mad? This town is doomed. Anyone with a grain of sense should be trying to get out. Will you help me or not?
Fleeing will not save your life, and certainly not your town.
Poor wretches never had a chance. Even the mayor has abandoned them. With our grim assessment complete, we head inside into the Slaughtered Calf Inn a few feet away. As we enter the inn, we see a villager by the south wall who informs us.
Tristram used to be such a wonderful place to live. My family has been here since the town grew out of the ruins of old Tristram. But now, it's horrible. The loved ones we've buried and grieved over now threaten our lives.
There's seldom anything worse than a family member's passing, except for the ghoulish reality of having to burn their zombified corpses with fire, lest they take a sweet chunk out of your own flesh. As we head into the main bar area, we see many of the infirmed scattered about. The duo of ladies loitering next to them say,
I don't care what anyone says. That thing that fell from the sky was no rock. A rock doesn't cause the dead to leave their graves.
Have you come to help us? The other adventurers who came through here didn't look so deadly.
Though we appreciate their confidence, this is still quite a mystery. It's then we see a young girl, brown hair, looking shy of making it past 16 winters. This must be Leah, and though her innocence seems to belie an aged experience about her. Bow on back and standing confident compared to the rest of the townsfolk, we approach her and she says,
Are you Leah? They tell me you survived the falling star.
I did, but it blasted my uncle Deckard Cain into the depths of the old cathedral. I tried to search for him, but the dead were already rising. I came back here to rally the militia, but... Watch out! The wounded are turning!
Before she can finish her thought, the dead rise up. Forced to slaughter the villagers in front of their kin, we begin our unenviable task with precision and Leah's aid. Using our shield to bash down the last, the tavern now left to be caked in gore, the barkeep then remarks.
This is killing business.
It's then we see Leah again for a further update.
The dead will overwhelm us all, unless something is done.
Something like putting the dead back to sleep? I can do that.
Thank you. You should speak with Captain Rumford at the gate. He can tell you what to do.
It seems back to Rumford we go. First, we take a look around for more undead, and as we gingerly step over 2 skeletons we gifted to the floor, we stop momentarily to admire the fabled slaughter calf. No doubt what the inn was named after. Ugh, if that's the calf, I'd hate to see a fully grown one. With Leah's permission, we head downstairs to see her room, and although standard fare by all accounts, we see her journal for insight of what's happened.
We've been under siege for 6 days now. Uncle Deckard is still missing. Captain Rumford and the others are losing hope. I tell them not to lose faith, but if help doesn't arrive soon...
16 militiamen went out, only Rumford came back. How could that help us?
We never should have built on this cursed ground. Maybe Cain was right. Even in death, Diablo torments us.
We then see Leah's uncle Cain's door is now open, and we look inside his home for clues to his disappearance and spy his journal in his room, which appears to be a font of knowledge on the burning hells, and so we decide it will be invaluable in our cause until we find him.
We have come at last to Tristram's old cathedral. This is where Diablo, Lord of Terror, first corrupted mankind. This is where I may finally find the answers I seek. Leah worries after my safety, but I believe information vital to defeating the last lords of the burning hells can be found here.
Heading back out the gate once more, we see Captain Rumford, who says,
I've come to help. How do we stop these risen dead?
I admire your courage, but Captain Dalton and the militia were slaughtered by those things. Only I survived.
Have faith, Captain. Have faith.
Well, I have seen you fight. Strike at the wretched mothers and their queen. They're the ones vomiting out these horrors.
They're attacking the barricades!
Assuring the captain, we then fight off a pack of undead attacking the barricade. As they break through, we single out the wretched mothers, said to spew out more undead in an unholy stream of vile vomit.
There! That's one of the wretched mothers. There are more of them in the ruins down the road.
With the deed done, we put on our tunic, found off the dead, and head north to hunt down the wretched queens and quell their numbers. And are then confronted by the undead lingering in droves. They seem somewhat aimless as they amble about, mostly focused on their fleshy, fresh meal. As we head to purge more near a caravan, there's a burning militia man. Checking Cain's journal, we find more lore about these foul fiends, and he says,
I will never forget the first time I saw these horrors shambling out of the misty woods. Our loved ones, buried long ago, rose from their graves and began to attack the living. However, the risen dead were only the beginning.
After downing 3 of the matriarch undead, we say to ourselves,
that should slow the attacks.
Now with the numbers thinned out, we head east through a broken gate into the ruins of Old Tristram.
Old Tristram? Diablo himself was here.
As we head inside, we see packs of ambling undead. But why are they drawn to this town of all places? The town itself is crumbling in a shell of its quote-unquote former glory. If Tristram in Diablo 1 was already a shell of its former glory, then this is a shell of a shell. A decrepit ghost town in shambles. As we cross past Cain's old well in the center of town, which is guarded by some very girthy undead. we see his broken cage from Diablo II. It's then we spy Griswold the blacksmith's armor rack, and it may still hold a hidden treasure. However, as we go to loot it, there's only low quality items. Bandits must have happened through here a long time ago. It's then the wretched queen herself appears and spews her rotten attacks at us. As she brings forth more zombies, we stalk her down and battle through her minions to send her back to the abyss as she tries to flee from the town and save her wretched hide. However, we're no more wiser about the fallen star's part in all of this, and so we see a handy waypoint near a gate and teleport back to New Tristram that honestly stands in an okay state compared to the old Tristram town, and speak to Leah next to Captain Rumford, who shares.
For a long time, Uncle Deckard avoided coming back to this place. There were a lot of ghosts here for him. This is where Diablo drove old King Leoric mad and terrorized the people. I don't know what really happened here. But whatever it was horrible. Nearly everyone who survived went mad. I've never heard of the Crusaders.
We serve the Zakarum faith. We're from the east and only recently came to these lands. Some of us did, at least.
Well, I hope you're not planning to convert these people by the sword.
I'm not here to convert anyone. My crusade is to find a way to cleanse the corruption that infests my faith. When that evil is destroyed, the Zakarum will be restored, and people can choose to believe in it or not, as they please.
Captain Rumford then says,
Thank you for your help, but could you talk some sense into Leah? She won't give up on the idea of rescuing her uncle.
She's brave. With help, she may yet save Cain.
And with that, we've aided the town and the Fallen Star quest is complete. But we should see Leah about her missing uncle. However, that's a story for another day. After aiding the townsfolk of New Tristram to clear out the wretched undead from the ruins of Old Tristram, it's then that Captain Rumford points us towards young Leah, Cain's ward, who asks us to aid her in finding her uncle, saying,
Leah, let's find your uncle.
We'll need to open the cathedral first. The guards locked it up before they were ambushed. Rumford told me they fought their way back to Adria's hut. The key must still be there.
First, we find out the cathedral is where the Fallen Star lay and created an undead blight on the land. Now we know that the guards were pushed out of the cathedral and lost the key to it in Adria's hut. None of this bodes well for us or the people of Tristram, and we talk to Captain Rumford for information before we head off, who admits,
When Leah told us the dead were pouring out of the cathedral, we quickly went to put an end to it. At first it seemed we were succeeding, but they just kept coming. We were overcome. Captain Dalton and the men fought valiantly. They protected me. I am no soldier. I was a farmer. I should not have been out there with them. I do not know how I made it back here. None of the others did. And now, somehow, I'm supposed to lead the militia.
So, Captain Dalton sacrificed himself so Rumford could live, and Rumford is but a farmer, thrust into duty. Dark tidings indeed. We could kind of tell he wasn't up for the job. We ask Rumford more about himself and he replies,
I volunteered to help because it seemed the right thing to do, but I'm no leader of men.
You were called and you answered.
That's a simple thing for you to say. You were born to fight monsters like the risen dead. Me?
Although Rumford never sought this life out, fate seems to have thrust him into his newly appointed position. Let's just hope he fares better than Dalton. And with that, we head back through the waypoint to Old Tristram with Leah in tow to help us unlock the gate, previously barring our path.
Here, let me open the gate.
With the gate open, we see a militiaman's corpse who had previously been gnawed at by rats. The undead, no doubt, looking to do the same. And so we step into the dark woods in search of Adria's shack.
Adria was my mother, but I don't know much about her. She died when I was very young. I was raised by Uncle Deckard.
And your father?
I'm told he was a great warrior who was lost when Tristram fell to the demons.
After contending with a pack of rotted risen, we see more villagers left to rot or scattered about, their homes in shambles. These zombies move like a plague through the lands. Heading east, we cross a small stream via bridge and see a shack that, unlike the others, still stands. This must be Adria's. As we tepidly step inside, we see dead militiamen Rumford spoke of, and Leah abruptly says,
"Look, a hidden cellar. Follow me."
We call out to her, but she darts off out of our care and headlong down into the cellar. We momentarily take inventory of the shack. The east door seems barred. Potions, scrolls, and books are littered about, but there is no ambush we can see. And so we follow Leah below.
There are dark secrets here.
People said she was a witch, but I never believed it.
Inside the cellar, we see grains and other supplies, various knickknacks, nothing of note. Yet, when we enter into the larger open area, we see a cauldron still somehow bubbling away. Rats scuttle out at our presence, and we know we're not alone. As we move to the cauldron and see what its contents are, it falls to the ground like a trap sprung. It's there we see the undead corpse of Captain Dalton himself, and presumably his guards, now guarding the cavern in undeath. We move quickly to kill his feeble minions, blinding them as Dalton paws at us. Dalton, being more powerful than his brethren, summons cold, icy barbs on the ground as we realize, too late, and are frozen on the spot, helpless as Leah attempts to contend with him. Thawing in the nick of time, we move in to slash at the guard captain. However, he also attempts the same icy trick. This time we're ahead of him and sidestep his attack before showing him the flat side of our shield to his withered head. His captain's helmet, partially rotted, doesn't save his face from being caved in, or what's left of it. Regaining our composure, we go to speak to Leah, who is searching her mother's belongings, and she says,
"Here's the key, and my mother's journal. What I've seen of it is disturbing. I want to know more about her, but that can wait. We need to save Uncle Deckard first."
I will go. Stay here and learn what you can.
Thank you.
And so now we have a key to the cathedral and head off before taking a cursory glance at Adria's journal for further clues, and it reveals.
Aiden came to me last night. I suspected what was lurking within his troubled heart. I consoled him as best I could. Regardless, wherever he's headed, hell will surely follow in his wake. The shadows close in on Tristram once again, but like Aiden, I'll be gone before they fall.
Adria spoke of the legendary warrior Aiden, the son of Leoric, who felled Diablo and was turned himself into the cursed beast for his efforts. Strange that this was written after he had slayed the Lord of Terror, and Adria seemed to have the foresight to have escaped. As we head topside, the previously barred door to the east side of the shack explodes open, and we're forced to contend with a gaggle of undead. Adria's hut is so cramped, we cleave her table in twine in the commotion. Heading outside, we're greeted by more dead militia who never made it inside. It looks as if their brothers must have been forced to barricade the door, poor souls. As we make our way northwest over an old rickety bridge, we see Old Tristram Road. Cutting a path through the undead, their kin lie in wait, with hanging townsmen as trophies dangling off the limbs of dead branches of an old rotted out tree. We're starting to sense a theme here. As we head north up the path, an undead trio feast upon a poor deceased villager, barring the entrance to the cathedral. As we put them down, we swear to the villager his death will be avenged, as more ghoulish guards lunge at us. After which, we check the front of the cathedral and see it's open.
Tristram Cathedral. The fallen star lies within.
Moving to the east side, we also see a blocked gate with a chest on the other side and no way around. The west also, unfortunately, holds little else. We're then forced to move through the front entrance without any element of surprise and confront whatever is on the other side. As we enter, we see the pews literally thrust aside, as the star had tore through the very center and a strange glowing crater where it must lay. After killing the shambling re-risen, we carefully drop down the floor below of the cathedral. There we see a glorious painting of a man, hand outstretched, reaching to the heavens. No expense seems to have been spared in this cathedral that stretches out in scope beyond imagination, yet feels more like a crypt. We avert our gaze to the bluish hole formed by the star and move towards it, saying,
"The star is close."
As we head south, we see a pack of undead in a familiar scene, feasting on another poor wreck of a villager. This time, however, we use the chandelier above to smash down atop them before felling the foes. The design of this place is magnificent to say the least, and although somewhat macabre, we marvel at the glaring gargoyles and various gothic statues therein. It's then we are faced with carrion bats and kill the winged interlopers who seem to be electrically charged. We are then reminded of a passage in Cain's journal about the bats that said,
"Some foul new disease has taken hold in this land, and the carrion bats are near the heart of it. Since returning to Tristram, I have seen their numbers surge. The evil forces that linger here give them strength, and I fear that the worst is yet to come."
It's then we're faced with a grotesque demon. Stitched together, this rotund abomination moves with unnerving speed. As we move in to fell it, so too, almost supernaturally, the carrion bats move in, as if hearing Cain's words. The grotesque, when killed, explodes in a vile plume of eel-like slippery creatures that happen to be gut worms living inside its disgusting torso. The only saving grace of the ordeal is, facing the final bat, it drops a helm and we may have ample protection from the smell of any future grotesques. In the platform above we find a scribe's lectern. Curious, we move to read it, and it reveals a scroll of a man named Lachdannen from legend itself.
"My name is Lachdannen, and I am cursed. Once the captain of King Leoric's army, I left only to honor my land and my king. No man has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart."
The mad Leoric was slain by Lachdannen, his trusted knight, who, in our Diablo 1 series, we face not only Leoric the Skeleton King, which is linked below, and also there's a video on us finding the cursed Lachdannen near the bowels of hell itself. After more searching, we also find a second scroll of Lachdannen's personal account of the events, and it reads,
"It was Lazarus. Of that I am certain. He alone had the king's ear, and whispered dark and evil magics into it, instilling the notion of an imminent attack by Westmarch. Afraid to speak against the Archbishop, the councillors nodded their empty heads in agreement and sent us off to die."
Lazarus, a legendary name that stands by most. After hours of fighting our way through the crypt-like cathedral, we find more undead kinsmen, but also undead split down the middle, and it looks like a battle took place here. With hope for Cain still remaining alive fading, we move to the door that leads us below to Leoric's personal passage and see Cain running for his life near the ledge of the crater.
"Foul minions, stay back! Back! May this ledge hold." The Skeleton King.
"Gods, bring me his bones!"
By the gods, the Skeleton King himself. Cain is surrounded by undead royal henchmen, and we race to face the first group lest they kill the old scholar where he stands. After we put down the first group, a second wave materializes around us. Led by a giant skeleton, Leoric's own personal executioner, Headcleaver, who stalks us down, attempting to kick us into the pit below. However, as we regain our footing and about face so that his back is to the pit, we hit him with a shield bash that tears his limbs asunder. And as we approach a scared yet safe Cain, he says,
"Oh, thank you, but why did you risk yourself for me?"
"Your niece asked me to find you, and I agreed."
"Oh, it is wonderful to hear that Leah is well. I feared the worst. I learned of this secret passage through old maps I found. We must discuss the fallen star. Follow me. to Tristram.
We follow Cain out of the path and see the chest in the gardens is now accessible. Then we head back to Tristram as Cain instructs.
I rescued the old scholar and learned from him that a creature called the Skeleton King stands between me and the star. But not for long.
When we arrive, Leah, standing next to Cain, beckons us over and says,
Uncle, you're alive!
Thanks to you and your friend here.
It was my duty to help. Now, I would know of the falling star.
The prophecy of the end days surely points to it as a sign that the end has begun.
Please, Uncle, not more of your stories. All that matters now is that you're back.
And with that, the legacy of Cain is complete. But this mysterious fallen star, and now the re-risen Skeleton King, no doubt stand in our way to solving this mystery. However, that is a story for another day. This is the story of the Shattered Crown and the quest's original appearance in Diablo III. After rescuing the aging Herodric scholar Deckard Cain from the Skeleton King's grasp, we see him in New Tristram's town square, shaken but comforted by his niece Leah, and when we approach him, he informs,
The Skeleton King was once our beloved lord, Leoric. He was driven mad by Diablo's evil. He lost both of his sons and his very soul before he was finally defeated. Now it seems he's risen to plague this land once again.
Then I will be the cure.
The key to defeating him lies in his old crown. Seek out our blacksmith, Hadrig. He knows of its whereabouts. Leah, you should not dismiss the signs so lightly. Do you not believe the evidence of your own eyes?
Horrors have visited Tristram before, and it endured.
But what of the texts? The Zakarum tomes warn of a falling star. The Herodric scroll spoke of the dead rising, and the Lord of Lies. The prophecy of the end days says that at the end of all things, the first sign shall appear in the heavens.
Yes, you've been telling me about the texts since I was 8 years old, Uncle. I just don't think we should read too much into them.
It seems Cain, for all his knowledge, has yet to make a believer of Leah. But would she believe if she saw what we did in Tristram's Cathedral? The accursed Skeleton King Leoric re-risen. We shall heed Cain's words and find this Hadrig, the blacksmith, to help us in retrieving the unholy crown of the Mad King. As we go to leave, we see the mayor of New Tristram has moved his cart and wonder what changed his mind.
So this is how it ends? They dragged my cart from the road, but for what? I can't get it repaired. Might as well dig a hole and die in it.
Well, digging a hole would certainly take your mind off your fear.
So much for faith in your people.
Bless you for saving Deckard Cain. I don't know what Leah would do, what any of us would do if Cain were truly lost.
Heading northeast around the back of the inn, we overhear some villagers discussing Leah.
Leah spent all night alongside the blacksmith's wife, tending the wounded.
What? She was out defending the gates this morning. What is driving that woman?
What a brave girl. She only seems to think of others.
Did you hear? Old Rumford has us down to half rations. How are we supposed to fight if we're starving?
The rest of the town is down to quarter, including my wife. But you can quit if you want.
So, the town is starving. Nothing like a fatigued and hungry militia to stay vigilant. Passing the merchants and down the stairs, we see a man who appears to be Hadrig that Cain spoke of, the local blacksmith, and he beckons to us, saying,
Are you Hadrig? Deckard Cain said you could help me find the crown of Leoric.
Not now. It's my wife. She's locked in the cellar like all those who've been bitten. I'm to put them all down. But how can I kill my own wife?
It is a hard burden you bear. I will help.
Thank you. Follow me.
Hadrig's wife is infected. Grim tidings indeed. Following the blacksmith as requested, we then pass a villager who warns,
You think you're some type of hero, here to save us all? the dead will feast on your bones as easily as they will ours.
Perhaps he's right. God only knows what they've seen. We then spy a gate out of town covered in blood, but still standing, and the guards then inform us.
This gate is locked by order of the captain.
With no way out of town, we hurry to meet Hadric in his cellar of the damned. As soon as we enter the cellar, we realize that this place has been fouled somehow as we draw our sword and cautiously feel our way through its dark rooms. We then see some stretchers strewn about, and it looks like the infirmed were once here, but we can't see them. All that's left is a foul stench that lingers. It's then we come across a barred door, no doubt where the poor wretches are being held. We break it down and
my friends, I'm sorry.
Do your duty, blacksmith, no matter how hard.
The townsfolk, undead, then descend upon us, and after felling the foul foes, once Hadric's own brothers, we head to the northeastern side of the cellar. It's there we see Mira, Hadric's poor wife, surrounded by the damned. After putting them down, Hadric approaches her and says,
Mira, my love, forgive me.
Hadric, help me.
Mira, in a new undead form, flings us casually across the room, spewing poison and filth. Hadric, momentarily stunned, becomes her next target. We then taunt the wicked wretch and shield ourselves from the worst of her vomitous missiles before slaying the blacksmith's wife. Curiously, we see a tunic laying against the wall. As we put it on, we turn to Hadric and he says,
I couldn't have done this without you. I'm in your debt. My name is Hadric Aemon.
You owe me nothing, friend, but I would welcome your aid in my quest to find the crown of Leoric.
I can help you there. It's buried with his chancellor, my grandfather. You'll find his tomb in a cemetery in the Weeping Hollow. And if you see my fool apprentice out there, tell him to get back to town.
And with the dark deed done, we leave Hadric Aemon to grieve his beloved wife. Now with knowledge that the crown is buried with his grandfather in the cemetery nearby, we head back to town and also remember to keep an eye out for his wayward apprentice. As we leave the cellar, we see the gates are now open and enter the Weeping Hollow. Entering the hollow, we're met with more shambling undead and scavengers preying on the recently fallen. Heading northwest, it's not long before we find a camp, and what's this? A body.
The blacksmith's apprentice. Yet another innocent falls.
Hadric believed his apprentice to be only lost. We must return quickly with the grim news. To which we find Hadric standing at the smithy in town, and he replies,
Your apprentice was found wanting. I'm sorry.
Fool boy. Hope for the worst and you will not be disappointed. Thank you for the news.
Poor man, yet courageous. We then ask him more about the crown, and he recalls.
Tell me about your grandfather. He was King Leoric's chancellor?
Not much to tell. I lived with my father in Caldeum at the time. We heard that my grandfather stayed in Tristram until the end, trying to save lives. Don't know if he succeeded, but there it is. When the Skeleton King fell, my grandfather was dying from a sword wound. He had the crown sealed with him to keep it safe.
He did what he had to.
With his last breath, it seems Hadric's grandfather may have brought New Tristram respite from the Skeleton King's wrath, but only momentarily. We then approach Cain and Leah for more insight into the happenings, and Cain recounts.
The story of Mad King Leoric hangs heavy over this town.
Leoric resisted Diablo's attempts to possess him, but the effort left him weak and confused. When his son Albrecht was kidnapped to be a vessel for Diablo, it destroyed any sanity Leoric had left.
And so he became the Skeleton King.
He commanded an army of the dead deep within the cathedral, finally serving the Lord of Terror he had resisted while alive. Many adventurers tried and failed to slay the Skeleton King. It was left to Leoric's eldest son, Aiden, to finally kill the monster his father had become.
So Leoric's own son put him down. After the tales of his knight Lacdan killing him first, this Skeleton King's fury must have no end. With the grim news, we head back to the Weeping Hollow in search of the cemetery and the accursed crown. Heading northeast, we hew wretched cadavers entwine as they summon their 6 scores of zombies. As then we see 2 pillars adorned with gargoyles and a tear in the earth itself. This must be the entrance to the cemetery. The corpse attempts to climb the pit as we move to enter, yet we promptly send him back whence he came. It looks like our presence is not welcome here. Entering the gates, we see standard fare of a cemetery overrun by undead. However, there is a handy waypoint back to town we take note of as we clear out the graveyard. As we unearth skeletons, we're reminded of what Deckard Cain had told us of them, saying,
During the last days of King Leoric's reign, even the skeletons of the ancient dead could not rest. They took up their broken armor and weapons once more, ready to cut down anything that yet drew breath. Though wasted and fragile, these creatures possess a twisted cleverness that makes them quite formidable.
We then head inside the southwestern mausoleum in search of Hadric's grandfather. We're shortly then assaulted by a trio of champion skeletons. Blessed with cold, they freeze us, nearly felling us where we stand. Only by retreating to an untainted health pool by the entrance do we best the last of them.
Not enough wrath.
We're then set upon by a group of ghostly murderers not content with their own grave. They seem to want to continue their looting beyond the grave itself. It's then we come across a spectral image of a lady in the middle of the room who says,
Grave robbers have defiled my tomb. Now my husband writhes in torment because I do not rest at his side. Return my bones, so that we may rest in peace.
We help the restless spirit by searching her urns for her bones. Maybe some blessed hammers may be more effective. As we reach into an urn, Lady Dunhild's husband bursts forth and swipes at us, confused in his unrest and seeing us as an unwanted interloper in his tomb. With the Lord contended with, we place Lady Dunhild's bones back into her sarcophagus so she may rest once again.
The dead are at peace now.
In turn, she drops a magnificent lightning-enchanted legendary mace as thanks. Now better equipped to crush the undead with more than a mere spectral hammer, we return to the surface in search of the true grave of the Chancellor. Finding a crypt to the northeast and heading to its second level, we exclaim,
The crown is close.
As we round the corner and head for the Chancellor's tomb. The door bursts open to reveal a guardian named Manglemore. With nowhere to retreat, we take quarter with the abomination, bashing its bloated flesh until it literally bursts at the seams. Our entrance clear, we cautiously step inside the tomb itself. It's not long before we're met with wicked laughter. Skeleton guardians summon their minions to protect the tomb en masse, yet we have the cure in our right hand for such treachery. After which we see, in the middle of a large open room is the altar of the Chancellors. Bodies are etched into the floor itself about the hooded figure beneath a skull. No doubt a warning to those who disturb the grave. With little recourse, we reach in and touch the crown, but the Chancellor intercepts.
No, I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world.
We have no choice but to destroy the spectral form of Hadrig's own grandfather. We then find boots on his person and the crown, now unguarded for us to take. Once we have the crown in our possession, we portal back to Tristram with it in hand and deliver the grim tidings to Hadrig once again.
You found the crown. Truth be told, I didn't think you'd make it back alive. Ah, it needs repair. Should be no problem. It's good to work again. There. New as the day it was placed upon the Black King's head. I need something more than making spades to occupy my mind. I want my life to mean something.
Then join my crusade. The work is hard, the rewards are few, and you'll likely die.
That does sound meaningful and awful.
That's 3 people close to him in one day. After Hadrig fixes the crown and has been given a thorough pep talk about joining the crusade,
you throw yourself into the work of the crusade. Is this how you grieve?
I don't follow your crusade.
It isn't your cause, friend, but everyone needs to believe in something.
I believe this armor needs repairing.
Then that is enough. I will leave you to your work.
We see Cain is ready to aid us in destroying the Skeleton King now that we have his crown. After retrieving the Skeleton King's crown from the Chancellor's altar, we return to New Tristram, crown in hand, and speak to the scholar Deckard Cain, who instructs.
I have the crown.
At last. With it, you can unlock the sealed door in the room where you rescued me and enter the royal crypts. When you find the Skeleton King, place the crown atop his head and destroy him.
If it helps me find the fallen star, I will put an end to him.
And so we have a new task. Remove the Skeleton King from his re-risen seat of power. Although we can't help but puzzle at his re-emergence, of more import is the fact he seems to be a final obstacle between us and the mysterious fallen star we seek. It's then we turn to see a nearby Captain Rumford standing idle. Who worries?
The news continues to worsen. How can you continue to wade into the fray with nary a thought for your own safety?
I am a Crusader.
We understand that not many can fathom our duty to follow the crusade or to this accursed fallen star. Yet call to us, it does. And so we travel back to Leoric's hidden passage via Waypoint and through the gardens. Once inside the cathedral, we spy the crater the fallen star has imparted. No doubt, coveted by the forces of hell it has stirred in its wake, glowing a vibrant, almost mesmerizing blue hue and inviting us to the depths below. We then prepare ourselves for whatever lies beyond Leoric's ornate door, which leads to the cathedral's second level. Entering the second level, we're met by a large cavernous hall to the north of great statues, and are then confronted with the corpse of a villager, badly scarred and obviously tortured. Heading southwest, we find Leoric's undead minions shambling about, skeletons that take up arms in the name of the undead king and their tomb guardians, responsible for summoning the dead over and again until they too are felled once more. Descending some stairs, we see a gaggle of skeletons caught unawares and are again treated to an assortment of bodies and limbs strewn about, thanks to their sadistic slaughter. Further north, we spy an unguarded chest that only spills a pocketful of gold and alerts nearby carrion bats to our cause. Dispatching the bats with our holy flail, we see another of Loch Darnan's books on the lectern, which reads,
We return from our horrific defeat in Westmarch. My beloved king lost all pretense of sanity. He seethed with rage, spitting curses upon us as traitors. With great sorrow, I ran him through.
A tragic tale most townsfolk of the area are familiar with, yet helps us understand Leoric's undying rage so much more. To the northwest, we see the undead are actively barring our path as we smash our way through. Waiting on the other side lies a weary bunch of skeleton warriors that fall without a fuss. Why they amble about? It stands to reason they must be attracted to the power of the star below. As we continue our search, we find a wounded townsman, but as we turn his body over, he's all but dead, and a trap is sprung by the undead that creep over a nearby balcony in ambush. Skeletons sorted, another lectern lay in the center of the room, and once more we read of Luck Dunnan's journal.
I will forever live in anguish for my last attempt to honor my king. As we lay him to rest in his burial chamber, he manifested as a hideous skeletal demon. Gorash and my other knights were overcome at once, but I fought on.
Upon entering the third level of the cathedral, it's then we spy a handful of necromantic minions barring our path.
Maintain your incantations. He will soon turn.
Ave Magistros.
Dispatching them, a dark cultist then rushes at us, and more skeletons pour forth, protecting a ritual performed by now 6 cultists encircling a lone victim in the middle.
Your magic is weakening. I am free! Now, back to my mission.
Once freed, we ask,
"Who are you, friend?"
You will know soon enough. Help me find my gear. I will reward you well. Tell me, what brought you to this infernal place?
I have questions for the Skeleton King.
As do I.
Aiding this warrior to find his items, we move northwest up the stairs and are ambushed by undead ghosts, led by a unique skeleton, Shambo, the Savage. Fearing the warrior will fall without his weapons, we take the brunt of their attacks.
More wrath.
Sensing our new ally is in danger, we head north towards the weapons, and our path is actively barred by the servants of Jondar, who apparently does not want this warrior to find his effects.
The cultists dragged me past this glowing pit. What made it?
A falling star, and I mean to find it.
It's then we head south, but are met with more cultists.
Down this way! There are my weapons!
He's free!
I am Cormac, warrior of the Templar Order. If it is the Skeleton King you seek, then you will have to fight your way past Jondar. There is no reason we should hunt alone.
Very well.
Now aided by Cormac of the Templar Order, we seek to hunt down this Jondar en route to the Skeleton King. The Templar, in a more formidable state, proves to be a valuable ally in battle. But as we search for Jondar, we find that the path itself is blocked. Cormac, making short work of the thorny roadblock, leads us to his former ally.
Black magic bars our way, but the will of a Templar is stronger. You were a Templar, Jondar. How could you succumb to this coven?
The Coven is my brotherhood now, Cormac. The powers we serve will soon rule this world!
Jondar the Betrayer then sets to work, summoning more of his undead, yet has foregone any semblance of his former station, spewing forth plumes of necrotic poison and thrusting his waved blade in a barely subdued madness. As a Templar, Jondar may have been mighty, but as a necromancer, his cowardice is entwined in his strategy, relying on skeleton minions to do his dirty work at the cost of his own fortitude. As Jondar turns to flee, Cormac pierces his dark heart from behind with his spear, and the necromancer falls to the floor, begging for forgiveness that doesn't come.
Please forgive me. My vision was clouded by the Coven's evil magic.
Betrayal can never be forgiven. Thank you for your aid. I will go with you on your hunt for the Skeleton King, but there is one condition. If we find the sacred tomes of my order, they are mine.
If these tomes are not the key to redeeming the Zakarum faith, then they are indeed yours.
Then onwards we go, to fight the Skeleton King. It is good to fight with you again.
We now accept Cormac as our companion in our quest, but we can't help but wonder about the spell held over his former ally, Jondar. We had heard of the Coven previously, black magic and pacts with primevals, but a holy warrior falling to become a lowly necromancer in their ranks. Dark tidings indeed. A new party then sets off to find Leoric's tomb deep within the royal crypts. On our travels, we happen upon the final scroll of Lochdannen sitting on a pedestal.
And now I wander, cursed by my once beloved king. Evil gnaws at my bones, and I cannot risk putting my beloved Tristram in danger should I fail to contain that which tears at me. I must venture down into the labyrinth to die alone.
Lamenting the passing of Leoric's final loyal knight, we realize perhaps there was a parallel between Lochdannen and Jondar, and we should not underestimate the powers of the Skeleton King, lest we suffer a similar fate. Down in the royal crypts, the undead burst forth from their graves in the wall, and as we head into a square ceremonial room, we see Leoric's own sword driven into the ground. Touching the lone sword casts a grisly vision of the past and the Mad King's betrayal by Lochdannen.
Keep your distance from him. This burden is mine to bear. May death bring peace from your madness, Leoric.
Traitors! Even in death, the armies of Condorus will still obey their king, even if you will not.
It's clear the curse of Leoric is powerful and, perhaps as Cain said, stirred once more, amplified by the strange fallen star. As if hearing our thoughts, Leoric's enraged ghost curses.
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb?
We shall put you down, Hellspawn!
We then contend with Leoric's undead minions and destroy his pillars of power that have been bolstering them. Now, our only task left is to confront the Skeleton King himself. Delving deeper into his shambled crypt, we find a parchment of Leoric's own journal, and it reads,
"We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery, hardly fit for the King of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power."
After which, we find a familiar seal on a door to the northwest. No doubt the crypt of the Skeleton King himself. Upon entering, he immediately taunts.
You will never defeat me!
You were defeated the moment you surrendered to madness.
Our path is now crumbled before us, and we search the northern arm of the crypt, but returned minions block our ascendance. Yet the returned fail the same. It's then we head up the stairs to Leoric's throne. His body sat atop his massive chair, as if to rule in undeath as he did in life. We know we must confront the king, which means he must rise again. And so we place his crown atop his ghoulish brow. Leoric, thanks to whatever black curse that sustains him, rises once more. Double the size of an ordinary man and hefting a mace that no mortal could carry atop his shoulder. We retreat backwards as he laughs madly, swinging his giant weapon with glee. Like the necromancer Jondar, he summons skeletons to his aid, splitting Cormac and I up As we contend with the foes separately, we realize that we must work in tandem, dodging Leoric's great swaths while Cormac stabs relentlessly at his flank. Using Leoric's own pride as a weapon, we gain the high ground atop his throne. He rushes at us, infuriated. However, he underestimates teamwork. As his ego dictates, he focuses on his prized throne. Cormac seizes his opportunity, and we strike him a final blow together. Leoric's body floats high in the air as the dark magics rip his corpse asunder, leaving us to pick up his treasures, including his coveted skeleton crown once more. With the Skeleton King defeated, we see revealed is a hidden chamber below his throne, and cautiously enter the cavern below. Inside the desolate chamber, we descend some stairs and...
The crater, at last.
See the source of the fallen star, finally, a man at its center. And he's alive. We step towards the mysterious stranger and he stirs.
The falling star was a man? Interesting.
I remember falling.
Through several floors at least.
I am not your enemy. I think, yes, I believe I have come with a warning. The darkness is coming. I don't remember.
Be calm and come with me.
The perplexed herald then hobbles to a nearby waypoint, heading back to New Tristram, and as he beckons, all we can do, it seems, is follow.
The fallen star was a man. Only a man. I begin to wonder if his fall is related to my crusade. I will take him to the old scholar. He may know.
We then take the man to Deckard Cain, who incredulously questions.
Cain, meet the falling star.
No man could survive such a thing. Who are you? What are you?
A warrior, I think. I came bearing grave news, but I cannot remember.
Your message might be all that can save us from impending doom.
And so, the riddle of the hidden star is solved, or rather spawned more questions about this stranger. His message of an impending darkness confirms, although we do not understand the greater forces at play, we do know that our instincts were right to follow this star, and that our crusade against the forces of hell lie with the stranger himself. After locating the mysterious stranger unconscious in the heart of a fallen star, we escort him to New Tristram and speak to the aging scholar, Deckard Cain, who begins to question his identity, asking,
Tell me everything you remember, stranger. Every detail.
Falling. Fire. A sword of great power. It was part of me, but it shattered into 3 pieces as I fell.
It is vital that we find those pieces. I believe the sword made whole will restore your memory.
The goatmen are rampaging through the fields. Could the sword have anything to do with that?
Of course, of course. Just as the dead rose around the stranger, the sword pieces drove the goatmen to madness.
All goatmen are mad. They don't need a sword for that. But I will search their fields.
Perhaps this broken sword of the stranger coveted by the feral goatmen will restore his memories. However, we question if Cain's own Herodric order may hold further clues to the current events and query.
The Herodrim were powerful mages gathered together by the Archangel Itherael to defeat the 3 prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Belial. They devoted themselves fully to the destruction of the demon lords, and left behind valuable tomes and teachings.
How did you become the last of them?
My ancestor was the leader of the Horadrim, Deckard Cain. When the Horadrim died out, their tomes stayed in my family. I was thrilled by tales of the Horadrim as a little boy, but it wasn't until I returned to them as an adult that I realized they contained deeper truths.
Although the primevals seem to be behind most of the misgivings in Tristram's own past, we question why instead the stranger fell from the heavens, and Cain expounds.
Itherael is the angel of justice. He has been helping mankind for generations, though he is forbidden to do so in any direct manner. Long ago, the high heavens and the burning hells made a pact as a result of the Sin War that they would not interfere in our world.
The demons broke this pact, yet Itherael did nothing.
The Angiris Council, the archangels that lead heaven, almost destroyed our world once to keep the demons from spreading their corruption upon it. If Itherael were to act directly, it would alert the Council to the demons' activities here and imperil us all.
It would seem humanity's greatest ally is one Archangel Itherael, but he is sworn to not intervene in human matters. Mulling this over, we turn to the stranger and press him for any memory that could potentially aid us in finding his sword.
Do you remember anything besides falling?
Only that there were surges of light and a kind of pain.
So, nothing then?
The emptiness gnaws at me. It is a constant frustration.
You have nothing to believe in. The sword will help.
This sword is a part of his very being? Although we don't fully grasp the concept, we do somehow understand the feeling. Speaking of a good sword arm, we turn to enlist the aid of the Templar Cormac before we explore the Khazra-infested fields of misery.
I cannot return to the Order in glory until the rivers run red with the blood of our enemies. Lead the way to glory!
Entering the cemetery of the Forsaken via Waypoint, we force our way through the dilapidated iron gates to the northwest, heading over a ramshackle bridge that can barely sustain our weight and into the infamous Fields of Misery. It's then Cormac steadfastly announces,
"If there's a sword here, we will find it."
Not long after, we're waylaid by enemies and must defend ourselves. During the battle, we see on the corpse of a slain traveller a journal by one Abd al-Hazir that reads,
"The Tristram fields are fair lands, fertile and temperate. Superstitious farmers kept away from them for quite a while after the fall of Old Tristram. But time has persuaded them to abandon these ridiculous notions and take up the hoe and plough once more. Now they supply crops to both New Tristram and Wortham."
It's unfortunate that good people have paid with their lives, but who could have guessed the events would transpire, set about due to a star that would fall, and that darkness would descend again on this sleepy hamlet once more. Scouring the fields, we find, amid the bodies of dead townsmen at a forlorn farm, lies a corpse of a beast. Upon closer inspection, we discover
something has been gnawing at this corpse.
All around the carcass, burrowing leapers who lay in wait spring forth for another victim. Led by a unique burrow bile, a grotesque scavenger guiding the ambush. It spews electricity as it wildly claws in hopes of a fresh kill. Bearing the brunt of the attack, it's shocked to be relieved of its own life instead, thanks to a powerful swipe of our holy flail.
Those scavengers trapped my poor wife and me down there for hours. I'm sure she'd love to meet you and thank you for your help.
Momentarily taken aback by the farmer's surprise appearance, we do oblige him nonetheless and head into his cellar below to meet his grateful wife.
"My love, this is the man who saved our farm."
This is your wife. She appears unwell.
"She has been ill of late, but my love will see her through."
I should really go.
Oh, she's nodded off.
What a cruel and undeserving fate for the man. Clearly, the accursed goatmen are not the only denizens driven mad by the presence of the fallen star's power. Dark tidings indeed. It's southeast that we contend with plague nests and cave leapers, which seem to be the prevailing monstrosities subsisting on death and decay wrought by the elusive goatmen. It's not long before we happen upon another residence tucked into the north side of the hill, a sheltered cottage, and remark,
"Someone lives here."
Stay away! There's nothing in here of use to you!
We should have known. The farmers left over a fortnight ago, and yet we stayed. Last night, we heard the beasts creeping closer. My husband left to investigate, and I haven't seen him since. All I have left are the things we made together. Hopefully, they are of more use to someone else.
Clearing the area just outside the residence in hopes of creating safe passage, we then step inside and inform the tinkerer therein, who says,
These are dark times, my friend. I thought for a moment you were one of those dreadful goatmen. Since you're not, would you like to buy something?
We take up her offer, and while perusing her wares, Cormac then states,
I'm glad that fate has brought us together on this path.
Why is that?
You fight with both honor and ferocity. I know that a pure soul must burn within you.
We thank Cormac for his kind remark, and while later searching for the den of the Khazra, we begin the task of clearing the area, starting with an overrun crypt, its inhabitants unsettled by the star, and learn more about the Templar as he questions.
The darkness.
But we are courageous. Surely you don't suggest evil is brave?
We don't know if evil is courageous per se, but pervasive, yes. Ever a threat to all that is good? Absolutely. Vigilance is required and determination, especially when undertaking the unenviable task of putting to rest good men and women re-risen and in the service of the unholy powers that be. Clearing the crypt, we then return to our search of the fields once more, living up to their name as we miserably trudge through the bog, lost and still in search of the ever-elusive Khazra den. Probing the fields, we find a den that has been burrowed out of a dead tree, corpses littered about, and potentially what we're in search of. With no goatmen about, we do find, however, a single villager's corpse and say,
"This one hasn't been dead long."
As then we're set upon by more buried leapers. Heading inside the burrow to the east, Cormac then further questions.
Are you ever afraid in battle?
No. I feel fear before and after the battle.
Few could admit that so simply.
We enter the second level and are accosted by a multitude of leapers. Their unique leader, Zalix Greedgallo, attacks, using a jailing ability to attempt to hold us in place and make us a later meal. We bludgeon the animals with our warhammer, but unfortunately, to little effect. Their hides seem to be too strong and our weapon failing, but it holds out long enough for us to deliver the final blow. Felling the fiend, we then see the spoils it was guarding, including a formidable polearm for our fight to come. Fortune smiling upon us as we attempt to leave the cave via shrine, an errant leaper decides to make a last-ditch attempt at barring our path, giving us ample advantage to test our new weapon as it cuts a swath effortlessly through its bloated belly. Scouring the fields once more to the north, we happen upon a trio of Moon Clan warriors milling about and realize that they were sentries to their lair, saying,
The sword piece is near.
But the den itself is not unguarded, as a hiking wood wraith springs to life in its defense as if called by the star itself. Once clear, we see the familiar blue hue of the fallen star. Evident, a fragment of the sword has plummeted through the earth and into the accursed Goatmen's sanctuary. Inside, we're confronted with bloody effigies, crudely bound with human skulls atop wards for any foolish enough to venture forth. Gathering our party, we step west into the den as a huge log trap springs, nearly killing us with its girth. We do happen to see a poor previous victim's legs, all that's left of their encounter. Now, alerted to our presence, a brigade of Moon Clan goatmen and coven cultists rushes, thankfully, our halberd cleaving their flesh with ease. As we explore the den, another wooden trap is sprung, but we are more wary this time and step aside as a cultist cries,
"Kill him!"
Moving north, the air changes from a crimson bloody mist to raw, crackling energy from the star's resting place. Surrounding it are cultists who scramble.
We must hurry with the ritual. Magda will be here soon. It is turning.
The zealots, so focused on their prize, nary acknowledge our intrusion during their incantation. We then spy a lone prisoner on the west side of the room and go to free him. Unfortunately, it's too late. We steal our resolve.
I admire your tenacity, but you're mad.
And fling our holy shield into the back of the far left mage as it ricochets into his brethren. Caught off guard and ripped from their spell, only two still stand. The chief among them, Auric the Seer, casting a curse that only momentarily breaks our resolve as we call upon the heavens themselves and leap high in the air to come crashing down on him as his body limply twists in defeat.
The sword glows. Perhaps the goatmen truly were driven mad.
Who are you to take what is mine?
I am a Crusader.
Regardless, I have claimed it. I am Magda, and I lead this coven. The shard is mine.
I disagree.
Very well. Let the games begin.
The new winged apparition, Magda, apparently leader of the coven, summons an army of enraged zealots to do her dirty work, yet without time to cast their petty magics, a little more than fodder for the might of a Crusader.
Well fought, but you will never possess the next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
She is more devious than she appears.
Although this battle has been won, the war is still fought. Magda promises that the next piece of the sword cannot be possessed so lightly, but her pride may be her downfall, as she has imparted a valuable clue on its whereabouts. Cautiously, we move towards the glowing sword shard and excavate it from the earth. Now, firmly in our possession, we return to town via portal, handing it to Cain, who exclaims,
Here is a piece of the sword. It was held by a witch and her coven.
Uncle Deckard, they sound like those dark cultists you told me about.
Very good, Leah. You have been paying attention. Stranger, does any of this jar your memory?
I have no memory of this coven, but I sense a far darker shadow guiding its hand.
Although we now know the reason for the Goatmen's frenzy, we cannot help but question the motives of this coven, and more so, the darker shadow the stranger mentioned guiding its hand. What we do know is that we shall not have the luxury of underestimating our foes a second time. In the last episode, we battled the Coven in the putrid Khazra Den in search of the Broken Blade. Yet again, we're nearly thwarted by the Coven's leader, Magda.
Well fought, but you will never possess the next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
She is more devious than she appears.
Cormac is right. We can't help but think that we're being led and doing Magda's bidding unwittingly. Still, with the sword shard in hand, we hurry back to Leah, noticing that the strange blue glowing hue that had emanated from the sword seems to have abated in the town of New Tristram.
Their leader, Magda, said the next piece fell where only ancients may tread.
That makes me think of the drowned temple near the festering woods. I remember you telling me about it, Uncle.
Exactly, Leah. The temple was home to the Nephilim. Leah, your knowledge could be invaluable. You must go and help our friend retrieve the sword piece.
The Nephilim were ancient humans with fantastic powers. Legend holds that they waged a terrible battle near the temple, and that their ghosts still war with one another.
Some power, it seems, is too great for man. Speaking of which, we turn to the stranger once more, curious about the power in which his sword holds, and he recalls.
I sense power in this twisted metal.
Indeed, it feels familiar to me, though the rest is still unclear.
This is the weapon of a man with strong convictions.
Is that what I was? Then what am I without my convictions?
Whatever you have forgotten is not lost. It will be restored.
We can sense a greatness in the man and of the reforging of his weapon. We hope that it will help reforge his faith as we head with our new party, led by Leah, into the field of misery. And she says,
You and I aren't so different. I have great power within me too. The only difference is I have no control over mine.
Then you have not yet found your calling.
I hope I never do. The power is so great that, I don't know, it scares me.
We too can sense a burgeoning power in Leah, but don't quite understand it. She seems like such a sweet girl, and quite handy by our side as we clear out the wood raids.
A well-deserved death.
It's then we happen upon a morbid sight. A villager lies dead, crumpled on the ground, and in the midst of the village are Moon Clan warriors in a ritual. They only stir because we had interrupted their dark gathering, which is turned into a bloodbath. We step over the fresh bodies littered about, and on top of the mound, it looks to be a sacrificial site and a chest that they were guarding. After plundering its contents, so then we find villagers splayed about, and carrion demons are picking clean the corpses as the village burns. The field really lives up to its name. A savage beast then spots us and becomes enraged by our trespassing. It beats its chest angrily, but it doesn't help. Its body burns under the holy light, and we see that it was guarding a stolen sack. Inside is a diary from a scoundrel, which reads,
After much searching, I have found a promising lead. A family near New Tristram has obtained a valuable relic, and poor fools that they are, they haven't the slightest idea what to do with it. I have some idea of what to do with their daughter, though. And through her, I'll get my prize.
As if demons weren't bad enough, man's greed never ceases to amaze, and it's then a man stops us in the road.
You there! Please help! They're going to kill my friend!
We try and tell the man to stop for a moment so that we can understand the situation. He seems to be bound, but further presses.
Thieves are going to kill my friend if we don't do something. Help me break these bonds and see for yourself!
What do they want with your friend?
She's just a farmer's daughter, Sosha, but she has a relic that the thieves are after.
He's deserted you. Just give it over.
My sweet love will save me.
Inside the ramshackle village, we find a woman in a blue dress who is being accosted by 3 brigands. One is waving his dagger in her face as he tells his companions,
Nigel will have our hearts if we don't find this thing.
We don't know who Nigel is, but maybe we'll find out.
Release the girl. The relic belongs to her.
You actually believe what this scoundrel tells you? Fine, you fools. We'll kill the both of you.
All 3 brigands then set upon us and a scuffle breaks out. The poor girl in the blue dress is stuck in between as the scoundrel lobs his arrows from his crossbow from behind. However, the battle seems to have just begun as more brigands pour forth from the building to the east, reinforced by their leader, Nigel Cutthroat himself.
You won't get away from us this time!
This time? Amidst the chaos, we're momentarily confused. What would he mean this time? But it's then we realise we 100% have been had and caught in whatever petty plot that this scoundrel had dragged us into. We almost would consider negotiating if Nigel Cutthroat wasn't such a deadly foe and the world would probably be better without him. And for the safety of the poor girl. We're gonna have words with that scoundrel when this is over.
This isn't over. The rest of the Thieves Guild will find you.
With that threat of the Thieves Guild coming after us, Nigel Cutthroat is dead. And like clockwork, we find the scoundrel by the farmer's daughter, and she reveals the fate of the relic, saying,
"Here's the relic, my love. I hid it like you asked. Father's grown suspicious of us, but that won't matter once we're married. It won't be long, right?"
Of course, my dear. Soon we will settle down to a quiet life of tilling the fields and raising children. But first, I have to sell this relic. Alas, I must travel away with my friend here to do so.
You wish to join my crusade? It's a hard path.
Yes, absolutely. The way is hard and all that. Shall we go?
Unfortunately for the scoundrel, he has a sudden discovery.
Wait, the relic is a fake! Gods, I should have known! You seem like you could use a helping hand, and I sure as hell don't want to stay around here.
Please tell me that you're not considering this criminal's proposal.
Although Cormac does make a really good case. It seems the scoundrel is a criminal and cannot be trusted. However, we seem to think that perhaps the fates have brought him to us. As we head east, we find a broken bridge and water is coming down from the north, so the drowned temple must be in that direction. As suspected, we find the drowned temple and a waypoint back to town. It should be noted that we will flesh out the scoundrel's story further, but for now, he introduces himself before we send him back to town.
What of your betrothed?
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind to you? By the way, my name is Lyndon.
We then turn to the massive drowned temple. Leah begins to regale us of her future dream of owning an inn, but is immediately caught off guard at the sheer scope of the temple as she explains.
When this is over, I could open my own little inn somewhere. What the tomes say of Leoric and this temple is not encouraging.
Yes, learning about her inn has to wait. And as we head down the massive stairs of the temple, we see a ghost surrounded by dead bodies. And it beckons to us. Leah seems undisturbed, saying,
"You must be Leoric the Guardian. Uncle Deckard told me of your eternal watch over this cursed place. I thought it was a myth."
Are you Nephilim?
No. There have been no Nephilim for a millennium.
Yet another myth. You seek entrance to this temple, but only a Nephilim can enter. If you retrieve the keys from the outlying tombs and use them on the gates, we will see who and what you truly are. Follow me. I will raise the bridge that you may pass.
And so we follow the ghost up the stairs to a secret bridge.
Seek 2 tombs in the woods beyond. The Warrior's Rest and the Crypt of the Ancients. Within them reside the keys to our sacred temple.
The ghost trudges off, leaving us to find these keys to the Warrior's Rest and the Ancient's Temple. We cannot help but think this may be outside of the purview of Cormac's duties, and, fearing for his safety, we send him back to town.
Honor, always.
With fewer numbers, it means fewer potential victims if we cannot make the criteria of the Nephilim. We head into the festering woods as crumbling bones are sinking into the ground. The dead themselves rise to meet us.
They won't get us.
Bring
his blood.
Are these Alaric's people?
No.
We've been warned of the Nephilim and the ancient battlegrounds, but this seems to be something else entirely. Demonic, in essence, a plague carrier's nest springs forth to send out its seed and try and end our search prematurely. To the north, we find the Crypt of the Ancients, but it looks more like a mining tunnel as we see equipment scattered about. Upon entering, we're immediately met with a gaggle of undead. Whatever the return to guarding, we can't imagine that someone's life was worth the risk.
This is amazing. It reminds me of being a child and searching for lost artifacts with Uncle Deckard.
Wow, what a childhood. No wonder Leah is looking to own an inn. And we thought the Crusade was a hard life. Heading around the eastern side of the pit in the center that the miners were extracting whatever it was before that they were overwhelmed by the undead, we then find a super unique and arcane enchanted Alot Chompfang. We would find the name somewhat humorous in normal circumstances if it wasn't for his plague carriers overwhelming us, arcane beams burning our kidneys.
I'm injured!
We yell out to Leah as we head down a ramp and pull a new mob of undead. Making haste, we run past the arcane beams and gather as many health globes as we can muster, turning to face Alot Chompfang on our terms. Taunting his allies into a cluster, we hit him with a shield bash that sends them reeling. Clearing up the rest of the denizens of the mine, we then head north, finding a beacon of light sitting atop a pedestal. With one down, we just have the beacon of honor from the Warrior's Rest to go. Heading west, it's not long until we find the Warrior's Rest, which is very different from the Crypt of the Ancients. The Rest itself is a large, sprawling cavern. Below the natural, narrow walkway belies a city which must have belonged to the Ancients. We can only see in the distance. So then we're accosted by a group of ancient returned that seem to be guarding the beacon as their brethren did as well. Plague carriers swarm us, and again arcane beams burst to life, rotating laconically as we're peppered by arrows. The source of the arrows is Ufir, Mangler of Heroes, and it seems that this ancient is also arcane enchanted and guarding the beacon of light. Gather what we can of the corpse and pluck the beacon from its resting place. We then remember Leah's inn.
Leah, tell me more about your inn.
The world is so dangerous. Everybody needs a quiet, safe place to rest and recover. A way station on their journeys.
You will make a fine innkeeper.
If I survive this mess.
We realize that nothing in life is actually guaranteed, but entering the festering woods once more, we sincerely hope Leah gets her wish. Back at the drowned temple, we place the beacon on the pedestals. As we do so, a hidden door is revealed behind Alaric, and we speak to the spirit once more who guides.
The temple is open. Enter and defeat the guardians within. Although they are my brothers, they will seek your death when you enter.
Cautiously, we enter the drowned temple, ready for a battle against the ancient guardians.
Look at this architecture. This predates the Sin War.
Leah's fascination with the architecture is stifled immediately by returned guardians, ready to stamp out any unwanted interlopers. The temple itself, although impressive, is living up to its name as it's drowned and we're forced to fight ankle deep in water. Further up the hallway, we encounter a skeleton nearly double the size of an ordinary man.
None may enter the inner sanctum.
His name is Ezek, the prophet, dragging his large two-handed axe. It's clear that he's weary from his years guarding the drowned temple. But why? What's so important to these ancient Nephilim? If they are indeed our forebears, shouldn't they welcome us?
Rise, my brothers!
Rise and do battle.
Well, that answers that. The ancients obviously covet their secrets, as Brother Moek, Brother Laryl, and Brother Harold are re-risen to test us once more. Realizing we're no match for the brothers as a trio, we proceed with our final gambit. Racing back to the dilapidated bridge, we hope to contend with them single file and even out the odds. Outfaced with a final blow on Brother Laryl, quickly realize he may have the last laugh. His corpse explodes in a brilliant plume. Call upon heaven's might with our falling sword and land on both brothers. Moek falls and Carol meets our shield.
I miss Caldeum.
It smelled of brothels and ale.
Even so, it was full of trade and new ideas. There was always something exciting to see.
With the brothers felled, Leah then admits she misses Caldeum. After visiting Caldeum, we realize she's probably not a fan of this drowned temple. It's then we speak to Alaric once more.
Your strength rivals that of our greatest champions. What now do you think you are? You may enter our most sacred place.
Although we don't understand what we are or how we face the trials, as we never would believe we're Nephilim, especially as we don't meet the height requirement. What we do know is that we are, and forever will be, Crusaders of the Light. It's then Da reappears.
The noble hero fought his way here just to die.
I admire your persistence.
And who is this you bring with you? Adria's daughter? She has power within her. No matter. Your mother will soon share your fate, little one. The shard is mine. Fill this temple with their blood!
This pace, we're almost saddened by the fact that Magda thought her pathetic coven could do more than slow us down, but realized they needed us to access the temple as they were no Nephilim.
This fight was too easy. She's toying with us. We must get back to Uncle Deckard right away.
Heeding Leah's words, we extract the glowing shard from the crater. Make our way back to New Tristram post-haste. With a moment of respite, we ask Leah about the drowned temple, as she seemed to know much about its architecture and history.
The drowned temple was once known as the Sarsium Emporis. It was the most sacred of their temples, a site where legend claims angels would come to impart their wisdom to the Nephilim.
We then inquire about Leah's childhood, as her mother was mentioned, but instead she talks about Cain, saying,
Uncle Deckard and I traveled all over the world in my youth, looking for lost lore and artifacts. It was so exciting, crawling around ancient temples.
Leah, mid-explanation, runs to her uncle, and we realize this may become a habit. If we then query Cain about his adventures with Leah and what it was like taking her around the big dangerous world when she was a child, he says,
You raised Leah during your travels, but the road is a dangerous place for a child.
Not as dangerous as you might think. There was a calm about the world then. Most people paid no mind to an old man and young girl, weaponless and penniless, crossing their lands.
Return a sword piece to the stranger, we asked Cain about the Nephilim, as we believed they were gone with the World Stone.
The World Stone was an ancient artifact of immense power. It was used not only to create our world, but also to control mankind. The original humans were known as the Nephilim, and their power was such that it was feared they would tip the balance in the eternal conflict between the high heavens and the burning hells. So the World Stone was tuned to lessen our powers, turning mankind into what we are today. But now that it has been destroyed, it is conceivable that the powers of the Nephilim will reappear.
So we were wrong. The World Stone was used to dampen the Nephilim's powers. But what happened then if the World Stone itself was destroyed?
Itherael was forced to destroy the World Stone when Belial, the Lord of Destruction, corrupted it in his attempt to control all of mankind.
Unfortunate.
It obliterated Mount Ariat, the mountain that housed it, leaving only a smoking crater in its place. and nothing has been heard from Itherael since.
It's then we finally turn to the stranger and present to him his missing sword piece, leaving only the final piece, said to be the missing hilt. In the last episode, we continue our journey looking for shards of the broken sword of the stranger, this time guarded by the spirits of the ancient and powerful Nephilim, who claim that we are a part of their lost lineage. And, of course, again, we are barred by the witch Magda and her evil coven, yet overcome them, taking the shard to New Tristram and the mysterious stranger once more. And it seems we're only missing the hilt until the sword is complete.
Here, the second piece of the sword. Magda now seeks the third.
I remember a glow streaking towards a fishing village.
The only fishing village near here is Wortham.
You're right, Leah. It must be Wortham. There is a ferry on the edge of Tristram that will take you there.
Before we head to the nearby fishing village of Wortham, we have questions. Why is this stranger being targeted specifically by the Coven?
Tell me of this Coven.
I have no memory of them, except a feeling, a darkness that is known to me.
Known to you?
The Coven may be part of a greater evil. Perhaps I intended to fight it.
You'll need your sword.
Although we're uneasy that this man knows evil, we cannot help but feel that he is just in his cause. Heading southwest and around the corner, we begin our travels to the ferry and to the town of Wortham. However, a villager's wife glances at us as if she's in need of our help, but surprised to hear.
Wife, don't think I don't see you undressing our fine hero with your treacherous eyes.
I would look at you instead had you a weapon like that.
Somebody buy this man a halberd, and his wife a sense of decency. Just north, we hear two guards discussing the safety of the village, saying,
I was thinking...
Don't hurt yourself.
I was thinking that we should try to recruit more soldiers. What happens if we get attacked again?
We just spent a week fighting off hundreds of walking corpses outside our impenetrable gates. We're the hardest bastards within 100 miles. Who's going to attack us?
Although we do admire their courage facing the walking dead, we have witnessed horrors that would make the zombies at the gate pale by comparison. It's then we head southwest and down to the docks and see stout man standing at the end of the dock that is swinging his lantern to and fro. It looks like something's got him jittery.
Wortham, please.
I will take you, but beware. Smoke rises from the village.
Arriving at Wortham, we see the sky filled with embers, dead villagers scattered about, and a man runs past screaming,
They're destroying the town! Get out while you can!
We check on the villagers, but they've been badly burnt and left for dead. Heading around the south of the building, we try stealth. However, we're pounced upon by the local coven, and it looks like we're far too late. On the ground, we see a priest's satchel. However, before we can pick up the book, more coven acolytes rush us. Scorched by a mage flinging fireballs, we contend with him before reading the burnt journal.
One of the men retrieved a strange artifact in his nets. It looked like a hilt of an ancient blade, but I know it must be more. The fisherman argued with me, but I convinced him to leave it in the safety of the chapel, a holy place for a holy relic.
By the light, they found a relic. Before we can contemplate this, the coven rout us.
Death to those who defy the power of the coven.
We're too late.
Don't give up.
No, due to the priest's journal keeping the hilt of the blade at the local chapel, the coven, now desperate, have a score of their acolytes between us and our goal. We look around momentarily at the village that is now in cinders and contemplate how lost can this coven be that they would burn a village full of civilians just for a hilt of a sword. And what does the sword itself mean to them or their dark master? We have many questions for Magda and feel that soon we will have answers. Heading north to the town center, we encounter a disheveled villager who pleads.
Please, my family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the townsfolk. We must get to them.
Don't run off! You'll get yourself killed!
More dead villagers litter the streets, and we can't help but feel afraid. This is the outcome for most of the townsfolk of Wortham. Heading closer to the chapel, a dozen coven await our arrival and attack in unison. We unfortunately fall for their trap as we step back on our heels, dealing with the dark dagger-wielding cultists, throwing our shield at them as it ricochets and they explode in gore, exposed to the dark evokers the whole time.
The people in the chapel need my help. I'm going on ahead.
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me!
This is bad.
My servants will burn this town to ashes!
Magda, keeping to her promise, summons more cultists to try and overwhelm us, led by the super unique evoker Urzel Mordreg. Content to fling fireballs, we then breach the gap. However, they summon a demonic creature to their side and more evokers to try and attack us in tandem from behind. We hit them with a falling sword and thrust our halberd into their guts.
I hear something coming.
A foe worth killing.
Magda is pulling no punches as she summons a trio of dark berserkers. Although berserkers are said to be weak by the standards of demonkind, their strength is still far greater than that of any human. The means of summoning them was actually discovered, supposedly, by the Archbishop Lazarus. Though it seems now these black-blooded fiends are in service of Magda and the Coven.
The people in the chapel need my help. I'm going on ahead.
Leah then goes ahead to help out the villagers. We ourselves move north and see the chapel. Some of the villagers that were hiding inside start to scramble out, and as we look closer, we realize they seem to be okay, or at least have fared better than the Coven themselves. Just to the east of the chapel, we see a priest out the front, who no doubt owned the journal. Speaking to him, he says,
I seek the hilt of a sword. It fell from the sky. Have you seen it?
We found it days ago. I wish we'd never brought it here. Come, I left Virgil to guard it. We will be glad to be rid of it.
I'm going back to Tristram to check on Uncle Deckard.
Her uncle departs our company, and we promptly head into the cellar of the Wortham Chapel, now set ablaze, so we must make haste. Inside the chapel, the walls are crumbling as it burns and cinders around us. Checking the shelves and any hiding places that we can think of, we then discover poor Virgil hilt. We check on his corpse. It doesn't seem that he died of smoke inhalation. A pool of blood around his body reveals he was massacred where he stood, as if mimicking the gruesome depiction in the macabre art above his body. We move into the next room and what's this? We see the hilt on a table, but it's a ruse.
It's gone.
While you were on your hero's errand here, I captured all 3 sword pieces and your friends.
I should have known. I must get back to Cain's house.
We're now at a severe disadvantage. Magda has all the pieces of the sword and our allies. We make haste to the waypoint at the northern wall and pause momentarily. Looking at all of the otherworldly art, we cannot help but think these events appear to be a part of a much larger scheme. Entering New Tristram, we race to Cain's house and enter to see too late.
It's your choice, Cain. Either use your Herodric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
All this pain, this destruction. What is the sword to you?
To me, nothing. To my master, Belial, everything. rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine!
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard!
With Cain dead, the stranger lost and the sword absconded with, all we can do is comfort Leah somewhat before we begin on the trail of the Coven and their dark master Belial for the sword once more. In the last episode, we found the pieces of the broken sword only to be thwarted by Magda, who had absconded with not only the sword, but also with our allies. Returning to New Tristram, we find Deckard Cain being tortured along with the stranger in efforts that Magda will have the sword reforged. However, he refuses, and the stranger is dragged away by Magda, and Cain reforges the sword, giving his life in the process, to reveal it is the weapon of an angel from the heavens. Outside the deceased scholar's house, we find Leah, his ward, who blames herself for his demise and laments.
If only I could control this power, I could have saved him.
I'm sorry, Leah. It is hard to see someone so close fall. I will go after Magda.
Magda and her master Belial. The journal speaks of an angel falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
We must bring him the sword, so that he can fight at our side.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
She won't have to wait long.
When arriving at this sleepy hamlet, never did we imagine of the events that would transpire. A fallen angel's blade that was lost, and a deranged witch and her coven that erroneously swears fealty to the Lord of Lies, Belial. We know to uncover the lesser evil's treachery, we must first recover the stranger, his powerful weapon. Before we head to the Highlands as instructed by Leah, there is one matter we don't fully understand. Her power. We ask her more of it, and she explains.
This damned power I have. Uncle Deckard said it came from my mother. He tried to teach me how to control it using his Herodric training, but it never really helped. He never gave up on me, though. He was a great man.
Of that, we have little doubt. We leave Leah to mourn the loss of her uncle and head back through the waypoint to Wortham's chapel. Once inside, we pass where the broken hilt had been absconded with, and poor Virgil's corpse. The building's blaze has not yet been put out by the townsfolk, and it seems Wortham has been deserted, left to meet its fate. Heading to the northern side of the chapel, we see corpses are still littered about. Thankfully, none of the townsfolk remain. And then we spy the town gate that was once locked. Opens to us, covered in fresh blood. More corpses are scattered about the road. It's not long till we come to some steps and what's this? Some type of eggs? Spiders then burst forth out of their festering cocoons, no doubt surfacing for what they thought was an easy snack. Tepidly stepping across the bridge, it quickly becomes apparent that this area is infested by spiders. To our utter surprise, by the bridge and a stall stands a man wearing a cloak named Roger, the alchemist. Approaching him, he says,
"Hello, Wanderer. I sell quality potions and dyes at a fair price. Have a look if you like. Oh, and would you do me a favor? There's a lunatic down by the caves who wants a potion to make his blood sweet, if you can believe it. Would you mind bringing it down to him?"
We can hardly believe what we just saw. The spiders totally ignore this alchemist who does indeed have wares, but more so, he wants us to bring a potion to some lunatic who wants to make his blood sweet. It sounds like the alchemist is the lunatic here. Finishing trading, we head down spiraling stairs, defeating more spiders. And indeed, by a campfire and a doorway, we find a crazed hermit. Giving him the potion, he says,
"A potion for you."
This is perfect. My mistress will now accept me. Her blood and mine will soon sing as one.
We ask, "So your queen sings to you?"
My queen sings to me. Her music echoes from beyond.
Well, we've heard enough. It's then we head inside the caverns of Aranei, hopefully with a clear path, as Leah mentioned, to the highlands. Entering the cavern, the air hangs thick with a green mucousy glow, and spiders come to rush forth once more. Their larger kin, toxic lurkers, amble in through the shadows, spewing out spider webs to hold us in place, and singing their own disgusting song that we hope wasn't what was driving the hermits so crazy. It's not long before we're ambushed again by waves of spiders that try and drag us into their unholy webbing, led by one Sin Eater, a golden spider. A golden spider, unsurprisingly enchanted with poison. Once the spider has been contended with, we find a powerful mace on it called Wrathful Titan, and we take time to upgrade our armor and shield as well. It should be noted that there is a cursed hatchery event where if you can kill 100 enemies before the timer runs out, you will be rewarded with a boon that lays in the chest.
My faith is rewarded.
It's not long after, to the northeast, we find some stairs and it looks to be a structure. And what's this? The crazed hermit again? Who says,
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
Rest easy, madman. You served your mistress.
He explodes in a pile of sticky venom and ichor. We cannot help but feel for him if it wasn't for all the spiders that we had to contend with, thanks to his mistress. And it's not long before we come to the entrance of the chamber of Queen Aranei, no doubt responsible for the crazed hermit's state. And all of these spiders, the room is littered with spider eggs. In the middle lies a web, mist pours forth, and a huge burrow lies on the west side. Disturbed hatchlings burst out of their pods to meet us. And we see a pool of glowing poison, perhaps? It's then we spy a woman bound in the webs who begs,
Please, help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no, it's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
The giant Spider Queen burst forth, attacking us from the back and spewing vile venom. It's then that our fight begins. During the darkening of Tristram, it said Aranei was enslaved or created by the Archbishop Lazarus, and that Leoric himself, wary of the people of Tristram threatening his own manor, ordered the nearby caves to be sealed. To this end, Lazarus spent weeks working on a group of spiders. Aranei, of course, was the largest of creatures, and she led the other spiders into the caves, and after, no one who entered the caves was said to ever return. During the fight, Aranei will leave the area to hide when she loses 25% or 50% of health, summoning her minions, her 5 brood daughters, the fighters, returning only when they're killed, and the queen will attack us either by biting or pouring poison. The latter is a channeled attack, and she can even summon plagued pools at will. Unlike common toxic lurkers, she may create more than one pool of venom at a time. After the conclusion of the fight, Arane will drop a few items. There were some yellow ones, but nothing really to speak of, and then we head back to the poor woman. Unfortunately, we can't seem to free her from the web, and then move to the pool of venom. Harvesting some, we pour it on the web that binds her, and she's soon released.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we please leave this horrible place?
Corinia, looking worse for wear, trudges off outside of the cavern, and we follow behind, meeting her outside at the Highlands Crossing and ask her of her ordeal, and she says,
"It was terrible being stuck in there like that. Thank the gods you came along. What are you doing out here?"
I seek a man taken by the Coven.
The Coven? I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there, though. I'm not proud of this, but I stole the staff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the staff in my cart in the Highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
We cannot believe that this woman would ask us to put our faith in Khazra, goatmen, to allow us to pass unmolested, but still, we head off in search of her staff. Heading northwest to the Highland Crossing, we come across a bridge that leads to Leoric's manor that is being ripped down, and are then assaulted by a butterfly-like creature, the Wither Moth. We had read something about them before, and we recall.
The Wither Moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
Standing on the broken bridge was a goatman shaman who runs at the side of us and then beckons to his fellow Moon Clan goatmen. It seems that, perhaps empty-handed, they don't take too kindly to our trespassing into the southern highlands. It's then, unbelievably, on one of their corpses, we find a tome regarding the Crusader.
In the eastern kingdom of Khezistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were most reticent, I was able to deduce that this order was founded 200 years ago, just as Rakis took his army of paladins west. But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission.
A different mission indeed. Whatever fate lies in store for us, it has led us here. After contending with the errant Moon Clan warriors, we then come across the barricade and a none too friendly shaman, seeing as we have no staff. We do not speak Khazra, but are pretty sure what he said was not exactly welcoming. It's then we head west, and just as promised, Corinya's lost wagon is lying there with the staff on top of it. The Khazra, though, don't seem too keen on an outsider getting their hands on the staff once more. Post working on our public relations, we head back to the lost wagon. Picking up the staff, however, Khazra burst from the underbrush, lying in wait for those who would steal their staff by their elder shaman, the super unique and doppelganger producing Nalgaban the Foul. With our assailants dead and staff in hand, we head back to the barricade.
Staff is ours, on passage. Khazra, Zarkaz!
It seems massacring most of their brethren seems to have blown up in our face, or perhaps theirs. There's only one left of the Moon Clan that steps in our path, the poor shaman. But the Moon Clan is not fully defenseless, and especially not going down without a fight, as impalers jump out of the underbrush, spears in hand, and their warriors rush to meet us. But again, even with a savage beast on their side, their might is not enough to stop us. It's not long before we reach the steps of Leoric's Manor in the Northern Highlands. It's there we find a journal of a member of the Coven who appear to be in league with the Moon Clan.
Mistress, it is my pleasure to report that I have broken the prisoners from Wortham. Words have flowed from their mouths like blood from a wound. Our summoners can retrieve the weapon at your command, and the enemy shall be none the wiser.
Then we see the very man shielded by the Moon Clan.
To me, you beasts! Let none touch me!
But what could the Coven or even Belial offer the Moon Clan, we wonder? Or how did they find themselves in league with either? Just beyond Leoric's hunting grounds, we find to the west his manor. We break the lock and head inside. More poor villagers' corpses can be found on the ground. It's not long before we find the source. The Coven have taken up residence inside the manor. We check on the villagers, but the bastards may have led them into a trap, or worse. And then we head inside Leoric's Manor. Heading up the Great Hall, we're immediately set upon by dark berserkers in league with the Coven, who seem to be a bit more than careless where they swing their maces. Heading up the winding stairs of the dilapidated manor, we find on one of the Coven's corpses new orders from Magda herself.
There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Caldeum. Bring this news to the Master at once.
After hacking our way through scores of Coven, we find the Grand Hall to the north, hearing a conversation between Magda and her acolytes.
No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease.
Then die well. Lord Belial will reward your sacrifice.
We then kick the doors open.
He is here.
More cultists.
Delay him while I prepare his demise in the depths below.
Lord Belial, the Lord of Lies, reward a sacrifice? Well, they don't call them unwitting pawns for nothing. The Coven send their scattering beasts after us in a drove as their leader disappears. Their sacrifice amply rewarded, we head down the blood-caked stairs, finding a final dead villager, and beyond the doors, a promised demise by Magda in the depths below. In the last episode, we trailed the Coven who have abducted this stranger. We know he is of the high heavens. However, the Coven, now holed up in Leoric's Manor, try and block our path. It's only then that we find a fallen townsman who tells us where Magda has taken the stranger, saying,
They did horrible things to us.
Did you see a man in rags?
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
You have done your duty, friend. I will deal with Magda.
We make a solemn promise to ourselves that the townsman's sacrifice will be avenged as we head outside of the manor into the rain. We see that although the manor itself is dilapidated, The hills, scenery, and architecture must have been a sight to behold, the height of Leoric's power. Heading down some steps, we then begin our search, following the bodies to the promised torture chamber. Knights line the wall, ever guarding Leoric's interests in death, as they did in life. Entering the halls, we're aghast to see a basket of sacrificial heads. The sanctity of this place has truly been fouled. Although caked in blood and cages, the place could be mistaken for a furnace, and out of the furnace pops inferno zombies, re-risen tortured victims, a final sacrilege squeezed out of their torture-ridden bodies. And it's not long before we encounter the Coven.
Bring him to me that I may rend the flesh from his bones.
A gaggle of Coven and the hellion beast they spawn come to confront us, led by a super unique Grand Inquisitor that's known as the Master of Pain, but he still has a lesson to learn. It's on the second level of the torture chamber. As we cut a swath through the Coven, do we find a macabre sight indeed. Interrupting their prayers and rituals, we come closer to one of their torture devices that chews through a poor victim with rolling spikes, and a guillotine that has more heads than we care to count. Deeper in the torture chamber lies a barricaded pit of blood and bodies that are re-risen and born of fire. Now without furnaces or bound, they crawl out, seeking fresh victims of their ever-growing army of the undead. Contending with the ambling mob that seems never-ending, we awaken a true horror of the pit. A shambling behemoth super unique. A messy mound of flesh with thorns, teeth, and gaping scars comprising its grotesque visage. Once fallen, we see on its body some legendary braces and a journal. The braces themselves boast a boon for lightning damage and our blessed hammer skills, and are far superior to our current braces. Equipping them, we then read the prisoner's journal.
13th day of Lunasad, 1263, Anno Kyrgyzstani. The jailers burned runes into my flesh. They say all the torture and dark magic will turn us into demonic slaves for King Leoric. What foolish lies.
17th day of Lunasad. Oh, pain is terrible. I can't think. I'm so hungry. 20th day of Lunasad. Master. Master.
What a poor, wretched soul indeed. We wonder if he was transformed into one of the creatures, such as the behemoth we just faced. Dark magic indeed the Coven does possess, and so too their masters, Magda, and the Lord of Lies, Belial, has imparted them, and good riddance to the Skeleton King. It's then in the far corner we spy an Iron Maiden, and it has somebody alive in it. Opening it reveals.
God bless you! I was certain I was gonna die in there. I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
With the man freed and the event ended, we head back up the stairs and through a door to the Highlands Passage. Stepping into the rain-soaked courtyard, on a bridge awaits us two dark berserkers. Curiously, on one of their corpses, we find another Crusader's journal.
My studies indicate that a high-level cleric of the Zakarum named Akan began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that he must take action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea of an order of Crusaders.
Contending with the Coven, now fully in league with the Moon Clan, we dispose of more of their kin before heading inside the Cursed Hold. Once inside the gloomy hold, we're confronted with, what's this? The headless ghost of Queen Asilla.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
The Queen, ever a dignitary, beseeches us to release her imprisoned people that are still being held in their jail, in death as they were in life.
Freedom. At long last. Freedom.
Once all 6 of the poor souls have been freed, in a cross in the middle of the jail, we're confronted by the jailer himself, the Warden.
Am I alone here? Must I do this myself? So be it. Face me, and repent your crimes.
The Warden, a giant mace-wielding skeleton. We grow in size using our Akarat skill ability to match his strength and fell him. Removing the tarnish from the prison once more. In his corpse, we find the Crusader shield, Valorous Wall, which increases our wrath regeneration ability substantially. Fighting our way out of the jail, we're rushed by an onslaught of savage fiends, and then happen upon Queen Asilla's death, replayed, no doubt due to the dark energies that bind her here.
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors. And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
Lies. Until the very end.
After the grisly scene plays out, we see in the corner the diary of the betrayer, Lazarus himself.
The time of my lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool Leoric was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to prepare.
Lazarus, of course, speaks of the poor possession of young Ulbricht by his master, Diablo, the Lord of Terror. It's only after fighting through the 4th level of the Halls of Agony do we find the Chamber of Suffering.
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the butcher.
Fresh meat. Meat good.
It's then the huge, super unique boss, the Butcher, returns, a cacophony of flesh, stitches, and raw violence. The return of the Butcher within the world was a deliberate action by Magda and the Coven through the use of occultists to sacrifice flesh and blood of living beings, was all to resurrect this beast and to hinder our path.
I hunger. Need meat.
The Butcher can be quite formidable due to his smash, grappling hook attacks Frenzied charge and grating underfoot is set ablaze randomly during the fight. The Butcher, however, succumbs to his injuries, and we garner off his corpse the legendary shield Denial, which boasts a huge boon to our sweep attack, and looks like it's been ripped straight off one of the Iron Maidens in the Halls of Agony. It's then we exit through a northern door into the cells of the condemned and see a bloody path trailing down some descending stairs. Symbols are etched in blood, no doubt of the Coven and their dark blood magic used to bind the angel that is now in their care. At the bottom of the stairs, we find the cultists performing a dark ritual again as they did to Cormac. The stranger doesn't have much time. Descending down the stairs, we fling our holy shield at their fire-flinging mages. The other cultists still fervently attempt to finish whatever dark ritual that they're performing, but the strength of a Crusader proves too great. The stranger, unbound from the spell, falls limply to the floor, and we realize he's gravely injured, and he says,
I am dying.
Angel, take up your sword!
My sword. I remember now. I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment of justice. I am Itherael.
We knew that the stranger was somehow connected to angels or an angel themselves, but Itherael, the Archangel of Justice. What a boon for the light this is that he is now free, but this spawns so many questions. Where are his brethren or his holy wings? Why has he chosen to walk the earth as a man? More pressing, though, is what is to be done about the lesser evil Belial behind all of our recent misfortunes.
You have restored my mind, friend. And now I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Azmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Caldeum.
Then I will go to Caldeum and introduce myself to Belial.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
We have many more questions. We realize we must heed Itherael's advice and leave this unholy place. There we meet him with Leah, as he explains.
Time grows short, my friends. Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Caldeum.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
The crusade goes on, but we must honor our dead.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Cain as we depart.
Feel for Leah and her lost uncle. It was a great loss for the light, thanks to Belial and his brothers. Itherael, sensing our next question, expounds.
Who are Belial and Azmodan?
Belial is the Lord of Lies. He desires power before all other things, and his thousand schemes are designed toward this end. His brother, Azmodan, reigns over the other half of hell as the Lord of Sin. I sense his influence in this world, but I do not yet know where he will strike.
Belial may lead us to him.
They are more rivals than allies in these days, but I pray that you are right.
They say that the evils cannot help but wage war against each other, and that victory is short-lived between them. The fact they're working in unison are dark tidings indeed. With that, we do as Itherael instructs and see the caravan leader to head to Caldeum on the hunt for the Lord of Lies.
My friend, shall we depart to Caldeum?
was all just stories. My uncle saw what he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
The ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperious, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege.
Thus, I fell, willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
I never believed all your crazy tales. Your work. You never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.
Tristram is safe. But that is only the beginning. The great eastern city of Caldeum has fallen under the sway of Belial, a lord of hell. I'd like to have words with him.
We arrive at the supposed desert jewel of Caldeum just outside of the town in the bazaar. However, things seem more bleak than we remember. As we pass through the shop fronts, a general malaise hangs in the air and the wind howls unforgivingly. In the northeast of the makeshift shop fronts, we see our old friend Adria, true to his word, and joining us for our crusade. On a platform overlooking the city, there stands Leah and the Archangel Itherael. Approaching them, Leah says,
Here we are. Caldeum, Jewel of the East. Uncle Deckard loved this place.
He wouldn't now that it is under the spell of Belial, Lord of Lies. I can smell his stench on the air.
You two try to find out where Belial is, while I hunt down Magda. Your uncle will be avenged, Leah.
As the two depart on their mission, we head to the northwestern side of the platform for a better look at the city. There we see a woman dressed in bright garbs and first mistake her for a Vajeri mage and then realize she must be nobility of the area.
I have never been outside the city my entire life. I have never even been outside the palace. When they threw us out here, I thought I would die. I was terrified. But now, look at this view. I have never understood how large the world actually was. It is beautiful.
We leave the woman to stand in awe of the city, but all her statements done has spawned a flurry of questions. Why wouldn't she leave the city, and who threw her out? We know that the only way we're going to find answers is if we head into Caldeum itself. Once entering the Caldeum Bazaar, we see that the ostentatious decorations and extravagant design work still remain, yet a grim atmosphere hangs in the air. To our right, we see some poor, disheveled refugees, some badly beaten and their clothes in tatters. Next to them, we find a guard and promptly inquire, why have they been displaced?
Guard, where do these refugees come from?
I am not a guard. I am a Shira, commander of the Iron Wolves. We saved these refugees from Magda's coven, that even now wreaks havoc throughout the borderlands.
I am hunting Magda. Do you know where she's going?
She's heading toward Alcarnus, but has blocked the road behind her. However, there is another way, through the Kasim outpost.
For long-time fans of the Diablo series, it's pretty surprising to come across a Shira wearing some desert garb that is adorned with gold. It's a far cry from how we remember her back in the Kurast docks, sporting some skimpy undergarments, a snake, and not much else. Plus, her build is rather lithe these days. I guess Alcor isn't around to help supply her with a weekly potion of manliness.
Oh, Ashira's a good customer. She buys a portion of manliness from me every week.
All of these people have fled from the cultists in Alcarnus. They are refugees far from their homes.
Why can't they enter the city?
The Imperial Guard lets no one in. These people are sentenced to a slow death.
We can somewhat understand if a city or palace was under attack that the first poor people to be displaced would be refugees, but the nobility have been locked out as well. And what of your Iron Wolves, Ashira?
The Iron Wolves were mercenaries until we helped the Zakarum priests find the successor to the first Emperor Hakan. We became the Emperor's personal guard after that, but everything changed a few months ago when the first refugees began arriving. An Imperial Guard was created to protect the citizens from the refugees, while we were out in the desert fighting the Coven and their demon spawn. Eventually, they took over.
So the appointed guards of the Emperor face Magda's Coven in the desert, and their reward is they return to Caldeum to be replaced. A stone's throw away, we hear the refugees discussing the current plight.
Have you heard? Emperor Hakan threw his entire court out of the city. They're trapped out here with the rest of us.
There is some justice in this world, after all.
Justice? They're a load of pompous fools. But even they don't deserve what's coming tonight.
What happens tonight?
They're wearing jewels worth more than any of us see in a year. And they have to sleep sometime.
Gods. What a terrible fate that seems inevitable, the higher class being tossed down with the so-called rabble. The two classes left to their own devices are going to no doubt create a new synthesis. But we fear, like the Coven's rituals, the outcome will be born of blood. It seems like we have no time to waste in the city. It's then just north we see by the fountain is Leah and the Archangel Itherael. Approaching her, she says,
Itherael and I learned that while the Iron Wolves were fighting Magda in the desert, the Emperor replaced them with Imperial guards who bar all from the inner city.
I suspect that the Iron Wolves were sent out to die. Belial has made his move. We must find a way into the city.
As a child, I explored Caldeum while Uncle Deckard studied here. I can get in through the sewers.
Good. Learn what you can, while I hunt Magda.
Be careful. Alcarnus sounds like Magda's trap.
Belial's already infiltrated the city so heavily, I'm afraid we might be too late. We then head northeast and out of the city gates.
This gate leads to Alcarnus. you'll need to follow the long road over the canyon bridge and through the Qasim outpost. We haven't heard anything from the Iron Wolves in the desert. If you make it to the Qasim outpost, seek out Captain David.
We agree to his terms to seek out Captain David if we make it through the barren, sundered canyon to the Qasim outpost on our way to hunt Magda in Alcanis. As we move east down the path and the rocky ridges, we happen by a curiosity. A porcelain-skinned woman in very scant attire is standing in our path. She beckons to us and warns.
Take heed, traveler. Cultists guard these desert roads, and they will slay any who pass.
That's excellent. I have some questions for these cultists.
You mean to kill them, do you not? I shall come along.
Before we can accept, the Enchantress joins our party.
There are illusions out there. Mirages to some. But I can see them for what they are. The Coven's foul magic. They will lead you to your death.
Oh, I've dealt with this coven before.
Although we welcome any help or aid in the fight against evil, we cannot help but be slightly suspicious of this Enchantress. Clearly not from these lands, just by the look of her, and also a master of illusions. We don't know much about the schools of Magicka, but would that not be a favoured school for the Lord of Lies himself? Heading through an outpost, the walls seem to crumble in on us, and the local sand wasp greets us in force, as we read about in our journal.
I would rather not discuss the sand wasp. These overgrown insects wouldn't be notable whatsoever if not for their exceptionally poisonous stings, which, alas, killed my young apprentice. I thought he would be more careful when I sent him to retrieve a sample from the hive, but his parents did not understand my perspective.
We see etched in the rock wall what we can only assume is one of their porous hives, and start to question the validity of Abd al-Azir's expedition for his poor apprentice. Further along in the canyon, we find a dead iron wolf, and the avalanches become more frequent and happen upon a gravely injured man who then warns,
"Stay back, they're in the rocks."
The man, unfortunately, was crushed soon thereafter. And we check on our journal once more, as these panther people seem to be behind the avalanches.
The Lakuni, or panther men as they are sometimes called, have inhabited the desert wastes east of Caldeum for thousands of years. The large males are the tribe's leaders and protectors, while the agile females are expert hunters. Mostly they are primitive and reclusive creatures, although they will attack if cornered or hungry.
Have not cornered the panther people, and they seemed more vicious than hungry. Maybe they're in league with the Coven itself. At the northeast of the canyon, we find a dead end and no way out, as the Enchantress warns.
Be careful. They are very near to us.
Are they?
You should never have come. Demons will feast on your bones.
Although we successfully repel the Coven's ambush, we must know how the Enchantress predicted the attack.
How did you know about the ambush?
I am an enchantress. The ways of magic and illusion are familiar to me. My name is Irena.
And I am a Crusader. Nice to meet you, Irena. Why are you out here?
Well, I am also looking for someone. But here, let me clear the way for you.
Dispatching the Coven, the Enchantress dispels the illusion, and we see before us iron wolves.
Captain, from behind!
Protect the people! Iron Wolves!
We dispatch the various Lacunian demons of their assault and turn to the Iron Wolf Jarulf, who thanks.
If not for you, the Lacuni would have eaten well this day.
Are there more Lacuni on the road to Alcanis?
Even worse. Cultists are casting spells in 2 of their desert lairs to obscure the Black Canyon Bridge.
Let us head north to the Howling Plateau. The cultist magic seems to be emanating from there.
Bidding the Iron Wolves and refugees farewell so that they can return to the safety of town, We do as the Enchantress asks. It's not long after heading north, we then find the outpost leading into the Howling Pass. Inside, we contend with Lacuni and Fallen, which have joined them to fell us at its gate.
There is another illusion here. The cultists tried to hide their footsteps, but their spells are weak and easily countered. If we follow these prints, we can find their lairs and halt the rituals. I will seek out any other traces of their magic.
So that's why they left a force to guard the gate. The Enchantress then shows a path of footprints leading down to the southeast. More Fallen try and block our path, yet are unsuccessful. The Enchantress, seeing through the illusion, detects more hidden tracks.
Look, more hidden footprints. This is one of the cultist lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
We then cautiously step inside this secret altar. On either side of the door lies blood-filled cauldrons bubbling away. Next to the door is a cage that looks broken and unused, but the secret altar is very much in use as a blue mace-wielding painmonger comes to greet our intrusion. Died as it lived, in pain. Just north we see some torture barrels and an altar with strange markings, and more painmongers file in, alerted to our presence. In the main room, we happen upon the Coven in the middle of an incantation. One of their mages flings fireballs to stop us, but his brethren are too focused on the ritual, which means that they must be transforming this poor sap into a demon. However, we break their incantation in the nick of time. Realizing that they're overwhelmed, they try and kill the prisoners, yet are thankfully unsuccessful.
This should remove part of the illusion.
With half of the illusion broken, we speak to the prisoners and they say,
Akarat bless you. I thought I was dead.
I'd lost all hope.
Getting closer to the sacrificial altar, we can't exactly tell what they were trying to either sacrifice or resurrect. But as always, blood and death are an integral part of their spells. We leave the vile secret altar and head back out into the open, and the Enchantress then finds more tracks.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Traveling considerable ways northwest, we keep finding the hidden footprints uncovered by the Enchantress's illusion, finally discovering the entrance to the hidden conclave.
This is one of the cultist lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
How does the Enchantress know? And are we stepping into a trap? At the almost identical conclave, we're greeted by a demonic voice and more painmongers. Inside, another ritual is being held by the Coven as they try and convert another demon.
The ritual is disrupted! Kill!
There. That ought to dispel the Coven's magic. Let us go to the bridge.
They tortured my poor husband.
We will avenge him.
I owe you my life. Bless you.
No answers from those who we've saved. We're only left to speculate what this ritual would achieve. Perhaps all this death was just to hold the illusion in place. Upon surfacing from the wretched lair and topside once more, the Enchantress then asks a question we didn't expect.
Tell me, what shall you do when Magda is dead?
Her master Belial wants to invade Sanctuary. His brother Azmodan as well. I will kill them both, destroy their forces, and keep Sanctuary safe.
How curious. You must be the one I was meant to find here.
Enchantress seems to be taken with our response and believes she was meant to meet us. What we don't tell her or anybody else is that most Crusaders don't see the age of 30, and we don't arrogantly believe it's easy or somewhat feasible to just defeat primevals alone. However, we go towards our fate willingly, our heart full, knowing that we served the light the best we can. and is for as long as Akarat would permit. It's at the bottom of the ravine. We see that our path has been blocked. The Enchantress stops us to reveal her true nature.
I think it is time for you to know my true tale.
Before we hear her tale, we step onto the bridge. Curious at the illusion, we see the bridge there, but we cannot still step on it. So we head back to the Enchantress, and she reveals.
I am not from Caldeum. I learned these spells 1,500 years ago. My sisters and I pledged our service to a man of great power. We called him the Prophet. He trained us and placed us in a magical slumber to awaken in this era. I am to prevent the Lords of Hell from invading.
I think you're dangerous. I like that. Come, join me.
The Enchantress, after revealing she's 1,500 years old and for some reason has been kept in stasis to follow us on our quest, then heads across the newly repaired bridge, and we join her to continue our hunt for Magda on the other side.
The Qasim outpost. Now to find the Qasim outpost.
You will find it to the north, though it is still some distance away.
Perhaps in response to our intrusion, a group of sand wasps and more of the fallen move to block our path. The sand wasps are led by a super unique named Hex the Slayer.
You never cease to impress me.
We heed the thoroughly impressed Enchantress's words and head north, barred by a trio of fallen overseers.
Quickly now! Show them what you're capable of!
Soon thereafter, we see that our path has been fully barricaded.
Well, the cultists actually blocked the way instead of relying on illusion. I'll have to go through Qasim outpost to the west.
We ponder on the cultists' tactics. Usually they would rely on illusion, so this could be taken as a good sign that their desperation is escalating to bar our path. Or the cultists want us to go to the Qasim outpost, and we must remain vigilant.
By the light be damned!
It's not long to the west that we find the entrance to the Stinging Winds. More fallen are driven into frenzy, and yet we're still to sight any of the coven in the desert sands. Heading northwest and hugging the wall, we begin to see signs that there is a settlement nearby with fencing wagons. On the ground is a lost satchel. It should be noted that these satchels are peppered about, but we're not really to believe that Cain lost multiple satchels throughout his travels, but instead it's a good way to pick up some of the world lore on our travels.
Andariel was the only female evil. She aided the lesser evils for many years, but eventually she lost faith in their plots. 2 decades ago, she chose to help Diablo during his resurgence and seize the citadel of the Sightless Eye. Ultimately, she perished at the hands of brave heroes.
Just north of the satchel are some stairs that lead up to the Qasim outpost. We already get a bleak picture. Next to a waypoint lies a sun-bleached corpse where guards haven't bothered to move them, but these aren't Iron Wolves, they're new guards that we haven't seen before around the city.
It is too quiet.
The Enchantress too seems to sense something is amiss. Next to 2 guards just inside the outpost, we find Captain's orders, which read,
Captain of the Guard, you are hereby ordered to send a band of your most loyal men to secure the Qasim outpost. Control of the city hangs by a thread. The commoners are becoming restless, and it is imperative that we subdue them. Remain vigilant, for there may already be an outsider within our borders looking to stir up trouble.
This must be a captain from this city, and they're looking to quell any dissent. We then turn to the man to our right wearing a green garb and ask him of the soldiers in the outpost.
We've been safe ever since the Imperial Guard came.
Well, it seems some are thankful for the Guard's occupation, but what of the local nobility? We query a man named Caldeum who says,
If you need a place to camp until the gates are opened, there is room in our cellars, safe from the desert heat.
Well, he too seems friendly enough, even offering us aid in these time of troubles. Next, we speak to Cadine, who says,
The Imperial Guard will keep us safe.
When moving to speak to Lieutenant Vakim, the Enchantress warns,
The cultist magic resonates within this place. Be on your guard.
Whatever misgivings the Iron Wolves have of the Guard, it seems the citizens don't share the same sentiment. And yet, we can't help but sense something is amiss. We then turn to the lieutenant, telling him of our plans, but he mocks.
Greetings. I'm headed to Alcarnus, but this gate seems to be blocking my way.
You must be mad. But if you're intent on rushing headlong to your death, talk to Captain David down in the command post. He's got the gate key.
We see just south of us that the gate post is indeed locked and the guards are not going to let us through without the gate key. So we search out Captain David in the cellar-like guard post below. Entering the filthy command post, we see, what's this? An ambush, as the apparition of Magda taunts.
Here you are, delivered unto me as a sacrifice, a gift from Lord Belial.
He used you as a distraction, and I let him. Killing you is worth a delay.
No, he would never betray me. Strike him down.
Belial has never heard of loyalty. He's left you to pay for Cain's death.
With Magda's serpentine shapeshifters contended with, holy light burns the ground around us, and we see the Iron Wolves are trapped in makeshift cages. And as we search the room, making sure that it's safe, we can't help but wonder how many other serpentine doppelgangers are about. We free the leader of the Iron Wolves, and he tells us of Belial's sick plan.
Not a moment too soon. They plan to sacrifice us to Belial. Iron Wolves, take back the town!
Well, there's our answer, and we follow the Iron Wolves topside to contend with the shape-shifting demons. The Copperfangs lay in a bloody heap, save for one of their brethren that tries to flee. And with that, the Copperfangs are defeated and the town is safe from the filthy clones. We must know how they did it and ask Alarin.
I wonder what happened to my son.
We can only be sorry for his loss. Caldeum then informs.
The demons came disguised as members of the Imperial Guard. They control our minds, train them to create their illusions.
What foul magic's befitting of a Lord of Lies indeed? It's then Cadden asks the same question, burning on our mind.
The Imperial Guard was infiltrated by demons? Or are they all demons?
Has Belial successfully, fully infiltrated the city of Caldeum? And if so, light gives strength to the city and its many victims. Liberating the outpost, we then speak to Captain David about unlocking the gate so that we can finally hunt down and corner the witch Magda, and he says,
Has Magda reached Alcarnus?
Yes, we've heard rumors of a horrible slaughter there.
Then time is short. Please, open this gate.
With that, Captain David obliges our request, and the path to Alcarnus is clear. We step outside of Kasim's outpost and see another sun-bleached corpse. Fury creeps up and we state,
Alcarnus is close. I'm coming, Magda.
We now have crossed over to the eastern side of the stinging winds, hugging the jagged mountain, trying to find our way through the desert, lest we become another victim of the heat or the champion dune stingers that fast approach.
Look, just over there. I never imagined such a creature. Revel in your victory, my friend.
Killing the Coven and Magda doesn't seem very difficult as we hug the lip of a cliff, mainly follow the trail of corpses slittered about. It's not long before we happen upon an outpost and one of the Coven's favoured demons, a pain monger, which they seem to summon whenever gathered in any form of group. And like clockwork, the Coven slink onto the scene, daggers bared, but without their demonic allies, are not much of a threat. We enter the north gate of Alcanus and are shocked to see a gruesome display, bodies in a wholesale slaughter hung about like decorations. Just south we find more bodies and a waypoint in the center of the town. The town itself is eerily empty, and just to the east by the wall we find another of Cain's satchels.
Duriel is the twin of Andariel. I believe that they conspired together to assist Diablo in releasing Mephisto and Baal, though they had both supported the lesser evils in the past. The Lord of Pain was found guarding Baal's prison, the tomb of Tal Rasha, when he was slain by heroes.
To the west, we find a gaggle of pain mongers, hellions, and cultists that undoubtedly summon them. But there's no real show of force here, and as we explore further to the south, we find more man-made barricades and wagons instead of the illusions which the Coven had been reliant upon. It seems that any pretense of subterfuge or subtlety has been totally dropped, and the Lord of Lies has his limits as he shows his hand with wanton destruction, death, and misery. A scary imposition indeed, as a liar would only quit lying if they believed they'd already won. And we soon see why, facing the guardian Shatterbone that bars our way. Shatterbone is the acolyte of torment, a mini-boss super unique dark berserker which guards the entrance to Alcanus with his giant mace and no doubt earned his name. Much larger and faster than a normal berserker, his attacks are generally empowered, and although killing him is not required for the City of Blood quest, the fight itself is hardly avoidable.
Treasure!
Dispatching the unique gatekeeper Shatterbone, the bloody path to Alcanus is now clear. Across the bridge we see at the western entrance a statement of unholy proportion. Corpses in more number than we can count are left to rot, and we find live prisoners caged in the city. Magda's coven, if left to their own devices, transform into gruesome creatures and must be put down quickly. We then take the time to complete our side quest of freeing 8 prisoners from their cages before they succumb to the coven's clutches as a pack of thralls attempts to overwhelm us. Contending with the Coven, we then set about freeing the prisoners, and they say,
I cannot thank you enough.
Take solace, friend. We will free the others.
In response, the Coven, panicked, feverishly cast their spell.
Help us! You can't leave us here!
I'll free you.
With the area now safe, we set about freeing the prisoners.
Oh, thank you.
May your wounds heal swiftly, friend.
The prisoners now safe, we then have to contend with the deluge of Coven in the midst of their rituals as they try and bar our path. Their efforts in vain as we cut a bloody swath through their remaining forces. Their petty incantations and blood magics rendered all but useless in the face of this searing judgment of the light. It's at the northwestern side of the city, by burning debris and more corpses hanging, we finally find a blood trail that leads into the lair of the witch, and no doubt our fated confrontation with Magda herself. Inside the lair of the witch, drawbridge behind us closes. It seems the trap is sprung, but no Magda in sight. We're in a large cross-shaped room. Spikes cover the surrounding areas, and if we fall, it will be to our deaths. It's then, as if on cue, Magda appears.
The light have mercy upon you, Magda, for I will not.
It matters not. While you hunted me, Belial's Imperial Guard captured your little witch Leah. Soon, her power shall be his!
It's then Magda's vicious assault begins. As the battle is in a large arena filled with impassable pillars and pits, we have no choice but to stay away from the spikes and try and keep the battle in the middle of the arena. Magda, not defenseless, has a plethora of abilities at her disposal. Between summoning cultists and demons to her side, she's known to spit flies at a close hero dealing low damage, or summons a swarm of flies who will then make progress towards a distant hero. This causes average damage upon contact, but the swarm does not disappear on impact, piercing through heroes and obstacles, and can then turn back to hit the same target again. Each swarm lives for about roughly 6 to 7 seconds, and after Magda loses at least 50% health, damage of this attack increases visibly by sinister purple glow of each swarm. She also uses the ability Vessels of Chaos every 30 seconds. Magda is known to summon 10 to 15 corrupted vessels scattered around the arena, who begin the transformation ritual and eventually become possessed, and ultimately much more of a threat in packs. And last but not least, summoning. Every 25% of life lost, Magda will summon variants of the cultists fought throughout Act 1 to 2, as well as 3 Dark Berserkers on top of this. All of these beings possess the same actions as the normal variants, but heroes should be forewarned that the second wave of Dark Berserkers, summoned at 50%, will have Frozen, and a third wave of Dark Berserkers will sport the Molten attribute.
It is done, King.
She was consumed by shadow. It pains me to see it.
With the dark deed done, Magda is no more, and Cain's soul can rest easier. We pick up the various loot from Magda's corpse, most of which is mirroring Magda herself, mostly unremarkable. It's then we're broken from our inner musings, standing on top of a ceremonial symbol of blood, and remember, Magda spoke of Belial taking over the city of Caldeum, and now has Leah in his grasp, claiming she'll become some sort of vestige to add to his power. We cannot allow that to happen, and portal back to the hidden camp to meet Itherael, and hopefully it's not too late.
As she died, Magda swore Belial would rule all. I will not let that happen.
Back at the outskirts of the bazaar near Caldeum, we then bring the grim news to the Archangel Itherael.
Magda is dead. She claimed the Imperial Guard serves Belial and that it has captured Leah.
Then they must be holding the Emperor against his will. I tremble to think what Belial might do with Leah and her growing power. The only chance we have to rescue Leah is to wrest the Emperor from the grasp of the Imperial Guard.
A shearer of the Iron Wolves can get us to the Emperor. I will speak with her.
Grim tidings indeed. The Emperor is now hostage to those serpentine shape-shifting fiends? Belial truly has his claws in Caldeum. Not having spent too much time in Caldeum during our crusade, and not really having a wish to do so with all of the debauchery and excess the city's known for, we ask Itherael what he knows of the city, and he says,
Caldeum is the greatest city in the world, the seat of the Empire of Kyrgyzstan.
It's large, I'll give it that.
Its libraries overflow with undeciphered tomes of arcane knowledge. Its streets cover labyrinthine tunnels. It is a city of wonder and mystery.
we're taken aback momentarily that Itherael, of all people or beings, especially the Archangel of Justice, proposed that Caldeum is the greatest city in the world when we've seen so much unjust happenings, especially to the refugees, and he says,
I do not know how these refugees persevere. Their situation is dire, and it seems there is little hope for them. Where do they find the strength to carry on?
They carry on because they must. The only way out of life is death.
I have much to learn.
Perhaps Itherael's role of justice is an aspect in a meta sense of heaven and not so much towards humans, as he clearly doesn't understand our plight. We then ask, how do you know of the corruption of Belial?
I feel Belial in the very air. I see his shadow behind haunted eyes, hear his voice whispering lies on the wind. He need not bring an army to this city. It is his already.
So the Lord of Lies has already claimed Caldeum. Well, it's in our best interest to trust no one. Wary with this new insight, we then head back to the bazaar and to search out Ashira and hopefully save the young emperor from Belial's forces before it's too late. Back inside the crowded bazaar, it seems our reputation precedes us, as some refugees say.
Do you see that armor? No wonder he destroyed those cultists in Alcarnus so easily.
I can't believe anyone could have survived that out there, let alone defeat those monsters.
I know, but he did it.
Good news travels fast in these parts, and we've garnered some considerable reputation amongst the folks in the bazaar. However, all is not well for the displaced nobility as we overhear another conversation.
Damius, is that you? What happened?
Thieving peasants. They came while I was sleeping, pinned me down, and cut off my robes and jewelry.
I'm so sorry, my friend. Come, stay with me. I am sharing a tent with a fine and generous family.
Oh no, I'm staying where the guards are. You wait and see. That peasant family is going to slit your throat and rob your corpse.
Chaos seems to be sowed within the populace, and the guards are not lifting a finger. No wonder Ashira is trying to bring order to this city. Her efforts marred as her iron wolves have been ejected from the palace. It's then we see Ashira arguing with the guards by a crowd to the northwest.
Captain Ravan, the conditions out here are deplorable. Something must be done to aid these people.
Captain Ravan, however, and his guards stand steadfast as the rabble grows restless.
We will die out here if you don't let us in!
Seeing tensions rise, we move through the crowd and speak to Ashira, who says,
Ashira, the Emperor and my friend are in grave danger. I must gain entry into the palace.
I heard what you did at Qasim Outpost in Alcarnus. You have my thanks, and you shall have my help. Captain Ravan, this man has vital information regarding the massacre in the borderlands. We must see the Emperor at once.
Very well, but I don't think you'll find him receptive. Let them pass!
I will faint dead away if I stand in this heat a moment longer.
Before tensions boil over, we follow Ashira over the Great Bridge towards the palace. A sinking feeling creeps into our stomach as we realize if the Emperor was held hostage, why would the guards allow us to see him? Something is not right.
Let's go. I'll lead you to the palace.
Unfortunately, we find our answer.
You are bold to have sought this audience with me. My guards tell me you were responsible for the massacre of innocent villagers in Alcarnus.
But you know that's not true, don't you?
If you are innocent, then why do you have spies skulking through my sewers? Bring her in!
Let me go!
I detest violence. Guards, I leave this matter in your hands.
With the ruse dropped, the diminutive Emperor leaves his writhing deceivers to execute us as traitors. Leah suffers another episode as her powers boil over, leaving us to contend with the serpents.
I knew you'd come for me.
Let us be quick.
As Leah leads Ashira out of the southwestern gate, we can't help but try and find a way up to the Emperor's platform and end this quickly. However, Our only escape is to the southwest. There we find by the steps Ashira, who instructs.
Get out of here. I will cover your escape.
Thank you. Now we need to get to the sewers. I'll explain why when we get there.
Following Leah's lead, we head further southwest as more deceivers try and fell us, as well as their mage counterparts. It's then Leah tells us that she read about the Snake Men in one of her Uncle Deckard's books, and it read, "These serpentine demons are Belial's favoured servants, and he has granted them some of his skill in cunning and illusion. Deceivers will cloak themselves in the familiar forms of their enemies, companions, and friends, waiting to strike when the moment is opportune. It is only then that their true forms are revealed." We're then guided by Leah to destroy the strange totems which are summoning the demons. Contending with the last of the demons on the platform, we head southeast down some stairs. It's then Leah informs.
There has to be a way into the sewers from here.
Desperate to quell our progress and our entry to the sewers, the deceivers hit hard and fast, cloaking when they're not near us and removing any advantage from using range attacks against them. And although despite sharing a serpentine resemblance to claw vipers from Diablo II, they are unrelated in any way. Claw vipers are animal-like creatures with origins that may come from demonic magic. Deceivers are the demon servants of the lesser evil Belial, and likely served him in the burning hells before coming to Sanctuary.
This leads to the sewers.
Leah, finding a loose sewer grate, heads inside the sewers of Caldeum, and we have no choice but to follow.
I found my mother Adria. She's alive. But the Imperial Guard is holding her somewhere down here.
We will find her.
We're then quested with helping Leah return to her maternal missing mother. However, we do urge caution, as we know little about this witch.
So Magda was telling the truth. Somehow I knew my mother was alive. I always knew it.
Good news, I hope. Just remember that your mother may not be the person you imagine.
As our voices echo throughout the sewer, we realize we're not alone as a trio of sandlings burst forth from a cavity in the wall.
Oh no, you don't!
It seems Belial's evil has permeated all the way to the depths of the sewers. Truly nowhere is safe in Caldeum. As if responding to our thought, the betrayed leap forth from the aqueducts below and explode in a plume of poison and noxious gas. Then the enchantress observes,
"We shall need very long baths after this."
We silently agree with her musings as a bloated corpse explodes with electric eels that have been living inside its belly. Rat nests are littered about, and more of the betrayed crawl forth from the recesses below, waiting to befoul any poor soul silly enough to venture into these stinky sewers. To the northeast, we find a chest unguarded. However, upon opening it,
Treasure!
a flimsy trap by bone warriors is sprung. To the southeast, we find a corpse of a poor iron wolf. However, as we approach it, more betrayed crawl up, and it seems the entire sewers is one giant trap set by the undead lying in wait. In the central corridor, by some bloated corpses, we're assaulted by murderous fiends.
Quickly now! Show them what you're capable of!
We realize the fiends are empowered and see that their leader, Kelric of the Darkness, a skeletal archer that is empowered by frozen thunderstorms, appears. And although we succumb to his frost, we cast our own Heaven's Fury that fells the foul archer.
A mighty foe has fallen!
We then loot the archer's corpse to find some rare gloves called Brawler's Sagacity, which reduces cooldown of all skills by 4%. Heading northeast, we come to a crossroads, and it's then Leah carries on ahead in search of her mother above.
Adria should be up here.
As the sewers have been full of traps, we leave Leah momentarily to make sure that we're not being flanked. And to the west, we find Stinging Swarm. After contending with the swarms and the bony archers, we then head up some stairs and see a pile of diseased bodies, which somehow have been birthing the undead.
Over here! We could use your help!
The end of the sewer, we find two men that beckon to us for our help in aid of opening a chest. Next to them is an envoy of Belial.
We think we have found a haunted chest spoken of in legends.
Then why do you need my aid?
In case the tales are true, of course. What if it's haunted?
You would not mind opening it, would you?
While we contemplate their offer of opening this no doubt nefarious chest, we then check the envoy's orders from Belial himself.
My exemplary servants. Keep the witch alive until she talks. Pain will loose her tongue, but only to a point. Remember what happened with the vizier's assistant? It was a pleasurable time, I admit. But the man had only incoherent babble and bloody strands of pus spilling from his lips by the end.
Wow, that was quite brutal. Realizing we're running out of time, we open the ancient chest, and it reveals...
Who disturbs my sleep? Join me in death and torment!
Raziel is actually one of 3 super uniques that we can run into in the sewers of Caldeum. The others being Ningish and Moontooth Dreadshark, but none are required for any achievements and there are no events to look for either. However, we do find on his corpse a rare two-handed flail named Glory Blast, which has a chance to deal 14% area damage on hit, and grants extra experience. Traveling to the eastern fork of the sewers, we find a dead end with no unique monsters or occurrences. Therefore, we shall head back to the center and to Leah. Hopefully, we're not too late in saving her mother, Adria the Witch, inside the wretched pit above from Belial's torturers.
Tell us about the Black Soul Stone! We know of the 3 that the Horadrim used to trap the primevals. What is the purpose of this one?
Your master Belial has good reason to fear it.
Leave her alone!
Seize them!
It's then we must confront Goztur the Torturer, Reaper of Pain and Jailer of Adria, and his gaggle of serpentine minions. With the Torturer dead, we then find Adria in the bone-filled pit and see a reunion between mother and daughter.
Leah, my daughter.
You know who I am?
My darling, I've watched over you all your life, but I never dared get close because of the danger that always shadows me.
It is not safe here. Let's move.
Cutting the reunion short, the 2 women work on a town portal together, heading back to the hidden camp, and we follow in tow. And finally get long-awaited answers for Leah and also ourselves regarding the whereabouts of the truant spellcaster.
I'm surprised Cain never told you why I left. He knew I was called to fight the Lords of Hell, and I knew he would keep you safe.
He's gone now.
Then it's fate that we have been reunited. Cain's work, your work, is my war.
According to the Horadric texts, only 2 evils remain. Belial is here in Caldeum, and Azmodan has yet to reveal himself.
Do you regret abandoning Leah?
What? No, I never saw it that way. She grew up in safety, while I risked my life to find the key to our salvation. It was the sacrifice that I had to make. In any case, Leah will meet her full potential under my guidance.
Do you not have things to do?
How well did you know Cain?
For a time, during the darkening of Tristram, we spent many nights in the Tavern of the Rising Sun, discussing his Herodric texts and the varied arcana I'd collected during my travels.
Did you ever see him again?
Only from afar. From time to time our paths would cross, and I would catch glimpses of Leah as she grew. It broke my heart that I could not reveal myself and raise her as my own.
How did you come to be captured?
I was trying to steal out of the city. I'd returned to gather some things before setting out to recover Zoltun Kulle's head, and the guards found me.
Zoltun Kulle's head? He was one of the Herodrim, and a dark mage indeed. After freeing the witch Adria from Belial's forces, her daughter Leah queries what they were interrogating her about.
The guards were asking you about this black soul stone. I remember reading about it in Uncle's journal, but it didn't seem important.
No, but it is. It is the key to defeating evil forever. It was created by the mage Zoltun Kulle to trap demonic souls.
Yes, he was a renegade Herodrim, dismembered by his brethren before he could activate the soul stone. His head was sealed away in the Dulgur Oasis.
We must retrieve it. Because if we're to use the Soul Stone to defeat Belial and Azmodan, Zoltun Kulle must live again.
We rescued Leah's mother, Adria. She told us about the Black Soul Stone, an artifact that could banish evil forever. I must find it.
After a brief cinematic plays explaining that the Black Soul Stone could be the key to defeating the forces of hell, and locating it will now be our prime objective, we find a tome has dropped, one of Adria's writings on the ex-Herodrim Zoltun Kulle himself.
Murderer, torturer, monster. These were the titles bestowed upon Zoltun Kulle by the Herodrim. Though it cost them dearly, they killed the wizard for his crimes against nature and sealed his broken corpse within a shadow realm. It seems they were afraid he might return.
So Zul is the key to the Black Soul Stone, and he was banished to the Shadow Realm. But Adria, isn't he dead?
Zoltun Kulle, a legend. There is no doubt in my mind he is as powerful as the stories say. But for every bit of his genius, he was surely mad. He was obsessed with immortality and power.
A madman. We would do better to leave him asleep in the desert than to call on him for aid.
You have a better idea.
I do not. It is merely a warning.
Zoltun Kulle is an unknown. Involving him is risky.
You take risks every day, Crusader. And one dismembered wizard is nothing compared to Belial and Azmodan.
Allying ourselves with the deceased mad wizard isn't exactly our cup of tea, but if Itherael formed the Herodrim, what happened?
300 years ago, I selected Kulle and 6 others to form the Herodrim. He was a great man who was driven mad by his long quest to hunt evil.
Why did the Herodrim kill Zoltun Kulle?
He delved into powers not meant for man, trying to fashion an artifact that could fill his empty heart with the souls of angels and demons. The Herodrim had no choice but to slay him. The Order never recovered.
Wait, angels and demons? Powerful enemies indeed, but what did Leah learn of this rogue mage in her travels?
I don't like dealing with Kulle any better than you do, but I see no other way. If Adria says we must, then we must. Uncle Deckard trusted her, and so will I.
Although we agree with the Archangel Itherael, this is indeed a terrible idea. We have sworn to defeat the forces of evil and Belial by any means necessary. Itherael had instructed us that Zoltun Kulle's head is inside the forgotten ruins in the Dulgur Oasis. As we enter Caldeum's bazaar, we hear some women gossiping.
It's disgusting. I've seen that man going in and out of the sewers. You never can tell with those types.
Unfortunately, they're right. It is disgusting. And, more unfortunate, the only way through to the oasis, we were informed, is through the flooded causeway and back into the sewers. Once inside, the Enchantress stops us and says,
I think we may have a visitor up ahead.
And indeed, we do see townsfolk up ahead. A mother is standing next to a fire with a boy crying. It looks like the refugees have been displaced more than we first imagined. Many of the gates in the sewer have been barred within, and we cannot pass the north or eastern gate. The displaced townsfolk making a camp of sorts even have a merchant. But more surprising, the deceptive boy Emperor Hakan stands by the southeastern sewer grate. Approaching him, he urges,
Listen to me. I cannot talk for long. Belial's guards are constantly watching me.
Emperor Hakan?
Forgive me for my behavior at court. The gods would have killed me had I sided with you. But I will help you now as I can. You must be headed to the oasis. I can open this gate for you.
How in the seven hells did the boy Emperor know we're going to the oasis? Although he is but a boy, we press him for answers.
How did all this happen?
There's little I can do. Between my advisors and the Imperial Guard, my every move and action are controlled. I've tried to fight back, but Belial's influence is strong. But now you've given me a chance. Perhaps my only chance.
How can you aid me?
You're here to kill Belial, aren't you? I can help.
Perhaps in a few years.
I can still fight in my own way. I want my empire back. I will find where Belial is hiding and deliver him to you.
Deliver him to us? That's rich. We need more convincing.
I'm not sure I trust you, after you set your guards on us.
I told you it was not my choice. My every move is controlled, and I am surrounded by enemies. But I swear to you, I will help you. I will prove it to you.
We do not trust Emperor Hakan's promises just yet, but he did open the southeast grate, which leads down to the ruined cistern, one step closer to the Dalgern oasis. Once inside the cistern, we hear a familiar scream, that of a treasure goblin. As it stands idly beside a dead body, we chase it down, but it leads us into a larger pack of skeleton archers.
Do you see that enemy over there? Let us cleanse it from this land.
Although the Enchantress's warcry is well-meaning, it doesn't help much as we fend off sandlings, the treasure goblin, and exploding skeleton archers to boot.
You never cease to impress me.
With the goblin and the archers felled, we find a rare legendary amulet, the Dovu energy trap. And although encouraging, we can sense something amiss with the Enchantress and ask,
You're distracted again.
It is not my intention. There is nowhere I would rather be.
Truly?
Truly. Everything depends on this. On you.
Her words are comforting, and her intent seems pure, yet with all the lies and deception, we cannot help but feel a niggling of mistrust in the back of our mind. Clearing much of the undead that lurk within the cistern, the very walls cave in as more skeletons lie in ambush. And yet, despite Belial's forces' attempt, the pathway to the oasis lies before us. And once topside, we see a beautiful, lush oasis, nothing like the surrounding desert.
It is so beautiful.
And we're instantly reminded of a journal entry about the oasis from Abd al-Hazir, which reads,
3 centuries ago, a much smaller Caldeum depended upon small wells for its water. Then came the mysterious Dalgur, offering Caldeum an oasis of unparalleled splendor, located in an area previously thought to be desert, asking only that his name be permanently affixed to the land. Then he vanished into the wastes.
After battling through a score of Belial's forces, we find the entrance to the Forgotten Ruins and remark,
Well, if I had the head of a deranged sorcerer, I'd hide it here.
Once inside the dark, sandy, Forgotten Ruins, the air is thin and there is an arcane energy about the place. Next to the entry, we find more information of the eventual slaying of Kulle in a hunter's journal that reads,
We are in agreement.
Kulle, the renegade, must be stopped. He seeks to duplicate the power of the stones and wield it for his own ends. He is obsessed with the powers of heaven and hell. Drawing their attention will only bring doom to us all.
The crusade marches on!
We bellow as a battle cry to let the undead know of our presence as they shamble towards us. We realize that time has made these skeleton warriors largely impotent, lethargic, and not much in terms of guardians, as we whip our flail through their flimsy bones and taunt.
Had enough?
On the northeast side of the platform, we see none other than Zoltun Kulle's decapitated head. Glyphs seem to be holding it in place, and although it's just in reach, we cannot help but feel this was entirely too easy. As if responding to our remark, as soon as we touch the head, an ancient guardian is birthed from the very earth and punches us backwards, nearly sending us off the platform. Unable to face the monster dead on, we use thorns underfoot to our advantage, dancing around it as it paws at us, and it finally falls back into the sand whence it came. On its body, we find some gold and a shield, and next to it, the Hunter's Journal, Part 2, which reads,
We set out in 1 week's time, into the desolate sands, to search for Kulle's hidden archives. None of us have any idea what to expect. How far has Kulle's madness driven him? How much power has he accumulated in his mad quest? I can only hope we are not too late.
With head in hand, we can only hope that history isn't doomed to repeat itself as we bring the power-hungry wizard's head to Adria and see Leah herself is learning of the arcane arts.
If you keep holding back, then you'll never improve. Ah! Leah, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
I'm sorry to push you like this, but it will all be for the best in the end.
I know.
Interrupting the familiar lesson, we present the head of Zoltun Kulle to Adria, and she instructs.
It is time. Leah, cast the spell as I taught you.
Leah then casts a revive spell, and Zoltun Kulle bursts back to life.
I live again.
Zoltun Kulle, we need you to activate the Black Soul Stone. We would use it to trap the last 2 Lords of Hell.
I know your voice, stranger. It has haunted me in death, just as it commanded me in life. Itherael.
I am, but now mortal.
Fate is whimsical.
Zoltun Kulle is now back in the land of the living. Well, kind of, and our quest is complete. After releasing the spirit of the Herodric betrayer, Zoltun Kulle, we demand he holds up his end of the bargain of giving us the Black Soul Stone, rumored to be the key to trapping the greater and lesser evils.
I will give you the Black Soul Stone, but in exchange, I must be made whole once again.
You were treacherous before. How do I know you won't be an even greater threat once you've been fully revived?
You don't. So you must ask yourself, how much would you risk to save this wretched world?
Everything.
So be it. To begin, you will need to retrieve my blood from the dungeons where it has been hidden away. You will find them in the desolate sands beyond the aqueducts.
I'm going to go with you. We should bring Kulle's head with us. Maybe he'll have something useful to say. I'll put him in your bag.
With Kulle's decapitated head in our bag and a mission that is more about bringing him back to life and his own goals than the Black Soul Stone, we turn to the former Archangel Itherael for guidance on dealing with Belial, and he says,
Have you ever fought Belial?
Not openly. He was never one to lead an army. Always in the shadows, much like his mentor Mephisto. He wields intrigue and artifice, as proficiently as you wield your weapons.
It's true, we prefer to look our enemy in the eye than all this subterfuge. It seems like cowardice, but with more steps. Speaking of subterfuge, we asked the witch Adria about her motives.
After surviving the devastation in Tristram all those years ago, I swore vengeance upon Diablo and his ilk. I've sacrificed everything for it. This is my path, and I will follow it through to its bloody end.
Leah thinks highly of you.
She has a kind heart.
There are worse qualities.
Kindness will not help us survive in these dark times. The Lord of Lies is cunning. He wears many masks to hide his shifting nature from us. But we will have an advantage over him. The Black Soulstone. Belial fears its power, for Soulstones have bested his siblings in the past, and he could be imprisoned as well.
Whatever Adria's motives, it's clear that she is correct. Having a soulstone would be a powerful boon for the side of the light. And so we head back through the waypoint and into the Dalgur oasis once more. It's then Kull's spirit stops us.
You're an interesting one, aren't you? I wonder if your friends know what you truly are.
Speak plainly.
Oh, all will be revealed in time.
There's one thing we don't appreciate is all of this maddening cryptic double talk that people are using. It's like Belial has infected the very earth on which we stand. It's not long before we come across a caravan that has been abandoned, and Belial's forces, including the snake-like writhing deceivers, are found. But they guard something important on the body of an envoy of Belial regarding the Black Soulstone, which read:
Overwhelm the enemy and seize his companions. There is a witch among them, and another, a girl. Bring them to me along with the Black Soulstone.
Not yet.
They will be searching for the head of Zoltun Kulle. Scour the oasis for it. Some old sorcery lingers on the skull, and it must be mine.
Although we are a step ahead of Belial, having already gathered the head of Zoltun Kulle, we are unfortunately forever a step behind this treasure goblin. And, more unfortunate, once felled, it reveals a paltry few items that are of little use to us. After much searching in the northwestern corner, we find the entrance to the aqueducts guarded by a Thras, a super unique serpent magus, who happens to be barring our path.
You will not enter the aqueducts! Lord Belial demands your blood!
Following a short battle, we head across the bridge and to the waterway's entrance to find the door is sealed.
I can open this gate for you.
Kulle obligingly opens the gate, but I can't help but think if he wanted us to trust him, he probably shouldn't exit laughing like a maniac. Once inside the waterway, we see underfoot a carving of an old man, and ahead of us, a waterfall. This truly is a sight to behold. To the west of the waterfall, we find the Emperor.
Emperor Hakan.
No time for pleasantries. I think I may have uncovered Belial's assumed identity. I'm very close. But here's what you need to know. To find Kulle's blood, you'll need to get through the aqueducts. There are 2 levers that control the entrance beneath the waterfall.
Have you located Belial?
Not yet, but I have some ideas. It is difficult. I have many advisors and other attendants close to me day and night. I will find him.
How are you able to appear before us?
They keep a close watch on me. I can't leave the palace. I stole an amulet from the Vizera ambassador. I saw him use it before. But I don't have much time. You need to find the stone. Leave Belial to me.
He did not really answer your question. How odd.
How odd indeed that Hakan appears, but he is aiding us in our quest. But why? It's in the Western Channels we meet Belial's forces once more.
There will be fighting here.
It's Belial. So long as he lives, all of Caldeum is under siege. Uncle Deckard theorized that the demon lords leave demons in their wake, much like us leaving footprints.
And you agree?
Yes. The more I study my uncle's books, the more I realize that even I took his wisdom for granted.
Wading through the forces in the waterway, as Cain would say, in the footsteps of Belial, we find one of Abd al-Hazir's entries about its construction.
The Caldeum aqueducts were created by order of the Trade Consortium Council after the Dalgar Oasis was discovered 3 centuries ago. Though Caldeum had been prosperous for many years, a reliable source of water allowed the city to grow even further. Luxurious public fountains were built to provide safe drinking water for everyone.
What a dastardly and insidious plan of Belial's to infect the very drinking water of the residents of Caldeum. To what end, we can only imagine. Pondering this thought as we battle our way through the aqueduct and facing a super unique mangler named Gruul, Leah imparts her own thoughts, saying,
"Cower before Zakarum."
The philosopher Caddis said, if you want to know the truth of a city, you need look no further than the state of its infrastructure.
So, Caldeum is magnificent and corrupt.
Yes, and built on secrets.
I guess Leah was too polite to say that Caldeum's beautiful if you ignore being ankle-deep in sewerage. It's not long before we come across a dead end and another of Abd al-Hazir's journal entries on the aqueduct itself.
In recent days, the aqueducts have become dilapidated and infested with vermin. The Imperial Guard has done nothing, proclaiming that the aqueducts were in tolerable condition. But I have seen them with my own eyes, and I know the truth. Many wealthy families, including myself, now prefer well water for our homes.
Even if they cleaned this place out, I'd be using well water for another 50 years after seeing some of the sludge coming out of the undead. As we clear debris from the fetid waterways, Leah, it seems, has become once again preoccupied with the enigmatic Soul Stone and her fervent desire to learn more about the lesser evils.
I want more time to explore the great library of Caldeum when this is all over.
You sound like Cain.
Maybe, but they've got to have books on the Black Soul Stone and Azmodan, something that will help me understand his theories.
We may not understand the science behind soul stones, but know that Zoltun Kulle, the lesser evils, even Emperor Hakan, need to be kept away from this invaluable artifact. And it's not long before we come across the Eastern Flow Control. Nearing it, the Enchantress guides.
There! Pull that lever.
That passage should lead to the Desolate Sands.
With the way to the Desolate Sands now opened, Kulle once more stops to advise.
A secret door hidden behind a waterfall. How imaginative.
You would do better?
You shall see when we get to my archives.
Next stop is Zoltun Kulle's archives via the waterlogged passage. However, when we enter the passage, we're met with a cutscene.
Hello? Is there anyone alive out there?
This initiates a kind of side quest with the infamous covetous Shen, the jeweler of Diablo III, though as I will probably cover his story in a later video, we're going to skip his pseudo side quest for the time being. With Shen leaving us, we enter the ancient path, and as soon as we enter the area, Leah says,
You go on ahead. I'm going back to town. I need to learn the spell needed to restore Kulle's body. I'll meet you when you get to the archives.
Leaving Leah to her studies, we head up some stairs, and Kulle once again appeals to our vanity.
You and I are the same. But those others, the fallen angel, the witch, they're using you for their own ends. You choose to be their puppet, yet the power of your birthright could make you a god.
Oh, I haven't the vanity to seek godhood. I leave that to you.
There's no need to be snide. Soon enough, I'll walk this world again. Then I'll show you what a Nephilim can achieve.
Whether the Nephilim in the drowned temple or supposedly Kulle himself, all of these beings so obsessed with their birthright instead of what matters, doing what's right. Heading east, we start to make our way up some stairs and past many bones. It seems like the desolate sands are some form of graveyard. There are bones about that are bigger than we've ever seen before. And at the top of the stairs, we find Kulle once more.
My archives lie beneath this desert, perhaps even beneath the sands we now tread upon. The Horadrim could not destroy them. They could only lock the door behind them. And I still have the keys.
Left once more to search the sands as we face Lacuni and various desert-dwelling monsters, we find at the base of a cliff what seems to be 3 parts of a hunter's journal, and of a Zakarum adherent, no less.
We, the Zakarum, have endeavored to make Caldeum a city of mercy and salvation, but we have not yet been able to convince the emperors to change the ancient policy of exile. Prisoners convicted of treason are still sent to the desolate sands to die with nothing but the clothes on their backs. In thousands of years of records, I cannot find a single account of a prisoner surviving exile to the desolate sands. The wastes are littered with bones that have been picked dry by the endlessly circling bloodhawks or desperate Lacuni. Those who die there meet their end without the sanctity of the light. The Zakarum scholar Brast wrote that the desolate sands were created after a mage clan battle sent out explosive energies that devastated the entire area. But he doesn't account for the enormous skeletons. No one has ever identified them. Were they a lost trace of giant beasts? Demons? Mythical dragons? We may never know.
Exactly which creatures had inhabited the desolate sands is a mystery that remains still in Diablo III and the wider Diablo universe, yet is reminiscent of the Mage Clan Wars and the story of Bartok and Horizon. It's not long before we happen upon a structure that is man-made and no doubt has to do with the Mad Mage Kulle himself. To the north of the platform, we find a hunter's journal that reveals:
We found Kulle's archives. They were strangely empty at first, but Kulle laid traps everywhere, each step harder than the next. It was foolish to expect otherwise. Kulle has prepared for many years for someone to come for him. Perhaps we are fools, and yet we must push on.
Some of my blood is within that cave. I can feel it.
As if unnaturally summoned due to the writings of his brethren, the Horadrim, we too hunt artifacts of Kulle. Inside the cave of the betrayer, the enchantress remarks,
"The pall of silence lays heavily here."
At the entrance of the cave, we find another of Kulle's journals that reads,
I believe with this soul stone, I will finally be able to unlock the true power of man. In ancient times, our kind possessed power unmatched in this dreary age. With the Soul Stone, I will be able to elevate myself to the strength of my ancestors. The Black Soul Stone will be my greatest work, my legacy, and my gift to humanity. There will be wars to come between man and the creatures of heaven and hell. The power housed within my stone is the very thing needed to set mankind free from demons and angels forever.
This madman intended to trap angels and demons alike. It sounds altruistic on the surface, but who would rule over humanity in their stead, we wonder? Perhaps a mad wizard? Sounds likely. Contending with the cave's inhabitants, including the huge worm-like sand tremors, we finally happen across the blood of Kulle himself. The act summons some skeletal guardians who almost appear in a mock show of defense, but just amble about. It's then the Enchantress rightfully questions.
Can a mad wizard ever reform his ways? I do not think so.
I think it'll be a cold day in hell before Kulle drops his superiority complex, contending with the Lacuni and desert raptors as well as the mosquito-like creatures that make us itchy. Zoltun Kulle once again appears in front of the Vault of Assassins.
In here, I can feel my blood nearby. They hid some of it beyond this portal.
Once inside, the Enchantress warns.
These halls belonged to Zoltun Kulle before they became his prison.
Well, on the bright side, at least he got to be the architect of his own prison. After wading through scores of the undead, we finally find the other vial of Kulle's blood, as well as a journal in the southwestern portion. Picking up the blood, our quest is complete. But also, we unknowingly summoned the Mage Lord Mizjin, the Guardian Lord of Blood. It's said of the skeletal guardians that they are the most dangerous of all skeletal minions. To create a skeletal guardian, a mage must put in a considerable effort and quite expensive reagents, partially infusing the resulting construct with their own essence. The result, however, is a servant who will guard his master's secrets for eternity. The Guardian vanishes into the sands from whence it came, and we can't help but wonder if a part of Kulle's own essence has been released or lost to the sands forever. Before we exit the archive, we look at Kulle's journal, which reads,
Finally, I have unlocked the secret of the soul stones once given to the Horadrim by Itherael. An impressive creation, to be sure, but one that I am certain can be duplicated. No, not just duplicated, improved upon. My soul stone will be made to contain the souls of many demons, or even angels.
Kulle wants to harness the powers of a god for himself. As soon as he helps us locate the Black Soul Stone, we're going to recommend to Itherael we make sure he stays as far away from the powerful artifact as humanly possible. Upon retrieving Zoltun Kulle's blood, we return to the desolate sands in search of his body and the promised Black Soul Stone. Back at the waypoint, Kulle comments,
My archives are at the northern tip of the desolate sands. There we will find my body and the Black Soul Stone.
Again, Kulle vanishes in a plume of magicka and smoke, with his maniacal laughter that really doesn't garner any trust between us. Although his directions were indeed correct. At the northern point, we find the undead and some errant Lacuni about. Yet it's not long before the Enchantress tells us not all is as it seems.
These Lacuni are not evil, only frightened.
Well, you could have fooled us. The last couple had tried to take her head off with large sticks. Crossing a bridge to the northwest, we see the entrance to the archives, and Kulle appears before its entrance.
Here is the entrance to my archives. Let me activate the portal.
Once inside the gusty portal, we see vast stone walkways and arcane energies crackle therein. Kulle once again appears and informs.
I had to build all of this for my research and my experiments. The Black Soul Stone was a complicated creation. I sacrificed much to make it.
We can only imagine if the original Soul Stone shards were said to be of the World Stone itself, what he sacrificed would have been immense.
Kulle's hospitality is somewhat
Lacking.
An astute observation from the Enchantress. It feels less like we're welcomed into an abode, more so walking into a den of evil.
Looks like I got here just in time. Emperor Hakan? What are you doing here?
Good, everyone's together. I came to tell you that I have found Belial, and I am ready to lead you to him.
Then let's get the Black Soul Stone and kill Belial.
All well and good. But first, I will be made whole.
We're ready to do our part. Just you remember yours.
Although we're comforted by the sight of Leah, we're more so troubled by the visage of Hakan, querying what he's discovered of the Lord of Lies.
Have you discovered Belial's identity?
Yes, but we must be very careful. He has noticed your actions, and he grows nervous. You focus on the Soul Stone. We can confront Belial afterward.
Although we agree with Hakan that we must focus on the Soul Stone, curiously, he failed to divulge Belial's true identity.
Beyond these portals lie 2 relics that were once powered by my blood. Take the vials you recovered and use them to activate the relics.
I will stay here and prepare the ritual. Be careful.
Wait. Kul's blood as a Nephilim is that potent it can fuel his machines? That does not bode well for us. Before we head inside, we turn to Leah once more for any guidance that she can give.
Even after everything we've come to know about Zoltun Kulle, I never imagined anything like this. Maybe Adria is right about the Black Soul Stone.
You doubted me. How disappointing.
We almost forgot that Kulle hears everything, especially in his sanctum. It's then we move to the northwest and into the unknown depths. Inside, we are met with a maelstrom of magicka that holds this unnatural world together. Glyphs float thanks to Kulle's will, even long past his demise. Now alone, Kulle attempts to appeal to our Nephilim nature.
Angels are no better than demons. Did you know that they once voted on whether or not to eliminate all of mankind? Only one vote saved us from extinction.
Itheraels?
Yes. Whatever else he may be, he is the aspect of justice, and there is no justice in murder.
I guess we'll have to hold Kulle to that noble thought. It's not long before we find the first shadow lock that sits like a sea mine protruding from the middle of a dais. What is surprising is not the normal undead that have been guarding Kulle's own sanctum, but the serpentine forces of Belial himself pervade the area. Is there a dark pact that we're unaware of? Or perhaps we're too late and Belial is again one step ahead of us. After subduing the sickly serpents, we see again a hunter's journal in a satchel, and the writings of Kulle's own Horodric brethren.
We will seal the shadow locks with vials of his blood, and we will hide the blood in the desert under eternal guard. I can only hope that the world does not forget of Kulle's evil, and his blood remains undisturbed beneath the shifting sands.
Against our better judgment, we're undoing the work of Ibn Fard and his Horodric brethren, unlocking the seal that has acted as a safeguard for Kulle all this time. We see the lock's glyphs are etched with Kulle's own blood, just as he had promised. For better or worse, the first shadow lock is open. We head back to the main area of the terminus and to the second shadow lock, aptly named the Storm Halls. Once inside, we see that the Storm Halls greatly parallel the unknown depths. The forces that oppose us, however, become greater, and as we're pursued through the halls to the southwestern side, we find Kulle once again, who cryptically poses.
We all agree that the end times are upon us. But do you truly believe that Belial and Azmodan could have engineered these events?
If you have a point, Kulle, please say it plainly.
Kulle, however, prefers to keep things cryptic, leaving us to our fate, fighting off his guardians. Once contended with, we find another of the Horodrim's journals.
Try as we might, Kulle simply cannot be killed. His cursed blood sustains him. He bleeds sand and his laughter mocks us. There is only one course of action left to us. We will separate his body and his head, and hide the body within the Shadow Realm.
Once both locks are opened, we move back to the terminus and see the portal to the Shadow Realm has opened before us.
The shadow portal lies here, waiting to be opened.
It's then the sandy visage of Kulle himself counters.
The Horadrim did all this to lock my body away. They must have been very angry with me.
You have that effect on people.
They were never very imaginative.
The Shadow Realm itself is a separate realm from Sanctuary, where the Horadrim have placed Kulle's body. Visually, it's a generic Act 2 Ruins dungeon, except for it is very dark, lit with dim red light and constantly swept by black, sandstorm-like torrents of smoke. It's said of the Shadow Vermin, they were wraith-like demons with long arms and narrow faces that glide through the darkness as easily as water, ready to smother their unwary prey. However, their origins are a subject of debate. Some scholars believe that these wraith-like foes are formed from concentrated demonic energy, while others believe they are souls of humans corrupted by Diablo. And Adria herself wrote that the Shadow Vermin are a concentration of Diablo's power, the fears of all mankind made manifest. How they became the guardians of this place is unknown. Upon reaching Kulle's body, we find a vile sentinel, a super unique toxic construct which boasts teleporting, reflect damage, and poison enchanted affixes in combat. Its counterpart being a molten sentinel, which is, of course, endowed with a molten affix. Two guardians will always spawn to guard Kulle's body, though sometimes it will be a frost and charge sentinel, although it is randomized, none of which should be taken lightly in combat.
The shadows themselves rise against us.
Now unguarded, we see the body of Zoltun Kulle. Instead of blood magic, we see Horadric symbols that have held it bound and in stasis. Retrieving it, Kulle then appeals.
You do not trust me, I understand. But we are more alike than you know. We have both tasted what it is to be Nephilim. Join with me, and we can become the masters of this world.
No, thank you.
Although we sense Kulle's offer is in fact legitimate, we know if we threw our lot in with the disgraced mage, we would forever walk down a path of selfishness, conquering our fellow man instead of aiding them. As if bolstering this belief, as we move to exit the portal, we find the final writings of his old Horadric brethren.
Kulle mocks my every step. I try to shut him out, but his chattering is ceaseless. He takes joy in taunting me. I will not rise to the bait. I will not give in to him. I long for the silence that will come once I secure his head away.
We feel for the Horadrim of old and can't help but momentarily pause and question Tyrael's own decision-making in picking Kulle, but who are we to question the greater machinations of an angel? Back in the terminus, we see Leah once more and present to her the torso of Kulle.
I have Kulle's body.
Then let me begin the ritual. But I'm warning you, Kulle. You'd better not cross us.
You are surrounded by deceit, young one. I am the least of your concerns. Concentrate, Leah. Soon now. Just a bit longer. Just a moment. Almost. Yes. My blood thunders within me. This fetid air fills my ravaged lungs. come alive again.
You're welcome.
Now, give us the Soul Stone.
Very well. The bargain stands. Quickly, to my sanctum.
Kulle, now whole again thanks to Leah's magicka, dissipates with his signature maniacal laughter and beckons us to his sanctum. And so we follow him into his Soulstone chamber to retrieve the promised Black Soulstone. Once inside the chamber, we see floating in the middle the ominous Black Soulstone, much larger than we had imagined, as it emanates dark, raw, barely contained evil. Kulle, it seems, is not willing to give up his prize, but also shocked at his own revelation.
At long last, I can complete my life's work. All will tremble at my power. What is this? How has this happened? The souls of the dead lords of hell have been absorbed into the stone. Abandon your quest, Nephilim. Your allies seek only to control you. With the power I offer, you and I could rule over all creation.
It is too late for intrigue, Kulle. Give me the stone.
Unsurprisingly, Kulle rescinds on his former agreement to give us the Black Soulstone once his work is complete. But why? We're unsure. A fierce battle ensues in Kulle's own circular arena. He's aided by two Eternal Guardian golems, which are quite slow but very resilient and hit hard in close combat. Kulle himself cannot attack normally, but can use the following abilities: Teleport, which he can use to move around the arena; Slow Time, which is absolutely identical to the wizard's spell, aside from slightly different graphics, which slows movement of players within a sphere by 80% and attack speed by 30%. Fireball, a medium speed projectile that deals area of effect fire damage, often used after Slow Time; and Energy Twister, which creates an erratically moving tornado of arcane energy, dealing heavy damage as arcane on contact. And contrary to popular belief, the Twisters do not home in on players. There's also the passive Cave-In after 1.5 seconds, which causes a rockfall across the wide area, causing heavy physical damage.
Not yet.
Although a formidable foe, Kulle lets out his last maniacal laugh as we finally fell him, his golems destroyed, and his dreams of ruling the world as an unchallenged Nephilim come crumbling down like the walls around him.
Done.
As his body explodes in a wave of fire and sand, in his wake we find his journal, which reveals his thoughts on his capture.
The wards have been triggered. It seems my brothers have finally come looking for me. Damn them. I am not ready. Too much of my power is invested in the stone's creation. I must finish it. The future of mankind depends on it.
We can't help but feel a twisted form of empathy for Kulle. He clearly, on some level, believed in what he was doing. And perhaps he was right. But never should one's goal be to set themselves above others. We head back to Adria with the Soul Stone in hand, and she reveals why Kulle was so shocked.
5 lords of hell now reside within this stone. This was your doing, Adria.
20 years ago, during the darkening of Tristram, Cain told me of Zoltun Kulle's profane soulstone.
That's why you left me. You went to mark the demon's souls so that they could be drawn into Kulle's vessel.
Yes, my daughter. I have sacrificed everything for this.
We're momentarily taken aback. Had we been so wrong about Adria with our misgivings? She sacrificed so much to trap the Lords of Hell. Back at the hidden camp, we then ask Adria what would happen if indeed we trapped all of the evils Would they not break free and terrorize the world again?
So we trap Belial and Azmodan in the Soul Stone. What then?
Then I shatter it, and the Lords of Hell will be no more.
A bold plan, and easier said than done. We still have 2 Lords of Hell to trap, Belial and Azmodan, surrounded by enemies and lies. Our hunt for the Lord of Lies nears an end. After destroying the mad wizard Zoltun Kulle and retrieving the Black Soul Stone, we've learned that the witch Adria had trapped 5 Lords of Hell therein. Before we face Belial, the Lord of Lies, and attempt to trap him, we first query how the witch came across such a forbidden and powerful artifact such as the Black Soul Stone.
While I was in Tristram, Deckard Cain told me of a Black Soul Stone crafted by a renegade Haradrim. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but later, I realized its true significance. I knew the essences of the 5 slain Lords of Hell still existed in our world, so I spent the last 20 years locating and preparing them to be drawn into the stone when it was finished.
Finished?
Kulle was interrupted during his first attempt. Now that the Soul Stone is finally complete, the Lords of Hell have been trapped within it. Know this. I have given everything, even my own blood, my own daughter, so that I could hunt Belial and Azmodan. Do not question my dedication. I have given more than any, and I will give more before the end comes. Controlling the Black Soul Stone will be perilous.
Will you need help?
It won't be me who will use it. Only Leah, under my guidance, can wield it. Her power is far greater than mine, and it will ensure our success.
Leah is growing powerful.
The power was always within her. Now she's learning to control it.
She is your child.
I do not know where her power comes from. I spent a lifetime studying the ways of magic. It did not come so easily to me.
It's then we turn to the newly minted mage Leah, and her mind is firmly on our task at hand.
We've got to reach the Emperor. He said he can lead us to Belial.
Are you certain we can trust the child?
We have no choice. But know this, if Belial gets desperate, he will unleash hell upon Caldeum.
So before we face him, we must evacuate the citizens. The Iron Wolves can help.
Sooner started, sooner done.
Leah and Adria turn heel and race towards the Caldeum Bazaar. And hopefully we can evacuate the citizens before it is too late.
Belial has started his attack on the city. Let's go. Ashira is already at the sewers.
Upon entering the bazaar, we already hear the shrill screams of the citizens in a panic.
Hurry! We'll keep you safe!
Approaching the market square, we see Belial's fury as he rains down meteoric fireballs upon the town. The time for lies and subterfuge is at an end. We head to the northeast and into the Searing Sands Inn, guiding the patrons and Sadir, the innkeeper, to the sewers where they may be safe, but he stubbornly responds.
I am not going to the sewers no matter what you say. I just bought these clothes.
He's one fireball away from singing a very different tune. Back in the Caldeum Bazaar, we dodge the errant missiles, searching out Ashira,
Save yourself! It's the end of the world!
who guides citizens to the safety of the sewers.
Belial has started the slaughter.
When the fireballs began falling from the sky, we started evacuating the people. They will be safe here.
I'll bring as many as I can find.
The Iron Wolves will assist you to the death.
I saw people hiding under the carts. Bring them to the sewers.
We can't risk our lives on this foolish heroism. We must go to the Emperor immediately.
We can't let these people die, Mother.
They'll die anyway. But if we die, Belial wins.
You may be right, but I still won't abandon them.
Leaving Leah and Adria to battle out their own moral conundrum, we start to face the slithering serpents that are Belial's servants as we free the nearby villagers, some under carts,
We have nowhere to hide.
others cowering in corners. Gathering up as many villagers as we can and contending with Belial's forces, we then meet Leah once more and she says,
Lead the rest of the people here before it's too late.
Now to the gates. We have no time to lose.
Let's go.
With Belial's assault subsiding just momentarily, we head down into the sewers and see that the townspeople are safe for now. But we must confront the Lord of Lies, otherwise our victory will be short-lived. Once topside, we see an eerie calm as Belial's fireballs have abated, as if they were an illusion themselves. Reaching the gates of Caldeum, Adria then instructs.
Now, Leah, use your power just the way I taught you and bring down these gates.
Stand back. I still can't fully control it.
Do not worry about us.
The gates to the city of Caldeum explode under the Mage's magicka. Once inside the city of Caldeum, we see more citizens cowering. But it's a ruse.
You dare stand in our way?
We finished them off.
Well, like mother, like daughter, we put down the remaining errant serpents that we come across and see there are still some true citizens that flee in our wake. Heading up the stairs and across the platforms, we see more of Belial's noxious poisons mar our path and pulse with unholy energies. On the platform just ahead, we find the head of the guard, Khmer, lies in wait.
Kneel before the servants of Belial.
That sorcerer's illusion blocks our path. Kill him!
Indeed, Khmer has to be defeated to disperse the illusion. He's also the only known human in the Imperial Guard who's willing to fight on Belial's behalf. Contending with the last of the fallen, the illusion itself has dropped, and our pathway to Belial is now clear. Cutting a path through the scaled serpents, we then defeat a trio of scaled serpent mages, as then that Adria urges her daughter to call upon her magics once more.
Again, daughter!
I feel so weak. I don't know if I can.
You must! Now!
The strength lies within you, Leah.
It is up to you now. Hurry! I must stay here and tend to Leah.
With Leah fatigued heavily and Adria at her aid, we tepidly step beyond the gates and to the Emperor's palace to confront the Lord of Lies.
Praise the gods, you've arrived just in time. Show me the Soul Stone.
Come, Belial. The time for lies is past.
Clever, but know this, Nephilim. Azmodan knows of the stone and the power it contains. Even if you defeat me, he will exterminate you and every last one of your misbegotten kind.
Belial's deception fades away, his true form revealed, and yet he leaves his guards to attack, and they hesitate. It looks like he's far better off in the shadows than he realized. Well, that was easy. Tell me, Belial, am I lying?
I will not be undone! This world is mine!
Belial's own cadre of snake men, proving quite ineffectual, forces the Lord of Lies to drop down from his throne room as he himself proves to be a pedestrian opponent. We have to say we're quite disappointed.
I cast off these petty illusions. Behold, the true vision of the Lord of Hell!
Oh, sweet Anu. In the third phase of the battle, Belial proves why he's the Prince of Illusion and Pestilence, becoming gargantuan in stature. Belial then gains full health and becomes immobile, albeit due to his size, and gains devastating new abilities, such as Fist Slam, which is a green ring appears on the ground where Belial is about to strike, giving glass cannon heroes a brief moment to run out of the area. Meteor Strike. If Belial survives in a battle against the Nephilim for 50 seconds, he will gnash both of his limbs onto the ground of the throne room for roughly 15 seconds. During this, small green rings will show up chaotically all over the arena, After 2 seconds, each ring explodes for high lightning damage. This is by far the most dangerous of his attacks, as 2 consecutive hits can easily kill an average hero on adequate difficulty. And finally, breath. Belial will breathe lightning from one end of the arena to the other, hitting for average damage. It can be avoided by standing very close to either the left or right of the platform. As we slash with our flaming sword, dodging his attacks and calling forth the lightning strikes of heaven's fury itself, our persistence perishes the pestilent pimp.
Done.
As Belial's body is broken, so too is his illusion, and the throne room returns to its normal state. After which we gather up the loot as well as a legendary ring, the Nagel ring, which has a unique trait of summoning a fallen lunatic every 10 seconds. Gathering up the items, we call back Adria and Leah to perform the ritual.
Quickly, Leah, seal Belial's soul within the stone. It is ironic that one as twisted as Zoltun Kulle played so great a role in our salvation.
Kulle was once a tireless enemy of hell. From his life, let us learn. The longer we fight evil, the more it can corrupt our hearts.
As a quick aside, I feel very foolish that I put that ring on, not realizing that the fallen lunatics would be summoned during a cutscene. After the ritual is completed, we find that we have a little fallen family and head back to the hidden camp. We head down the stairs to the city of Caldeum. We see all around that the townsfolk are once again celebrating. They must have seen the great battle atop the palace and know the Lord of Lies' rule of tyranny is now ended. Back at the gates of Caldeum, the townsfolk graciously applaud our return. And between all of the thank yous and cheers, we can come across a quite spicy conversation between a noble woman and one of the local Iron Wolves sent to protect them during the siege.
Thank you for saving us from that foul demon. He would have destroyed us all.
Thank you for bringing sanity back to our city. Jaren and I owe you our lives.
Jaren?
That would be me. We hid during the bombardment, pressed together in a crevice. We had some time to, get to know each other.
He heroically shielded my body with his own throughout the entire night, and told me delightfully risque stories to keep me calm.
Happy to, my lady.
Wow, it seems the crowd is cheering for the wrong hero. Back inside the Searing Sands Inn, we then speak to one of the refugees about Belial's true identity.
I always knew the Emperor was possessed by that demon. It explains everything.
What does Sadir the Innkeeper think of the revelation?
Everything's gone the way of the burning hells around here as far as I'm concerned.
You know what they say? Give them an inch, they think they're a ruler. Back at the hidden camp, we get a moment to speak to Leah and see how she is, and she responds.
I miss Uncle Deckard so much. It's hard going on without him.
He lives in your memory, Leah. Take comfort in that.
Thank you. I'm going to get back to my research. I'm not sure what I expected it would be like to have my mother back. But it wasn't this. She's different than what I imagined. I can see the toll her mission has exacted from her, just as it had with my uncle.
It's true. Seldom does one battle the burning hells and not pay a heavy price. Although Itherael seems in high spirits, saying,
Today is a good day. You have liberated this land and brought low a lord of hell. Enjoy this moment, for tomorrow our war continues.
There is no time for rest. Even now, Azmodan plots our destruction.
The Lord of Sin is an uncanny tactician. He'll attack us where he believes we'll least expect it.
And where defeat would break our will to resist.
You are learning well, Leah. Now you must go to Caldeum's great library and continue with your uncle's work.
The Lord of Lies quest is complete. All we have left to do is speak to the caravan leader, and start on the trail of Azmodan, Lord of Sin.
I can be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Let me know when you are prepared to go.
This makes any sense to me. What am I missing, Uncle? What am I supposed to see?
Ravaging this world and all hope of resistance. My minions will find the stone, wherever you choose to hide it. Then, at long last, Azmodan shall reign as the prime evil.
Leah, are you all right? Speak to me, child.
Ariad. The demon's invasion will come from Ariad.
Caldeum is free of Belial and his lies. Yet Azmodan remains. With his armies staged in Ariat Crater, the ancient bulwark of Bastion's Keep is all that keeps him in check. I will not let that mighty fortress fall.
We arrived at Bastion's Keep, northern tip, after the 10th day of siege from Azmodan, staged from his base in the Ariat Crater. The keep's own structure is damaged from the explosion of the World Stone, and as we approach the Archangel Itherael, as he overlooks the carnage, he says,
"The keep's defenses cannot hold. Its soldiers are scattered, fleeing before Azmodan's onslaught, which rushes forth from Ariat Crater. Should the keep fall, Azmodan will claim the Black Soul Stone. If he does, there will be no hope for this world."
It will stand. I must rally the defenders.
Light the signal fires. and show these soldiers that we are not yet defeated. Salvation has arrived. Go, you are needed below.
As Itherael rallies the forces below, lighting the signal fires once more in the once thought impregnable fortress, we turn to him and ask all he knows of Azmodan, our newest enemy, his bid for the Black Soulstone, and how Itherael will battle him now as a mortal.
A few thousand of your years ago on a distant battlefield, I stood over Azmodan, sword raised to deliver the death blow.
You faltered?
No. One of my brethren, Adria, called for help.
And you saved him instead?
Yes. And now Azmodan threatens all I hold dear once again.
You stayed true to your beliefs. There was no other way.
I see that now. I wish my angelic brethren felt the same.
How is it different being mortal?
I will die, of course.
Granted, but
that is the difference. When you are mortal, every moment is precious. Everything matters. It is exhilarating. Of the many things I find intriguing about humans, the greatest is their endless thirst for knowledge. Angels believe that everything there is to know is written in the scroll of fate. Therefore, curiosity is not a common angelic trait. Ironically, my suspicions have been confirmed. Angels do not, in fact, know everything. Seeing the world through mortal eyes has given me much to ponder. The Black Soulstone was created to be an improvement over the original 3. They were crafted to contain single demons, but Kulle intended his to hold many. But the Black Soulstone is flawed and cannot contain that many demons for long. We must capture Azmodan within it and shatter it, lest all these evils be reborn. I knew Zoltun Kulle was special from the moment I met him. He had a keen mind for the arcane. During the hunt for the 3, he was the bearer of the Soul Stones, and must have studied them intently. Though it is an aberration, the Black Soul Stone is a testament to his genius.
Speaking of the Soul Stone, we realized that if it is in fact unstable, that Leah must still be hard at work containing the demons. We head down the stairs and into the armory and witness Leah struggling against Azmodan's own brethren, fighting to break free of their containment.
The Black Soulstone's getting hotter, straining against me. They're whispering to me from inside.
The demons within seek escape. Only your power can keep it from splitting apart, my daughter. It's a heavy burden, but the fate of the world lies in your hands.
Yes, Leah can handle this, although it will be very hard on her.
Leah, the stone is fighting you. Are you okay?
It's getting more difficult, but it's nothing I can't handle.
The demons war and rage to escape their imprisonment. Their fury will only increase over time. Leah is very brave, but we'd best hurry before her strength fails.
Of course. Do not worry, Leah. We will be swift.
Witnessing Leah's struggle is difficult, and we can only imagine what it's doing to her poor mother. We then turn to Adria and assure her that the Lord of Sin's reign shall be short, and she rebukes.
Azmodan's defeat is at hand.
Only fools celebrate victory before the battle's begun. Along with Belial, Azmodan has ruled the ravening hordes of the burning hells for over 3 centuries. His cunning is beyond imagining.
Well, beyond yours, perhaps.
Sensing Adria is not really a fan of our sarcasm in their time of need, we then head into Bastion Keep's stronghold on our journey to light the signal fires and see the people are in dire straits.
Someone's got to light those signal fires. Just not me.
Itherael's lighting of the fires seems to have boosted morale.
You heard the angel's command. Let the call sound forth. Bastion's keep shall not fall.
Following suit, it's our duty to find the remaining signal fires and light them. But as we turn to leave the keep, we see Mayor Hollis. The last time we saw him, he was trying to escape New Tristram with his cart.
The Lord Mayor of New Tristram. What brings you to Bastion's Keep?
Cruel fortune has left me as a lowly merchant once again.
and now I'm minutes away from slaughter by the demonic hordes. Please, escort me out of here. I will pay anything.
No place is safe anymore. The world is more dangerous now, and you'll grow used to it. Soon, I hope.
A fun fact in regards to Mayor Hollis is that he's voiced by Paul Eiding, the veteran actor who plays the warrior in Diablo 1, narrator, even Pepin the Healer, who the anxious Mayor's voice mirrors in a lot of ways.
What ails you, my friend?
Following the forces out of the keep and across the drawbridge, we're immediately confronted with the Lord of Sin himself.
Your keep will fall.
Adria was saying such pride and arrogance.
Light the signal fire!
It's then the first of the signal fires is lit, and we begin our task of bashing through the horde of demon troopers that bar our path. Wading through the fallen that besiege the keep, we find fallen shaman mid-ritual. We mistakenly deem them a non-threat to our own peril.
Ah, finally, a challenge.
They've managed to summon a colossal Galgor, known for its nasty knockback. It wields 2 huge maces with much proficiency. Yet the light burns its unholy flesh and sends it back whence it came. Dodging debris and the meteors that rain down upon us, we head up the final stairs, final beacon, guarded by the gargantuan hellbearers.
By the light be damned!
Our thorns have a nasty effect underfoot.
You're a welcome sight, hero.
And we light the final signal fire as the foul fiend falls to its doom below. The signal fire is lit and the men rally. Azmodan makes another appearance.
So you're the wretch that's given me such trouble. Thrash as you might, you will not keep me from the Soul Stone.
For all of Azmodan's bluster, we are largely unimpressed. However, heeding Adria's very words, the only way he would show his face and be so prideful is if he believed his victory was already at hand. And we swear to ourselves he will burn in the light as our crusade presses on. Post-lighting the signal fires in an attempt to rally the forces of the light against Azmodan's assault on Bastion's Keep, we once again see Itherael, the Archangel, who says,
I can see the signal fires lit all across the keep and on the battlefield. The defenders rally to the fires. But though the battlements are secured, we have bought ourselves no victory, only time. We need the catapults. But with the demons on the walls, the crews have been unable to raise them.
Then I will remove the demons and raise the catapults myself if I have to.
I am once again filled with the thrill of battle. It has been too long since I have raised my blade against the forces of the burning hells. I remember countless battles within the heart of Pandemonium, as my brethren and I risked everything to drive the demon spawn back to their hells.
Must have been a sight to see.
It was. Glorious and terrible. We waged our eternal conflict since the light first broke upon creation. But now, for the first time, it feels as if its end is in sight.
Indeed, it does seem as if the conflict will finally come to an end, but will the light or the forces of darkness victor?
Half of the weapons in this heap are covered in rust. What has the quartermaster been doing with his time?
Fighting alongside us for days, you fool.
Even with the signal fires lit, the soldiers are fatigued.
There's 100 other places the demons could come at us. From below, for instance.
You mean up through the keep? The fortifications are even tougher down there.
If the enemies broke in from below, then Leah and Adria would be susceptible. Remembering Leah's struggle, we head inside the armory and see she is visibly waning against the evils trying to escape their imprisonment.
I'm glad this is almost done. I don't think I have much time left.
You can endure this, Leah. Think of your hopes for the future. You're in, perhaps.
No, you were right. There's no safe place for anyone. Look around us. If this keep can't protect us,
What chance would a silly little inn have?
Cain would be proud, Leah. Just hold on a little longer and think of your dreams. When this is over and you can build your inn.
The demonic rage is building up again. But I can do this. I know I can. Thank you.
Attempting to ground Leah with a positive thought as she struggles against the forces of hell, we actually garner ourselves 2 achievements, both of which have to do with listening to conversations with the main cast. But what does Adria think of Leah's plight?
Your daughter suffers. It must be difficult to witness.
Everyone suffers, but to do so for a cause greater than oneself, that is the mark of a true hero. My daughter is everything I hoped she would be.
What uncharacteristically kind words from the witch. Focusing on our objective to raise the catapults, we head back to Stonefort, greeted in turn.
Look! Just over there! I never imagined such a creature.
The creature that the Enchantress speaks of is Nizun, the Gorgon. And as far as fallen shaman go, this is a particularly nasty one, blessed with the affixes of teleporter, poison enchanted, and nightmarish. So not only do you get feared, but you run into the snail-like sludge of poison that he just casually trails in his wake before teleporting about, earning a long overdue dirt nap. After felling the fallen foe, the Enchantress then comments,
I am glad that the Seraph Itherael leads us now.
As am I.
It is as it should be.
Although we agree with the Enchantress, we wouldn't mind having the powerful Sword of Justice, Eldruin, by our side in these trying times. Heading to the northwestern section of the ramparts, we see that our path is blocked.
Thank the heavens you're here. We're down to 4 lads until reinforcements arrive. Trouble is, the lift stopped. We can't see what went wrong through all the muck down there.
This sounds ominous.
Oh, what now?
More of the brutes from below, Captain. What do we do?
Private, if you need to be told which end of the sword goes where, you haven't been paying attention. Fight to your last breath, lads!
It's then we're ambushed by demonic troopers and hellflyers. It was said of the hellflyers that Azmodan created them specifically after he nearly lost Itherael, breeding the winged demons capable of tearing even angels asunder. It's then the lift unexpectedly rises.
The lift is moving again! Hold steady, lads! Reinforcements are on their way!
Half dozen demons rise up from the depths below.
Demons! Get ready, men!
The demons are led by Dragus, Soldier of Hell, a super unique with the electrified and mortar affixes.
Victory!
Both of which prove to fall short against the burning light. With our path clear, we then move west across the bridge, and it's not long before we find the first of the catapults. Contending with a duo of demon troopers, we see Sergeant burrows by the catapult, and he needs our aid, instructing,
You must be the one that lit the signal fires. Help me free the recruits so they can raise this catapult. Over here.
We follow the sergeant northwest, taking care of demon troopers in his wake that have the recruits held hostage in the keep.
Excellent. Let's protect the recruits while they raise the catapult.
As the path is clear and the recruits slip through the grate, we are then confronted by fallen mongrels.
Only you can defeat this monstrosity!
One by one, the recruits spill from the grate, and we contend with the hellspawn. However, their numbers seem to be unending, and wouldn't you know, they had a plethora of affixes including Mortar, Vortex, Poison Enchanted, and Thunderstorm. But as we're contending with the cantankerous canines, we realize their ploy as we've left the recruits unguarded and they're attacked by more demon spawn. The demons attempt to slow us.
I enjoyed that.
We recognize their feeble ploy and cannot hide our contempt. It's not long after battling the voracious hellspawn do the recruits succeed in raising the catapults. Sergeant Burrows turns to us and thanks.
With the fires lit and the catapults firing on the battlefield, Bastion's Keep just might hold. You've given us hope. Thank you.
1 down, 3 to go. Heading to the second catapult, it's then the Enchantress warns.
The demon's presence has grown stronger. I can see them everywhere. They are angry now. Leah seemed so weary. I hope that she is holding on.
We will visit her soon.
Worrying about Leah's strength and state of mind, meteors rain down upon us. Time is not our friend. Heading up some stairs and breaking down a flimsy barricade, we see Lieutenant Leah, who says,
Scouts report that more of those wretched demon hellbearers will be here any moment. The soldiers need to be protected. The platform will rise more quickly if we don't lose men.
The recruits then enter from a gate in the northeast and were required to defend them, this time against Azmodan's mighty hellbearers. As the recruits get to work, we prepare for the onslaught. The Hellbearers are colossal demons originating straight from the depths of hell. And they look much like giant centipedes clinging upon the walls and anchoring with their claws. Once they're in position, they start regurgitating demon troopers who pour forth from the Hellbearers' maw in packs of 4 at a time. The total number of demons each Hellbearer can transport, thankfully, is finite. But killing the demon will end the reinforcements, as the living siege tower will lose its grasp and fall to the grounds below, thanks to the power of our thorns under claw.
Thanks to your help, we can finally get these catapults firing on the demons on the battlefield. The soldiers out there have a chance now.
Moving between the ramparts, we have but one catapult to find as the Fallen begin to flank us. And as we destroy their forces, we find something totally unexpected, not on one of the shaman, but instead the final underling. On its body, we find a legendary sword named Sever, which boasts incredible damage, plus 8% damage to demons, and slain enemies rest in pieces. Equipping the blade, we find the final catapult and Lieutenant Clifton by it.
Lieutenant, are you alone?
Of course I'm bloody well alone. Everyone else has gone and died, but I'll be damned if I leave my post. Make yourself useful and spin that winch.
Blizzard's credit, this quest actually features 3 different ways to help people with catapults, breaking up the monotony of the actual quest. If you forget to turn the catapult, Lieutenant Clifton will have some choice words for you.
Oh, my mistake. I thought you came over here to help lift this catapult. I didn't realise you were here for the bloody scenery. I can't believe you're making me do this on my own.
Stay calm. We will aid you when we are ready.
Successfully defending the cranky lieutenant from the monster's attack, he then will implore.
Done. I promised Captain Hell I'd watch my temper. Do me a favour, and don't mention that I shouted at you a little, alright?
Promising to keep the secret between us, we then portal back to Bastion's Keep and have an unexpected visitor.
While you tinkered with your paltry catapults, my demons breached the depths of your keep. Once they've claimed the Black Soul Stone for me, your entire world will burn.
It's as we feared. Leah is in trouble, and we have a promise to keep, not just to defend her, as she is the key to containing evil within the Soul Stone, but also her dream of an inn when it's all over. With the catapults repulsing the demons' armies from the walls, Azmodan proves tenacious. His sappers have tunneled into the keep's depths. If we don't go down and stop the incursion, they will boil up from the sublevel and kill every man, woman, and child within.
Azmodan's demons have opened an enormous hole in our walls and are flooding into the depths. If it is not closed, the keep will be overrun.
Then I will seal it.
You are a great warrior.
I'd say you know a bit about war yourself.
I do what I can. Imperius himself would have been hard-pressed to hold these walls as long as these soldiers have. This world owes them a great debt.
Imperius?
Imperius is the Archangel of Valor. It is he who commands the legions of the high heavens.
Has the conflict between heaven and hell ever come close to an end?
We thought we had lost everything at the 5th battle of the Diamond Gates. The prime evils and their legions crashed against the very entrance of heaven itself. But one of my most trusted lieutenants, Iswal, turned them back. Still, the day might have been lost had the demon lords not fallen to fighting amongst themselves. So confident of their impending victory, they turned on each other over the spoils they had yet to win. I shudder to think what the demon lords might accomplish should they ever stop betraying one another. Such is the self-defeating nature of evil.
It's then we get word of reinforcements from Westmarch.
I bring word from the King of Westmarch.
Has he agreed to send us reinforcements?
My lord says he will send no living men to battle imaginary demon lords.
Perhaps he'll believe when his kingdom is burnt to ashes around him.
Surely with the destruction that the Lord of Lies caused in Caldeum, the King of Westmarch must sense that our battle is his as well. Visit Leah down in the armory. Luckily, Azmodan's forces have not breached this area, but we can see the stone's resistance is intensifying.
The stone is vibrating. I can barely hold it. Their voices, they're screaming in my head.
Will Leah be able to resist the stone's evil?
She must. Clearly the stone wasn't built to contain 6 demon lords indefinitely. Only Leah's will holds it together.
Stay strong, Leah. I will kill Azmodan quickly.
I wish we could do more for Leah. Maybe I could hold the stone together for a while.
That is her burden. Ours lies on the battlefield.
Very well.
With time running out, we leave Leah to contend with the demons in the stone. Heading north, we find demons have boiled forth from the keep's northern tower.
The demons are in the keep! They're coming up from the depths! To arms! To arms!
I would ask if you're all right, but I know better.
That was hardly an ambush anyway. Do you remember when the barbarians tried the same thing 30 years ago?
Ha! They tried to steal you away, didn't they? I was frantic until they brought you back 2 hours later with an apology.
I simply reasoned with him. Garma still sends me a bundle of hides sometimes, you know. He was the nicest kidnapper I ever met.
Leaving the soldier and his wife to discuss the barbarians' ongoing gifts, we head down into level 1 of the keep's depths. We then are confronted with the voracious Soul Rippers. We remember reading about them in Cain's journal.
We must face another trial, my friend.
Soul Rippers are the bane of the living, creatures born of the endless malice churning within hell. Agile and swift, the Rippers cover ground quickly by latching onto prey with their enormous tongues, and then leaping on top of their victims. From this point, the Ripper cannot be deterred. It has begun to feast.
We also come across a satchel that gives insight into the life of the barbarians.
I have been fortunate enough to learn much of the barbarians' complicated history in my time. Yet the origins of these large, mighty warriors are hazy at best. Legend holds that they are the offspring of Bull Cathos, an ancient who embodied their ideals of strength, bravery, and courage. The children of Bull Cathos settled in the northern steppes, an area that is now known as the Dreadlands. Theirs was primarily a nomadic and tribal culture, though they had a few permanent settlements such as Cesseron and Harrogath. A group of revered former warriors known as the Elder Council ruled the barbarians. The barbarians have always defended their lands in the north from trespassers. They believe that it is their sacred charge to guard Mount Ariat and the World Stone within it from the outside world. Unfortunately, their battle prowess and tenacity have been misinterpreted as bloodthirst and territorial savagery by soldiers in Westmarch.
Death stalks you!
As we call upon the holy light to burn through Azmodan's forces, we locate his orders on one of his fallen demon troopers.
Minions. The men actually think that They can hide behind their paltry little walls. But they have only had a glimpse of the full host of hell. We will see them drown in our tide of sin. The girl is still weak, and their hero will not expect us to attack from below. Send in the ravening beast.
Wow, Miriam's really not going to appreciate that nickname. Jokes aside, what was Azmodan talking about? Who is this ravening beast? And we must quell your uprisal before they make it to the Soul Stone above.
Patience. The crusade marches on!
Having stymied much of the uprising that had occurred in the keep's first couple of levels, we then enter the cold air of the breach. Again, Azmodan appears before us.
You're too late. My servant is already inside your walls, and his hunger is ravenous. He will devour your corpse, and those of your friends.
We see that Azmodan's threat is not idle. Perished troops litter the grounds in the way to the keep's depths. And upon entry in the northeastern wall, we find a scroll that outlines the history of Bastion's keep itself.
Many centuries ago, King Corsic built Bastion's keep to pen the barbarian threat in the north. After years of military disasters, the frustrated king led a large out of the fortress and into the north to conquer the barbarians once and for all. Not one of them came back.
Our trials have been few up until this point. Azmodan will make his move soon. The blood of innocents flows over our path.
Inside the breached keep, we see blood and gore strewn about the hallways, reminiscent of our time against the Butcher. And at the end of a northeastern hall, there lies the larder. The stench of rotting flesh is almost overwhelming. The enchantress then warns.
The demon. He's here.
The one who killed Lord Belial. I will savor, tearing the flesh from your bones.
The gate behind us abruptly closes, and we have no choice but to defend ourselves. For his size, the Lord of Gluttony moves surprisingly quickly, but his attacks are very slow. Of the 4 attacks, we are bombarded with gas clouds. This creates 2 clouds of gas that deal average poison damage over time. The damage of each cloud grows as the player stands in it. The second ability is Bile Spew, spraying players in a mid-ranged cone in front of Gome with acid, dealing high poison damage over 2 seconds. The third ability, Slime, is a long-range attack that deals slight poison damage and spawns 2 disgusting slimes on enemies that continuously attack the player. Once both are killed, they drop a guaranteed health globe. This attack is used with no regards as to whether a foe is in melee range or not. And the final ability, Bite, is a regular melee attack and deals slight to average physical damage. The northeastern end of the room, we find a half-eaten guard, and on his corpse, Gome's own log.
The human prisoners are panicking now. Oh, they must have noticed that fresh meat only comes after one of their number is dragged away, screaming. This will not hold. Slaughter the ones who starve themselves and feed them to their hungry friends. When those ones are fully stuffed, I will be ready to die.
After a long and arduous battle, the demon begins to fatigue and has had his fill of our blade, accompanied by lashings of the light. Gome, upon defeat, erupts in a putrid mess and soils himself. Ichor and noxious gas ooze from his body. We collect up the goods that we find he swallowed previously and head back to town, where Azmodan awaits.
I'm returning to town.
Empty victory over a useless tool. You have only delayed your inevitable destruction. Your walls have grown no stronger. Our assault continues unabated. The stone will still be mine.
Even after losing his lieutenant, Azmodan is as confident as ever. However, Leah can only hold on so long, and a war of attrition has begun. Contending with the breach in the keep by quelling the uprising spearheaded by the gluttonous gastropod known as Gome, we re-emerge in Bastion Keep's stronghold and sense something's amiss. Where the Archangel Tyrael once stood is Lieutenant Leah, who informs.
Terrifying noises were coming from the armory, so Tyrael went to investigate. He said if you were to return, I should send you there.
The armory? But, oh no, the Black Soulstone. We race to the armory and are met by a harrowing scene.
I am losing control!
All but Leah, Adria, and Tyrael are destroyed by a wave of destructive power that emanates from the Soulstone. We are set upon by the terror spawn summoned from the stone itself. Massacring the remnants of terror, we then check on Leah, who appears to be heavily fatigued, but we're unsure if she's hurt.
The Soulstone seems stable now.
The demon's rage has been subdued.
Yes, but for how long? Our time grows short. We must take this fight to Azmodan.
Then we shouldn't waste time discussing it. I will break their battle lines, enter the crater, and end this.
Leah then resumes her incantation, holding the demons at bay, lest they escape once more. And it's then we turn to Adria and query, can the war really be ended?
The last of the great evils will soon be defeated. What will you do then?
This war will never end for me. Even if we defeat all evil forever, I will carry the scars of this nightmare till the end of my days.
And Leah?
I wish Leah could have the life I never had. But in truth, I fear she'll be damned as well.
I disagree.
We then turn to Tyrael for advice on our next move, and he imparts.
Can you feel the keep shuddering? Azmodan's siege weapons. Saving these walls will have meant nothing if they're reduced to rubble.
I'll shatter those weapons before that happens.
We will not fail you, Seraph.
Tell me more of the eternal conflict.
Since time immemorial, the forces of heaven and hell fought for control of the sacred World Stone, until the day it was stolen by renegades and used to forge your world. Since then, the forces of hell became more interested in corrupting mankind than in facing us on the field of battle.
They wished to turn humanity into a weapon?
They knew that mankind would tip the balance of power forever, and very clearly, you have.
What do you know of the creation of our world?
To escape the eternal conflict, a group of renegade angels and demons came together and created a hidden paradise for themselves. They called this world Sanctuary. Eventually, they commingled. They gave birth to mankind. That is why you have both good and evil within you, and the power of both realms as your birthright. The power of your Nephilim ancestors was so terrifying to their parents that they tuned the World Stone to weaken them. They knew they had loosed something unimaginable upon creation.
Tremors in the Stone is a short quest and has already been completed. I thought we would take time before we head into Ariat Crater and speak to some of the citizens in Bastion Keep as a rare opportunity to hear their dialogue.
I told you, Marcus. I told you the demons would find a way up from underneath.
I heard that hero slaughtered a huge fat one in a larder. I'm never eating anything from there again.
Hold on. There he goes.
We hear you heading out onto the battlefields. We'll hold the gates.
but I don't think you need us to. We all do our part. Without you, this keep would have fallen before I got here.
When this is all over, we should have a family.
A what?
Children, Drian. We can have children.
That sounds wonderful. I think I'm needed back on the wall.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't come back on purpose in this raid.
Let's play Defend the Keep!
No. Why not? Because you want me to be the fat demon he killed.
Things are looking up, Martyr. There's barely anything left to kill.
I knew you could do it.
There are other soldiers about besides me, if you haven't noticed.
No, I haven't.
And finally, we get to speak to my favorite former Mayor, Hollis.
Now's the time to run, isn't it? While there's a lull in the fighting?
I don't know much about fleeing. I'll trust your expertise.
Gotta love a good servant of the public. Got their own interests at the forefront till the bitter end. It's then we head towards the Ariat Crater Gate. Bodies litter the path, and we sense our fight with Azmodan will soon come to a head.
Bastion's keep stands tall. Now I go to the battlefield, where Azmodan's war machines bombard our scattered soldiers.
Passing through the Ariat Gate, we see the walls are constantly bombarded and cannot maintain the destruction for much longer. From our perch above, we see the battle below rages on. A demonic hellbearer is pinned to the wall. It's more aghast as it's held aloft by all manner of spears and spiked objects. And the forces of Bastion Keep continue to fend off the demon troopers.
We shall soon defeat Azmodan, and the Lords of Hell will be a mere memory.
What a nourishing thought in this hell-forsaken battlefield. Sergeant Pale then instructs.
Thank the gods you're here. You've got to destroy those ballistae. They're raining hell down upon us. We can't last much longer.
Then tasked to take down the ballistae, but must first cross the Bridge of Corsic. Speaking of sick, we then come across some of the wounded in a forward medic camp.
I can't take the pain. Please!
You think we're all just waiting around for you to save us, hero? Well, I've secured this post. I don't need your help.
Please, save us! These men are helpless!
Screeching, winged Molochs then pour forth, and we're forced to defend the camp at large, lest they feast on the sick and infirmed.
What is that? Something's below us. Can't you feel it?
Rising up from the ground are heralds of pestilence, led by a super unique hand-up. We remember of these heralds from our journal, which reads,
Long ago, the heralds of pestilence were lesser demons who rebelled against Azmodan. The Lord of Sin vanquished them easily, but instead of slaying them, he granted each one a long arm, infested with a poison that could kill anything but Azmodan himself. The heralds have been plague-riddled menaces ever since.
With the camp now safe, we speak to Nurse Milana, who thanks.
Your bravery is an inspiration to us all. May Akarat bless you.
After trudging through the snow-laden battlefield, to the northeast we find a messenger of Azmodan and more of his orders.
Minions, my brothers grow impatient within the Soul Stone. Yes, I can hear them, even down here. Their voices are so pitiful and small that they almost amuse me. Yet, they are my prize, not the Nephilim's, or the girls for that matter. This is not her time. This is the age of sin.
It's then we finally find the Bridge of Corsic.
Bridge is unsteady. We must be swift.
After swiftly stepping across the sinking structure, we then find the Fields of Slaughter. And but a stone's throw away is the demonic ballista. Firing tri-pronged projectiles at the keep, we dutifully destroy it before searching out the others. To the northeast, we find Rakus Crossing, With the trebuchet still in place, Lieutenant Rael informs.
We'll hold this bridge as long as we can, but you must clear out those war machines behind us.
2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's not long to the south before we find a gnarled crack in the earth.
This trebuchet is an abomination. We must destroy it.
Drawing from the crater below is the trebuchet, which we destroy.
I do not need my siege weapons to slay you. You stand in the middle of the army of hell. It will crush you.
Rally your defenses, demon. You'll need them.
With Azmodan's siege weapons broken, we head back to Raka's Crossing. There we find Itherael, who informs.
I could no longer sit idly by while you brought the fight to Azmodan. It has been too long since I felt the thrill of battle myself.
Destroying my siege weapons makes little difference. Every hour, more of my forces pour forth from the mouth of hell. Soon, they will wipe your pathetic keep from existence.
Brave words, Azmodan. But words are all you have left to hurl at us. Forward, friend! Now we shall drive Azmodan's army back into the accursed crater.
Let's hope that sword was worth the sacrifice. Forward!
You honor us, Seraph.
The battle is ours.
After destroying Azmodan's ballista, we head across Raka's Bridge, now with the Archangel Itherael by our side, and in search of the entrance to Ariad Crater. It's not long after battling the forces of hell do we find one Private James slumped by some stairs, holding his wounded side, and he explains.
I'm just a scout. I was supposed to survey the battlefield from this tower along with my lieutenant, but we were attacked. I still have the spyglass here. Please, take it to my lieutenant. I don't know how long he'll be able to hold out up there.
Doing as the private instructs, we climb the stairs with spyglass in it, looking for his lost lieutenant and scrubbing forces of hell off the tower. Ascending the stairs, a demonic hellbarrow looms over us, spewing out its demon troopers, led by the super unique buzzsaw, eater of man-flesh. We cut their feast short, casually lopping off the demon's head with our axe. With the keep now clear, we approach Lieutenant Griffin with the spyglass in hand.
What happened to the scout? Is he still alive?
He is gravely injured. You will have to go on alone.
I see. Thank you for the news. I will tell his family.
Duty done, we turn to leave the lieutenant and—
Look out!
That poor man.
He's eviscerated where he stood. Adding insult to injury, we then see Private James has perished during our time aiding his ill-fated lieutenant. As we push forward across Raka's Bridge, I wanted to do something a little bit different this episode. During filming, I found the final piece of the biography of the Crusaders, so instead of the normal narration, I thought this is a rare opportunity to play all 9 parts for a great backstory before we contend with the Lord of Sin.
In the eastern kingdom of Khejistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were most reticent, I was able to deduce that this order was founded 200 years ago, just as Rakis took his army of paladins west. But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission. My studies indicate that a high-level cleric of the Zakarum named Akan began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that he must take action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea of an order of Crusaders. Akan gathered the most devout, driven, and martial Zakarum adherents. He taught them to channel the power of light in the same way that the newly founded paladins were being trained. But these recruits, these Crusaders, were given insight into the primal powers of Zakarum in a way no paladin ever was. When the Crusaders had learned all they could, Akan sent them out into the world, seeking a way to cleanse the corruption that coiled at the heart of the Zakarum faith. There There was no clear goal for them to pursue, and some clerics claimed it was a fool's errand, that they could never succeed. But these Crusaders would not be deterred. The Crusaders swore an oath to dedicate their lives to the search. None believed that they would be the one to end the crusade by finding and cleansing the corruption. They believed the search ennobled them, that the discipline of their life and journey was the true goal. The Crusader was meant to find meaning in the quest itself. Each and every Crusader was a warrior of rare strength. They had mastered the power of light, of weapon and shield, and of self. Each was sworn to live as a Crusader and to die as one. 200 years ago, they took their apprentices and set out into the eastern swamplands. They were never heard from again. Until now. Rumors swirl that the Crusaders have returned, and that they mean to go to the west. But who are these tall, blonde warriors? They look nothing like the Crusaders who set out from Travincal 200 years ago, and those who inhabit the ruins of that ancient city suspect trickery. I recently met a returning Crusader, and now I understand. Each Crusader took an apprentice. When a Crusader fell, his apprentice would take up his armor, his place in the order, and even his very name. When the first generation of Crusaders fell, their own apprentices took up their identities, and so it has continued for 200 years. Of the original 427 Crusaders who disappeared into the east, 341 return. Do they still seek the redemption of their faith? How will they react to the destruction of the city that birthed their crusade? Will they continue west to the lands of Westmarch? What does their return portend?
After battling our way across Rakus Bridge, we finally find the chained gate to the edge of the abyss.
Eldruin will destroy the demonic seal protecting this gate.
Itherael has unwittingly unleashed one of Hell's most fearsome of foes. Siegebreakers are massive demons that are the most prized champion of all demon lords because of their massive size and strength, enough to turn any battle in their master's favor. Siegebreakers boast many devastating abilities, including slash attack, swiping its claws at the hero while its other attacks are on cooldown, ground pound, where it will pound the ground with its claws, dealing damage and knocking back the hero who's unable to avoid the hit. Charge, where the Siegebreaker will attempt to charge at a distant hero, rapidly covering ground and causing high damage and knockback to all caught within its path. Should this charge kill someone, all that will remain is a bloodied skeleton. Then there is Trample, which the Siegebreaker will rise menacingly before hitting the ground with its sheer mass. This causes knockback and average damage to all nearby foes. And finally, Armies of Hell, where the Siegebreaker will summon Hellbearers to its side, calling upon the Holy Light and thorns underfoot. We finally fell the foul foe.
Whoever named you chose poorly.
A victory for the ages!
The Siegebearer's crumpled body begins to smoke, blacken and char as it sets itself ablaze. Collecting the items off its corpse, we then turn to see Adria, who informs.
I come with urgent news. Leah has had another vision. A vision of twisted demonic towers and enormous hearts beating within them.
I know of them. They are the Sin Hearts. Azmodan must have dredged them up from the depths of his realm to empower his legions.
Then I'll stop his hearts and his legions. The demon gate is shattered, and the armies of hell await, empowered by vile sin hearts. I will slay them all, until only the Lord of Sin remains, and then I will slay him too.
Upon our arrival in the Ariat crater, we see a demonic influence has taken hold. Then a demon's voice calls from the shadow.
You've killed one of my playthings. Now, you have my undivided attention.
Another demon. She will die like the rest of them.
That must be Sedea, Maiden of Lust that we read about in Cain's journal.
Though Azmodan is close to all of his lieutenants, Sedea is his special favorite. The Maiden of Lust is both beautiful and grotesque in appearance, with the torso of a woman and the legs of a spider. Her voice is said to be as smooth as honey, but she only speaks words of death.
As if on purpose, we find the orders from Azmodan to Sedea on one of his messengers.
Maiden of Lust, I have need of your ample services. Drag yourself out of whatever carnal corner of the burning hells you lounge in, and bring your daughters with you. Be wary. The enemy has proven to be both cunning and strong. But the mortals have always been easy prey for you, have they not?
So Sedea is Azmodan's lapdog. Haven't we already killed one half spider woman before? Moving deeper into the crater, we see that demonic influence has overwhelmed the entire landscape, a disturbing revelation for the Enchantress.
This is an abomination. Azmodan has brought pieces of hell into our world, along with his demonic host.
Well, the pact between heaven and hell staying out of Sanctuary has long been broken, and leave it to the Lord of Sin to make himself at home prematurely.
Nephilim, your misbegotten kind is creation's greatest sin. But your time is done. You will find only death in my realm.
But if we're creation's greatest sin, was Azmodan admiring us on some level? We'll make sure to ask him when we reach the heart of Ariat Crater. Descending into the Tower of the Damned, chains hold Azmodan's new demonic decor aloft, and we see one of Sedea's vile playthings.
These poor things live in eternal torment.
These poor things, as she puts it, are flayed ones. They earn their unholy moniker as their skin is ripped from their flesh and is used to decorate the very floors that we walk on. Exploring deeper into the crater, Sedea continues her taunts.
Your presence pleases me. Every step brings you closer to my embrace.
This demon is very strange.
It seems that nobody's taught the Enchantress the art of seduction, though her midriff says otherwise. It's not long before we're introduced to Sedea's daughters, the succubi, as we edge nearer to her location.
Oh, you've met my daughters, I see. Are you enjoying their company?
You're gonna get a resounding no from us. Worse yet, we've run afoul of the hulking phase beasts.
The Herodric Scrolls describe hulking phase beasts as sin made flesh. Azmodan granted them great power, allowing the beasts to shift in and out of sight at will. It is believed that the Lord of Sin only looses the phase beasts against uncommonly clever enemies who cannot be bested with tooth and claw.
Hearing the screams of the flayed one echo throughout the crater, Sedea remarks on the sweetness of the sound.
The chains tear at their flesh. Hear their screams. Such sweet music.
Done with her foreplay with the first sin heart, Sedea then reveals herself to us.
Oh, you are so eager. I suppose I should introduce myself. I am Sedea, Maiden of Lust, consort of Azmodan.
Sedea then goes about spewing vile poison, pestilent and plague at us, but we find very quickly she's just toying with us.
How invigorating. Play with my daughters. I do not wish to tire you out.
Your screams of anguish will sound so sweet.
Sedea then leaves us to contend with her succubus daughters. Once disposed of, we hack at the vile sin heart.
Well done.
I can feel the blood hemorrhaging from the sin heart. Oh, you will pay for this.
As we descend the crater, hacking through hordes of demons, Zedea's taunts start to become more frequent, and for expedience sake, I'm just going to cut into each of the taunts before we finally face the Maiden of Lust.
All the pain and suffering you're enduring. You must be dying to meet me. So close now. So close.
Even Azmodan stops to talk up his favorite maiden's abilities.
You think you know pain, Nephilim? You think you know anguish? Soon my concubine will show you their true meaning.
I do hope you're not in over your head.
Why must she be so disgusting?
Oh, the things I'm going to do to you.
You have interesting tastes.
Me? What did I do? It's not like we signed up for this. However, we soon find some poor wretches that did, being mind-controlled by the succubus as submissive prisoners. Unfortunate men that must have succumbed to the hateful harpies. Once freeing them, they thank.
My mind is my own again.
Naked, bruised, and tortured, they help turn on their captors as we snuff out the remaining succubus with their aid.
To pay for my freedom, I have only my own flesh and blood. Come, the Maiden of Lust lurks below. Zedea, the Maiden of Lust, lured us with her damned promises. I'll never forget what she made me do.
If we gave you a pen and paper, could you draw it for us? Jokes aside, men can be abused just as women can, especially by succubus. As we pass by more of Zedea's poor and wretched playthings, the flayed ones, we then head into her accursed lair.
Oh yes, I've been looking forward to this.
Our path now barred by burning chains, our only hope is to fell Zedea, the Maiden of Lust, if we're to destroy the final sin heart.
Why are you trying to hurt me? You will beg for mercy, and I will laugh.
Tired of her games, Zedea decides it's time for our tryst to end.
Shh. I eat you now.
Unfortunately for Zedea, she's really not our type.
No!
With Zedea now sedated, we destroy Azmodan's final sin heart. With our path now clear, we head into the heart of sin to confront Azmodan himself.
Ash chokes the air and our enemies come for us in droves. Yet you are undaunted. This truly is your destiny.
At the heart of Ariat Crater, we descend the final stairs and find ourselves in a round, large arena where Azmodan awaits.
Nephilim, fool. When the soul stone is embedded in my flesh, the seven shall be as one within me. I will be the sum of all hells, the prime evil.
Once again, we're locked in the arena by burning chains and glyphs that hold them in place and must face the Lord of Sin on his terms. He hurls giant fireballs at us and we think that we have an advantage due to his slow speed and size, but then he rains down a cacophony of flesh down upon us. Sensing that we may have some form of upper hand, Azmodan then calls forth his minions in a desperate attempt to quell our advancement.
Arrogant Nephilim, my servants will feast on your pride as they devour your flesh.
Azmodan then uses his eye laser attack, channeled in continuous beam, and as we try and escape it, we're then pushed into his pools of destruction which damage underfoot. Dodging Azmodan's next raining corpses and his demons not so lucky, we then focus down the Lord of Sin, who succumbs to our holy might.
Enough!
The soul of Azmodan floats before us. We can hardly believe it. With the final evil at bay, we can now trap them in the Black Soulstone and potentially end evil forever.
We've done it! Quickly now, Leah. Trap Azmodan's essence within the Soulstone.
It's done!
I never dared dream. All evil lies trapped within that stone. Once it is destroyed, the eternal conflict will finally end.
Destroying the stone is no simple matter. There are rituals to consider. We must return to the keep and make our final preparations.
Leah and our companions then return to Bastion's Keep to start whatever incantations needed to destroy the Black Soulstone. We, however, pause for a moment to pick up the legendary belt that Azmodan dropped, named Razor Strop, which has the attribute of picking up health globes, which will release an explosion that deals 353% weapon damage to enemies in a 20-yard radius.
I'm returning to town.
Happy to leave the heart of sin behind, we head back to Bastion's Keep and see outside the portal Lieutenant Leah, who congratulates.
An incredible victory. I knew Azmodan could never stand up to the likes of you.
Where are Adria, Leah, and Itherael?
They're all in the armory, no doubt celebrating. You should join them.
Before joining them, we see what the citizens have to say, now free of evil.
Bloody leaping hell. I just heard he defeated the demon army's general.
That means we're going home. We can go home.
Well, Marta, that demon lord is dead. Time to move on.
I'll go pack my knitting.
There he goes.
Hooray! Our savior!
Did you hear? The battle is over. The demons are fleeing. We can go home.
Oh, bless him. Bless him for what he's done for us.
Azmodan is dead!
How in hell did we live to see this?
What a great day indeed. We head inside the armory and see a trail of blood. Gore and carnage strewn about. Leah, Itherael, and Adria are nowhere in sight, but bodies are eviscerated, and the trail leads up to the Bastion's Keep watchtower, where a grisly scene unfolds.
Adria, when did you decide to betray us?
20 years ago, a great and terrible power drew me to Tristram. But Aiden, Leoric's eldest son, defeated that power and sought to contain it within his own flesh.
The Dark Wanderer.
It was Diablo I saw within him, and I pledged myself to his service. Now, at last, his grand design comes to fruition. Dear Leah, Deckard always suspected your true father was Diablo himself. And now, my daughter, you shall serve as his vessel.
I live. But I am more than I once was. The 7 evils are now one within me. I am the prime evil. Well done, faithful Adria. Go now, until I call upon you again. Now, at last, to my true goal, the one that has always eluded me. The utter destruction of the high heavens.
Hell's bloody bells. Adria, the betrayer, used her own daughter as a surrogate for the Lord of Terror. Her sins won't go unpunished. But first, we must follow Itherael into the portal to heaven and beyond.
even in the heart of heaven, angels can still feel fear.
My old enemy. You cannot hide from me, no matter what form you choose to wear. Let your true self be revealed. Diablo. Today, Imperious.
Adria has betrayed us. And now Leah is lost. From her body, Diablo has been reborn as the prime evil. The power of hell answers his call. And the heavens buckle under the weight of corruption. I will purge this evil forever.
We arrive in the high heavens in the wake of Diablo's destruction. His evil and corruption permeates the very ground and structure we stand on. The diamond gates lying in ruins behind us, we head up the platform, and the enchantress remarks,
"Heavens, what have we done?"
It's true. How could we have been so blind to Adria's treachery? Pushing the thought aside, we see Itherael and Imperious ahead. The latter is gravely wounded from his battle with the Lord of Terror, now as the prime evil.
Imperious, you cannot mean to face Diablo again. Your wounds are barely healed.
The heavens burn. This is your fault, Itherael. And you, Nephilim, look below and see what your kind has wrought.
The aspect of valor condemns us. This will be difficult.
We then turn to a clearly dejected Itherael, who laments.
The diamond gates have stood since the light first broke over the high heavens. Now they lie in ruins. Imperious is right. I am the cause of this.
You didn't destroy those gates.
Yet I defended humanity when Imperious would have destroyed it. And now the prime evil storms heaven itself.
This is not the time for doubt and weakness, Itherael. Imperious is a fool, and if you side with him against me, you are too.
But you don't understand. Hope has been silenced.
Dire tidings indeed.
We are lost. Diablo is too powerful. Always before, the lords of hell bickered and worked against each other. They undid themselves. Within Diablo, within the Prime, there is no such division. And now, the halls of the high heavens quake beneath his steps. The Prime evil. I can't believe all this has come to pass. Adria played us all for fools. Diablo's influence twisted her inside and out. I suspect we have not seen the last of her. I should have known that Leah's father was the Wanderer. How could I not have sensed Diablo's foul presence within her?
I could not either. It is too sad.
Adria made fools of all of us. No one could have known she'd sacrifice her own child to resurrect Diablo.
But poor Leah. I grieve for her soul.
As do I. Leah deserved better than this. But right now, we must stop Diablo.
With hope lost, it seems the angels are now ambling aimless. Their unity, once a cornerstone of their strength, now has been broken by the prime evil. Ironically, themselves is all of the evils combined and working together as one. We head inside the heavenly portal and are confronted by the Lord of Terror himself.
Gaze upon the destruction I have wrought. It will be the last thing you see. Iskatu, destroy the Nephilim. I do not fear you, Nephilim. You'll find only death in this eternal realm.
Like Diablo, Iskato disappears out of sight. His terror vermin rain down from the skies. Gathering together in a cloud of sludge and death, they try and overwhelm us. Iskato himself tries to flank us in the fray.
The armies of hell will trample your corpses. The shades will devour your soul.
We counterattack Iskatu with our own holy warriors, thorns underfoot, and our ultimate rains down holy retribution, forcing him to retreat. We head to the northwest wall and see a skin-like barrier with a rune on it that bars our exit. Iskatu re-engages his attacks and taunts.
You believe you can defeat me, mortal? Our armies are endless.
Iskatu teleports to the western wall, however, succumbs to our bombardment.
Every moment I delay here, I draw closer to my ultimate victory.
Victorious against Iskatu and angering the prime evil, we leave the ambush site and head towards the halls of fate. There we see Itherael, the angel of fate, who can aid us in restoring hope to the high heavens once more. After contending with the terror demon Iskatu, we then find Itherael, archangel of fate, in front of the Gardens of Hope.
I am Itherael, Archangel of Fate. It is my duty to record what is and what will be within the scroll of fate. But you, Nephilim, you are not in the scroll. Your fate is unwritten.
I care little for destiny. Will you help me, or should we stand here and watch the heavens fall apart?
Perhaps fate can be changed. Quickly then, Auriel, Archangel of Hope, has been captured by Raganoth, the Lord of Despair.
She will be free. Perhaps that will bring hope back to these heavens.
So that explains why Tyrael doubted himself. Then we head into the Gardens of Hope.
These are the Gardens of Hope. The Archangel Auriel cannot be far.
Once inside, we aid the angels in felling a foul oppressor. We once read about these terrible demons in Cain's journal, which reads,
I have seen many warriors in my day, but only a scant few of them could face the might of an oppressor. This monster towers over the tallest barbarians and wields weapons crafted from hell-forged steel. They were last seen with Belial during his resurgence, and left legions of dead men in their wake.
It's not long before journeying through the befouled heavens do we find to the west a door to the Library of Fate.
I miss Leah. She was a sister to me when all of my other sisters were gone. I wanted to protect her, but it was not meant to be.
Although we too mourn the passing of Leah, now is not the time for lamentation, as we must save the high heavens and free Auriel from the grasp of Rakanoth, Lord of Despair, who no doubt holds hope captive. For just a moment we pause and marvel at the beauty of the halls of fate. Light wisps up in tendrils, and the calm and serenity permeates the very architecture. Yet evil somehow emanates to the northwest. It's there we find Auriel bound by the malice and corruption that holds her, and her captor, Rakanoth himself.
You think yourself free from the chains of fate, Nephilim, but all will kneel before Lord Diablo.
Rakanoth then teleports at us with his first dizzying assault. This bladed beast boasts a few powerful abilities, such as his melee attacks with his blades. Occasionally he uses distance missiles and summon 2 soul lashes to his side, and has the ability, of course, to teleport to devastating effect. Cain once wrote of Rakanoth,
"In the beginning, Rakanoth served Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish, with efficient brutality, for his touch may open up many painful wounds. He was also the warden of Iswal during many long years that the angels suffered in Rakanoth's own plains of despair. But he has quit his realm unexpectedly in recent times."
Using the pillars to our advantage to quell his bladed swats, it is Rakanoth who succumbs to our assault. After dealing with despair, we find Auriel's prison to the northwest. After freeing her, Itherael joins us, and she thanks.
Thank you, Nephilim. I hoped the scroll of fate was wrong, that harmony would once again fill this troubled realm. I see now that all hope lies in you.
I will be worthy of it.
With my blessing, you can now dispel Diablo's corruption. It hides the rifts which bring his cursed servants to this hallowed place. The rifts must be closed.
We will not fail you.
I knew you would come. That a champion from the mortal world would light our darkest hour. Your courage and nobility shine out across this realm, blinding our enemies.
I thank you, Lady Auriel. Your song will not be silenced again.
I know you will do all you can, for this is your hour. Go forth with my blessing and show all creation why the Nephilim are the future.
Can you help Tyrael? His faith is shaken.
There is a shadow upon his heart, but it will pass. Remember, he chose to be a mortal, and he must overcome this despair as a mortal.
I understand, but we have little time.
Have faith in him. Of all the archangels, his light has always shone the brightest. In this our darkest hour, he will ensure that justice prevails.
What are you going to do now?
Though the angelic host is scattered, we are not defeated. I will try to rally them as best I can.
Yes, they have always flocked to your call during times of crisis. Or, so I have heard.
Our histories have reached your people? That is indeed promising. I pray that this day will end in another tale of victory.
Do you believe Diablo can be defeated?
Only in the light that lies within you, Nephilim. I will take heart from it and hope for your victory. The future is ever writing itself. Unknowable, just beyond sight and touch.
We then take the time to learn what we can from Itherael before we continue our hunt for the Lord of Terror.
Only once in the history of Sanctuary has a Nephilim been as powerful as you. His name was Odyssean.
Odyssean? But he is just a myth, a lesson in selflessness.
He was no myth. Because of his noble sacrifice, I saw the inherent potential in your kind. As such, I voted with Auriel to spare mankind from annihilation.
I'm grateful. I'll be sure to vote that we spare the angels when that time comes.
You jest, but that day is not impossible.
You can see the future.
I see the myriad streams of possibility, all intertwining and weaving into one another. I can hear them echoing forward into eternity.
How do you choose a path then?
I am not called to be a champion as you are. My role is simply to observe.
Have you seen the fate of the Prophet?
I know of that name, but the one who bore it lived and died long before your time.
I see.
The battle approaches. What says the Scroll of Fate?
Doom and darkness. These heavens ruined. The angelic host broken. Diablo victorious.
Ah, so the scroll is wrong.
As I have said, Nephilim, your destiny is unwritten. You alone may change these dark times.
Diablo brought despair to the halls of heaven, but hope is restored. I thought this would bring Itherael back to us, but there is no sign of him. I must press on and destroy Diablo's infernal portals alone.
After freeing Auriel, the Angel of Hope, we now can destroy Diablo's corruption, which taints the high heavens and barred our way.
The corruption was strongest northeast of here.
We then proceed to cut a path to the northeast, uncovering Diablo's hidden hell rifts and the corruption therein.
Your suffering is over.
Look upon these gardens. Now they seethe with the corruption of hell.
Diablo's words, unfortunately, ring true. Heaven crumbles around us, and we must enter the Hell Rift and shut it down if we're to quell the uprising. Inside the Hell Rift, we see a barren wasteland of death. Impaled angels are strewn about. And to the northeast, we find Diablo's denizens of the Realm of Terror.
Demons come from Diablo's Realm of Terror in the burning hells. The gateway must be shut. Strange magic radiates from these foes.
Although these demons serve a powerful darkness, we hold the cure.
Burn in the light.
In the demons' careless looting of the heavens, we find a book on the Angerus Council.
The Angerus Council is comprised of the 5 archangels who hold dominion over the high heavens. They determine the laws by which all angels must abide. Each of them embodies a pure aspect of creation: valor, justice, hope, fate, and wisdom.
Crossing the outskirts in one horned hole of hell, we find the rift.
You think to destroy the rift, Oculus? My fiends will tear you apart.
Diablo, it seems, wasn't bluffing as we encounter one of the massive Mallet Lords we read about in Cain's journal.
The Mallet Lords are brutal overseers, second only to the 7 evils themselves. The Mallet demons rule the seething outer reaches of the hells that surround the central realms, and have long refused to join any of the lesser evil's armies. Surely the destruction would be unthinkable if such a thing ever came to pass.
After mantling the Mallet Lord, we then close down the Rift Oculus.
Well done, Nephilim. Diablo's vile minions can no longer use this rift to find their way into the Silver City. Now only one rift remains.
With the first rift shut down, we stumble out of the portal as the realm crumbles around us.
That is not the only Hell Rift. The flow of my legions will not stop.
We locate the second Hell Rift, and the Enchantress remarks,
There are 7 realms in the Hells, one for each of the evils. It is hard to comprehend, but they must be even fouler than this.
We can only imagine the 7 Hell's depths of depravities. As we free tortured angels, we find a book regarding Imperius, the Archangel of Valor.
Imperius, the Archangel of Valor, is the greatest warrior in all of creation. He revels in war and combat, and has led the hosts of heaven to innumerable victories. With Malthael's absence, it is Imperius who now rules over the Angiris Council, seeking always to defend the high heavens from any foe.
We then contend with the second Mallet Lord as Diablo taunts.
If you destroy the Oculus, my Hell Rift will consume you.
With the second Mallet Lord now a husk of its former glory, we're free to shut down the rift.
The Hell Rifts are closed. You have far exceeded my expectations, Nephilim. But there is not a moment to waste. Quickly, you must make your way to the Silver Spire.
Exiting the Hell Rift, we find Diablo displeased with our progress.
The Hell Rifts are closed, but it is of no matter. Soon there will be nothing left of these high heavens. All creation will be the realm of terror.
As we head towards the Silver Spire, we find Itherael fending off the forces of hell, and he proclaims,
Itherael. Yes, my friend. I am ready to again fight by your side. I was wrong to give in to despair. You have shown me there is still a chance for victory.
But we must hurry. Even now, Diablo makes his way to the Silver Spire.
I finally understand. Your kind faces death and darkness every day, yet still you find the courage to move forward. It is an honor to be one of you.
I knew you would understand with time.
Look at the destruction Diablo has wrought. If we do not stop him, this is the future of all creation.
We then take a moment to gaze over the edge of the high heavens at the Crystal Colonnade, and we don't like what we see. Diablo's minions infest every inch of the once sacred realm. As we sprint up to the Silver Spire, we're suddenly stopped by an unexpected sight.
Your kind does not belong here. If I see you again, you will die.
Pay him no mind. This is your fight, Nephilim. Your power is even greater than Itherael foresaw.
One can only hope. But now, we must stop Diablo before he reaches the Crystal Arch above us.
Heading towards the Crystal Arch, Shade Stalkers rain down from the skies above, an impotent attempt at stopping us, but we know it won't be the last.
Diablo means to corrupt the Crystal Arch atop the Silver Spire. If he succeeds, the high heavens will be lost forever. Itherael and I go to face the Lord of Terror himself.
Corruption is thicker here.
We entered the gateway to the Silver Spire and see Diablo's corruption has permeated to the heart of the high heavens. And at the end of the platform, we're shocked to meet the spirit of a familiar face.
How does it feel? knowing you helped me become the prime evil. For all your mighty deeds, all you really accomplished was unleashing me upon the world. Some savior you are, Nephilim.
Though I forsook my home, to see it again like this, any joy I might have had is replaced with sorrow. Upwards, we must make it to the summit.
Tyrael's right, we must push forth to the summit, and this aspect of terror is clearly the prime evil's assault on our senses in an effort to crush our resolve. However, the effort is in vain. We then cross into the crumbling silver spire and Tyrael exclaims,
Diablo is climbing the spire to the Crystal Arch. We must hurry.
It's then we're confronted by the spirit of Mira Iemon, the blacksmith's wife.
How could you convince my own husband to kill me? I could have been saved, but you made him cut me down.
We see it's but an illusion of Belial, and that now Diablo, as the prime evil, is leveraging the different aspects of evil within himself to cause us mental anguish. Crushing the pretender Belial's aspect, and it's worth noting that these encounters are randomized and you won't face all 7 evils in any given playthrough. It's then amidst the fighting Tyrael remarks,
The corruption is so much more thorough here than it was in the gardens, so much more complete. Diablo knows the spire is the heart of the high heavens.
Soon thereafter, we come across the gateway to the Great Span.
The fountains of heaven flowed with the energy of the Crystal Arch, but now look at them.
We do as Tyrael instructs and see that Diablo's evil already flows freely through the heavens. As we cross into the Great Span, the corruption becomes more prevalent and heaven itself crumbles around us.
There is something different here.
I sense it as well. Be on your guard.
We too sense something's amiss, and it's then Diablo taunts.
Look, Tyrael, your old lieutenant.
As we head onto a large platform surrounded by ice shards, we have a feeling this is not a welcomed reunion.
It seems we've both fallen from grace, Tyrael. Come, embrace your former lieutenant.
Diablo, the master of mockery, has sent forth Iswal, the betrayer, whose lore reads,
Angel Iswal was once Tyrael's lieutenant, but he was captured by the enemy after an ill-advised assault upon the Hellforge. Iswal surrendered to demonic corruption and revealed the secrets of the Soul Stones to the prime evils. Tyrael claimed that Iswal was slain years ago, but his replacement has never emerged from the Crystal Arch.
You failed again, Tyrael. The corruption cannot be stopped! Look beneath you and see the ruin of heaven.
Having successfully stopped Iswal, we then head to the second level of the Silver Spire.
I often came to this great span to meditate on things as I looked out over the Silver City. The view used to calm me. Now I find it does the opposite.
Understanding Tyrael's disquiet, we then head to the second level of the Silver Spire and see it's more akin to the Hells themselves.
It is not far now. I only hope we are not too late. I can feel Diablo's corruption closing around the light of heaven.
Contending with the corrupted angels and demonic forces, we then see somebody from Tyrael's past, Marius, the patsy for the Three's machinations.
You abandoned me to that foul asylum, Tyrael. Why did you forsake me when you knew Baal still walked among us?
Poor Marius' spirit then transforms into the aspect of destruction and a giant Mallet Lord, fitting as the aspect of Baal himself. Fighting our way through the Morlu and the fallen forces of hell, we then find the gateway to the pinnacle of heaven and an unexpected ally, or perhaps enemy.
Nephilim. I see you did not heed my warning. Or perhaps you think yourself strong enough to face me.
Perhaps I do.
Imperius, stop this madness. Diablo is the enemy here, not the Nephilim.
Itherael, I will deal with you soon enough. I will... What is this? No! Diablo has reached the Arch!
No. Diablo has begun extinguishing the Crystal Arch. That's why the angels have fallen. If its light should go out forever, we must defeat Diablo before that happens.
It is up to us now. I'm glad you're immortal, my friend.
Diablo's vile corruption bars our path. Stand back. Eldruin's light shall clear the way.
With the angels all but indisposed, the Enchantress remembers who's responsible for this tragedy.
Do you think Adria came here?
No. She is in hiding.
I cannot rest until she has fallen. That woman has lost every right to live.
Agreed, but first we deal with Diablo.
The gate has been opened, Nephilim. This last trial is yours alone.
You were a fine commander, Itherael. I am proud to call you friend.
It was an honor, but this is the moment you were made for. This is the hour of mankind's victory.
You've said that the Crystal Arch is the heart of heaven. Tell me about it.
It is older than time itself, and over the eons, this shining realm took shape around it. It thrums with living light and sound that courses through the very fabric of the Silver City.
The angels are birthed from it as well?
Yes, like musical notes in a grand chorus. Angels are the manifestation of the Arch's intrinsic harmony. The purest expressions of this harmony were my brethren, the Archangels.
I see little harmony in this place.
Yes, but hope has returned. And as you mortals are fond of saying, it is not over yet. I fear that if we defeat Diablo, Leah's innocent spirit will die with him.
I refuse to believe that. No matter how long it takes, I will not rest until her soul is at peace.
You are right. Leah knew the protective spells of the Horadrim. Diablo took control over her body, but he can never twist her mind.
What is the prime evil?
It is the sum total of all 7 evils housed within one body. There is an ancient legend, known only to a few, of the great dragon Tathamet, who was the original embodiment of evil. The legend says that he was ripped apart during an epic battle with Anu, and that the burning hells are composed of his remains.
Who is Anu?
Just as Tathamet was the ultimate evil, Anu was the ultimate good. It is said by some that the Crystal Arch is all that remains of this great warrior.
Are you saying Diablo wants to become this dragon?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Learning of what Diablo looks to become, we cannot allow it to become Tathamet and dominate all of existence forever. We enter the Crystal Arch and race towards Diablo, but...
I am trapped! You must keep going!
We try to free our companion, but to no avail. With no choice, we must face the prime evil alone. Diablo's corruption has twisted heaven into another realm of hell, but we see what Itherael spoke of, the spine of Anu, the backbone of heaven and the seat of its power. In the middle of the platform where Anu's essence pools is Diablo, its evil essence reverberating through the heavens itself.
The 7 evils are one within me. I am Legion.
Diablo then opens its assaultiness, swiping with its razor-like claws and an AoE fireball damage that burns underfoot. He will then summon skeletal cages like he trapped the Enchantress in, but thankfully we have an item that does not allow us to be bound. Finding it difficult to breach the gap, we summon a pair of astral avatars to aid us in the battle. But Diablo, infuriated with our tactics, decides to change the playing field.
Enough! Let us see how you fare in my realm of terror. Only by defeating us can you return to your own realm. But none have ever crawled from the depths of their own terror.
We awaken in Diablo's realm of terror that is filled with screaming winds and a void unlike any other. The Lord of Terror goads us into the first move and says,
"How does it feel knowing you have failed those who depended on you?"
As if to punish us for spawning our own avatars, Diablo spawns terror clones, as well as his own shadow phantasm.
You shall never wake from this nightmare.
Our only way out of the realm is to stand our ground and face our fears head on.
No! This wretched light must be eradicated! All that you have known, all that you have ever loved, shall die along with you, Nephilim.
The ground under the crystal arch begins to buckle under the weighty stomp of the prime evil as he unleashes his final assault. We see our way is barred by thorns, funneled back into the fight and into Diablo's destructive abilities, including the fearsome hose lightning that licks at our hide as we try and escape it. A meteor rain sprinkles the heavens as the light guides our hands with a final killing blow, tearing the prime evil asunder. We can hardly believe what has transpired, and as Diablo falls, the angels and our companions return. We then have a final chance to speak to them, starting with the scoundrel Lyndon, who says in utter disbelief,
"I can't believe you really did it."
Are those tears in your eyes, Lyndon?
No. It's raining.
But it doesn't rain in the heavens.
Well, it does now! That was astounding! What you did back there! You're the greatest hero in history. Everyone in Kingsport will know your name if I have my way. They'll sing it for the rest of time. Hell, I will sing right now if you want me to. Well, it was all worth it. Everything. The cuts, the bruises, having to break bread with that Templar. I jest. You are like family to me now. I owe you the world, my friend. But now I'd better shut up before I make myself sick.
Speaking of the Templar, we then turn to Cormac, who congratulates.
Victory at last! There was never a doubt in my mind, friend. You are a true champion, and so the Lord of Terror falls. May all the souls ravaged by his evil rest in peace. It's finally over. Many brave souls died in this war. Thanks to us, they did not perish in vain.
Although his words ring true, our victory is bittersweet. As we look at the corpse of the prime evil, we cannot help but mourn the loss of our friend Leah, and hope that her soul has somehow found rest. We then turn to Oriel the Angel, who says,
"The day is won. Diablo is vanquished, and all evil with him."
A bold claim. Evil is resilient.
Time will tell. In the end, it was a mortal heart that saved two worlds from ruin. and cast down the prying evil forever. A new day breaks for both angels and men. For mankind's greatest champion, the Nephilim, rose to confront the darkness that we, in our pride, would not face. My brethren, I will take my place among you once again, but this time as a mortal. Since justice has been met this day, I will now stand as wisdom. On behalf of those who risked all to save us. Forevermore, we shall stand together, angels and men, in the light of this glorious new dawn.